alongside me right now is the Director of Regional Cricket here for the Northern Diamonds, James Carr. James, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
Big one, isn't it?
It's massive. Great narrative, North versus South, and it's deja vu, isn't it? Every September it's the Diamonds versus the Vipers at the back end of the season, and great setting today at Headingley. 500 tickets sold, I believe, this morning, and I think the Diamonds have won the toss and they're going to bowl first on a slightly damp morning, but clear skies ahead.
Yeah, we'll give you the team news. I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening below us because we will be having a minute's silence in line with what's been happening, of course, over the last week or so. Just waiting for the teams to line up. So, of course, I don't want to get into the middle of reading out the team news and find that we're going into the middle of silence. In fact, as I speak, the two teams are lining up, facing the pavilion, facing us, not quite literally because we're 4 floors up, but there they go. And very shortly we will be observing a minute's silence, which we'll do. We're on the live picture feed. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. And this game coming up in a few minutes after we've paid our respects here at Headingley for the late Her Majesty the Queen. Haven't quite gone into the minute silences yet because there's a bit of talking in line of 1 or 2 of the Vipers waving up here as well. Big game. I think there's almost a release of tension as well, a little bit in that. I'm not sure if we're going to get a quite obvious sign, James. I don't know about you. Are we going to get an obvious sign of the minute silence? Here we go.
The England and Wales Cricket Board.
So to our left, the Northern Diamonds. To our right, the Vipers in a line.
The Queen and her late husband,
as you can hear in the background, the stadium announcer leading us into this tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen.
We recognise her immense
Just to
contributions
repeat,
to the
Vipers have won the toss and elected to bat first. There are changes for both sides. We'll go those
Those who are able, please be
in
upstanding
a moment.
to observe a minute's silence in
Here we
her
go.
memory. Following the minute's silence, please remain upstanding for the national anthem.
Respects duly noted and observed. And James, well, now we can really start to look forward to this game. And there's been a build-up to this, hasn't there?
There has indeed. The Diamonds and the Vipers have gone toe-to-toe for the last 3 years since we professionalised the women's game domestically. And as I said just before, the respects to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, we always find ourselves in late September in normally a final And the Vipers have been victorious on the 3 occasions we've met them in finals, 2 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and once in the Charlotte Edwards Cup back in 2020. But this is a regular round game first, although it effectively is a qualifying semi-final to use rugby league terms. Actually, the winner goes straight to the Lord's final next week on Sunday the 25th, and the loser of today would have highly likely home advantage for an elimination semi-final on Wednesday. I'm not sure where the Vipers would play that actually if they have home advantage. Maybe you know more. But I know the South East Stars would play at Beckenham if they came second. So there's a little bit to play for yet, as the umpires have made their way out and the Diamonds are doing their team huddle. Batters are waiting on the edge of the rope. Photographers are poised to take a photograph of that huddle and get some action snaps maybe as they run out across the rope. John Heald, the resident photographer there, he gets where water can't get.
I love it. Should we go through the teams, because I think there's one change for you guys and there's a couple for Vipers. As you're the home side, James, do you want to go through your side?
Yeah, I'd love to. I might have to use your notes.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, obviously just kind of loose batting order really, although the Diamonds have been asked to bowl first. But yeah, Lauren Winfield-Hill will obviously lead the batting with Lindsey Smith, the left-hander, right-hand combination there. Holly Armitage captain at number 3. Stair Callis, Dutch international, comes in a familiar place at 4. Leah Dobson, second game in a row after coming back for some injury at number 5. A product of the Yorkshire pathway through the last 10 or so years. Bess Heath, she's been making waves, hasn't she, batting at 6 and keeping wicket. A few England Day appearances for her recently. Kiwi international Lee Kasperick, an off-spinner, comes in at 8. Lizzie Scott, second game after a debut last week at Taunton. The Northumberland seamer at number 9. Emma Marlowe, off-spinner, got an opportunity to go and play at the Trent Rockets during the 100, batting at 10. Number 9. Katie Levick, the mainstay of Yorkshire's bowling attack for a while now. And finally, on debut, Jess Walston. Again, another protégé that's come through the academy system here.
So that's the Northern Diamonds side for you. We're just about to get underway. And who we got at the bottom end there, James?
It's Lizzie Scott from the Howard stand end.
Oh, the Howard stand in, not the football stand in. Here she is, right arm over. First ball of the morning. It's down the leg side, past the diving. Is it Winfield-Hill who's keeping that wicket, or is it who's keeping?
It's Lauren, yeah, Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Oh, yeah, that's down the leg side. That's 4. I didn't see what the umpire signalled. Was it 4 wides?
It was signalled as wide. Scott, she opened the bowling last week on debut at Taunton. She got a really good wicket in Fee Morris, getting it to go off the straight and tail away to the slip cordon, and but she a little bit of nerves early on. She can spray it down the leg side, but when she gets it right, she's a force to be reckoned with.
Running from just inside the circle as she comes, running towards us, and bowls to McGacken. That comes back and wraps her on the pad. That looks a little high to me. Not out, says the umpire at the far end. We've got sunshine here. We're going to get a full day's play, and that's for sure. A little bit of shadows down at the bottom end from the Howard stand end. Let me give you the Vipers side, because they've made 2 changes from the side that beat the Thunder last week. No Charlie Dean, she's been called up by England. She's into the one-day squad with the series coming up as Scott bowls. McGacken just quietly pushes that out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And in no Carla Rudd as well, the wicket keeper. She's not feeling particularly well, so Chloe Hill will keep. And in comes Finty Trussler, who's making her debut, the 19-year-old leg spinner. First game for the Vipers. And Maya Boucher, England have released Maya Boucher to play in this game, and then she'll go down to Hove for the game. It's bowled! Leg stump out of the ground. That looked a serious delivery. McGacken on the front foot trying to drive on the up, and that's gone between bat and pad. May just to be a hint of an inside edge on that one, but it doesn't matter. And McGacken goes in the first over. Lizzie Scott strikes.
Well, I said when she gets it right, she can make things happen. Last week she got the ball to tail away from right-handers. The couple of deliveries she's got to land after that first wide ball today look like they've seamed back in, and that one looks like it's got an inside edge and gone through the gate and rearranged the furniture there. A real good start for the Northern Diamonds.
So the Vipers are 5 for 1 here as the plane goes overhead, either landing or taking off from Leeds Bradford Airport. Yeah, it's a feature of this ground, isn't it? You'll get the planes coming over quite regularly. I know the Vipers have had a little bit of a problem at the top order. One or two of these batters are out of nick. Emma McGacken being one of those. Maya Boucher is at the non-striker's end, and out, as you've just heard in the background there from the stadium announcer, comes Georgia Elwes, who's another one. I've just got to do a quick 30-second update in a moment, so I'll just take over for a minute, James, if that's all right. So, Lizzie Scott, what a start here. Effectively, a winner takes all. We've mentioned it, we can't say it enough. The winners here straight through to Lords. The losers will play in a playoff next Wednesday. It could be anywhere. I've heard that Northern Diamonds might be playing at Scarborough if it's them. So,
yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Scarborough on a Wednesday. Good fish and chips and good cricket.
I've been there twice already with Hampshire this season. I feel like it's my second home. Here comes Lizzie Scott then. Bowls to Georgia Elwes. Has come back at Elwes. That's a very, very good delivery from Scott. She does look a decent bowler here, doesn't she? I have to say, in just these early stages. 5 for 1 here, the first over. Here's a quick 30-second update coming up in the sunshine here at Headingley. Well, it's basically a winner-takes-all game here. The winners will go straight through to the final at Lords next Sunday. The losers will play in a playoff game. The Vipers are batting first, and they've already suffered a setback. In the first over, Lizzie Scott playing just a second game for the Northern Diamonds, bowled Ella McGacken with what looked to be a cracker of a delivery coming back late, the leg stump cartwheeling out of the ground. So a good start for the Diamonds, a poor start for the Vipers. In the first over here, the Vipers are 5 for 1. Here comes Scott. We're almost dead centre in the square here as well. That's down the leg side, and this time Winfield Hill gets half a hand on that one as the ball trickles down towards fine leg. And that'll be a single, and that is signalled another wide. Well, there's been a couple of good deliveries in this and a couple of not so good.
Yeah. Last week, when she got it right, like I said, she was unplayable. It's just a bit of nerve, sometimes just forces that shoulder and sprays it down the leg side a little bit. But interestingly, the shape out the hand this morning is very prodigious and very much into the right-handed batters, and it's asking some serious questions and inquiries of the Southern Viper batters.
Yeah.
She's on her way once again.
Some serious deliveries here if she gets it right. That's come back, but this time Boucher's on the front foot, pushes that out towards extra cover. So we've had drama already. First over in the morning, Vipers 7 for 1.
Yeah, great start for the Diamonds. Asked to bowl first, I think the Diamonds would have batted themselves, get runs on the board. It sounds very cliche. I think the 10:30 start can lure you into bowling first. Little tacky, just a little tacky sheen on the pitch in the outfield suggests a little bit of seam movement. But once that clear blue sky emerges and the fog burns away and the dew disappears, I think it's fair for batting, to be fair. So if you can get through the first half an hour to 10 overs, you're definitely set for a good day of batting. So we're going to have Lindsey Smith from the clean slate pavilion end, left arm orthodox bowler, tends to come through the umpire and around the wicket. Never commentated you before, Kevin. Are you going to do ball by ball from both ends?
No.
Or
Do you want to do this over?
I would love to, yeah.
Of course you can.
I've never done this on my own team. I'm only doing it as an impartial. So
another big moment.
So Lindsey Smith, 50 on her back, up and around the wicket and slightly back of a length outside off stump as Elwes dabs that to backward point for no run. Elwes in early then. Questions, inquiries to be made about the former England batter.
Yeah, she's had a mixed tournament so far, James. 100 against the South East Stars.
Smith again up past umpire Bartlett, and this time drawing Elwes into a forward defensive. Hits the outside half edge of the bat and backward point fields once again for no run.
But her last 3 innings, 0, 0 and 6 against Lightning, Sunrisers and Thunder, respectively.
Well, maybe the day is the day, although Smith might have some other answers about that. Full and straight once again, pushes her back into the crease this time, and the youthful Scott fields at mid-wicket. She's everywhere at the moment, Kevin.
Yes, that wicket, wow. That'll settle a few nerves, if indeed there are any.
Indeed. Smith once again getting through these balls very quickly, draws Elwys into a front foot drive this time, again on the outside half edge of the bat, and it goes behind point and it squirms away for 4 runs in front of the old pavilion. Umpire Bartlett signalling 4 there, taking Vipers to 11 for the loss of that first wicket.
I have to say, James, I think we were talking about a big build-up to this game. Of course it is, there's so much at stake, but I think there is also a feeling that I think the Diamonds start this game as slight favourites.
Quite possibly, as Smith again bringing Elwys forward. This time she drives in front of the wicket and mid-off fields for no run. Yeah, I think so. The Vipers have had a fantastic start and a dynasty to this professional era of women's cricket, and the production line of England internationalists now represent the Vipers is phenomenal, as Smith's in once again, and again Elwys pushes forward on this one, and backward point is in action again, but no alarms, and that concludes the over. Vipers 11 for 1. Yeah, I think that to be fair to the Southern Vipers, we've always been the bridesmaids to them when it comes to the business end of the year, and Adam Carty as the director and Charlotte Edwards as the head coach have really put a phenomenal system together. The products from the senior team into the international setup have been remarkable. That's what the domestic teams need to do, is to produce England cricketers, and then the pipeline from the academy into the seniors is quite phenomenal as well. So credit where credit's due. It's a nice rivalry we have with the Vipers, but there's a lot of mutual respect there as well for what's going on down south.
Here's Lizzie Scott then, right arm over, comes in and bowls. Again, that ball shapes into Maya Boucher, who pushes that to extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, 2 finals between these two in the 2 years that it's been held since the competition's introduction. A win for the Vipers at Edgbaston in 2020, and a win for the Vipers at Northampton last year. And the Diamonds looking to break that up as Scott comes in again with the slip. Bowls, that's Fuller this time. Boucher drives that a little harder to extra cover, but again there's no run. And yeah, I mean, listen, I said that the Diamonds a little bit, perhaps a little bit more favourites than the Vipers, but both teams missing players for this one. The Vipers with Bell, Kemp and Danny Wyatt all the way with England. Maya Boucher released for this one. That's turned away on the leg side by Boucher, and she's timed that very nicely indeed, and that's gone for 4 runs behind square on the leg side. Boucher, who picked up her highest international score midweek, 34 against India in the T20 series that's just been completed. But I think the Vipers, and Carla Rudd being ill as well, I mean, so depleted that I think maybe lucky, I don't know if that's the right word, but the fact that Boucher has been released. But England play that one-day game down at Hove tomorrow, so she's got a bit of a travel coming up as Boucher pushes that towards mid-wicket. The Vipers are 15 for 1, but I know you've got 1 or 2 missing at least as well. Yeah,
unfortunately we had a couple of injuries coming back from the 100. Beth Langston with a knee injury, and Jenny Gunn with a hand injury, so a lot of experience, England caps and Diamonds caps between them really, so it's a big loss. But what it has done is it's presented the opportunity for a Lizzie Scott and for a Jess Walston. Leah Dobson comes back into the side, having had very few opportunities to play, and it's part and parcel of professional cricket now. The demands of the international programme, you lose players that get called up, and the rigours of a long season.
That's for sure. Scott comes in up the hill slightly here as Boucher hits that hard, wide of mid-on, not quite. That's a great stop. That was going for 4. But diving to a right.
Yeah, Emma Marlowe, another academy product there, getting a long dive out there and a long arm at that. Scott's just strayed a little bit too straight maybe on the pads of Boucher there, and she's clipped her away a couple of times. She probably just needs to get that ball a little bit more outside off stump before it angles in.
Comes into Elwys this time, playing just a second game. Scott, that's cut away. She's found the gap in front of point, and that's going for 4. That's a beautiful piece of timing. And already what we're seeing here is that anything off slightly line and length, and I think that's the same when you see the men play here. It's a good wicket to bowl on, but if you don't get it in the right areas, the batters, because there's lack of bounce here, isn't it? The batters can get on top of it and hit through it, and we're seeing it already here. It's 19 for 1.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see just in the half an hour that we've been here that dampness, the dew on the outfield, that little sheen on the wicket, it's dissipated already, and it's a very good place to bat. And you know, Headingley kind of gets some grief from the Southerners maybe about being a bit grey and a bit damp and a bit seamer friendly, but actually it's a first class venue, it's an international venue, and it's very good to bat on once you get through those early jousts.
Yeah, I think those moans come from me mainly. Really.
Lindsey Smith then to continue from the clean slate end, and she pushes Elwes back into a crease and she pats it back, and Smith fields off her own bowling. You'll see Smith try to get through these overs quite quickly and unsettle the batters as she's around the wicket once again, and this time, was that a little edge through between the keeper and the first slip? It's going to run away for 4. Let's watch the umpire's signal. It's 4 runs off the bat. That is a chance that's gone awry there for the Diamonds. Bit of shape off the pitch, turn and bounce away off the edge of Maya Boucher, and it's 4 runs nevertheless.
Wow, that definitely straightened, didn't it, really? I don't think Boucher could have done much more than she did, really. It was just a seriously good delivery.
Callis is quite wide for a first slip. Normally you line your left foot up with the wide line. She's a bit wider than that. And Smith's in again, and this time this one straightens, hits her on the pads, and Bartlett, the umpire, raises the finger. Southern Vipers 24 for 2. Smith gets the breakthrough from the clean slate end, and Boucher has to depart.
Well, do you know what? That's the perfect 2-ball combination, isn't it? The ball before, it just straightens, so you're looking for that. And if anything, that's come back with the armour fraction, isn't it, really? So Boucher's not quite sure what line to play that. It was a perfect backup ball to the ball before.
Yeah, just a bit tight to the stumps this time. Boucher not quite getting a bat in front of her front knee, and it rattles her on the front pad, and Bartlett didn't. She didn't hesitate there to give that one out. Looked very adjacent, and the Vipers are the Diamonds are very buoyant as the Vipers find themselves 24 for 2.
Well, that's a big wicket. That is a very big wicket indeed. She's a dangerous customer by Boucher.
She's indeed. Kevin, tell me about Georgia Adams. She's been a thorn in everybody's side over the last 2 to 3 years. Now batting at number 4. What's any intel on that one?
Well, it's quite interesting because she was batting in the middle order for Southern Brave this year, and I did have a very brief chat with her after the game against Thunder, and I said, well, what's happening? Because we've all got used to her opening, and her and Ella McGachan have been quite a good, useful partnership, you know. And she said, well, there is a feeling that I play spin a bit better. I mean, right. Having seen this, I mean, you know, she's going to get tested. But so I think, you know, the feeling about putting them in the middle order, apparently it worked quite well with the Brave, so they've carried it on for the second half of this tournament. Fair
enough. Well, here's the matchup. Lindsey Smith in at Adams, and she's off the mark straight away as she pushes one to that gap between backward point and cover. So it gets her clock ticking. 1 off 1 for her. Elwes back on strike, 8 not out. Vipers 25 for 2.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of a familiar pattern for the Vipers in this competition this year. I'm afraid losing some early wickets, and the middle order have had to really battle back hard.
Here's Smith once again, this time to Elwes. She's dropped that one a bit short, but it'll get cut away just for the 1 because Smith's deployed that, I'd say it's a cover point boundary rider fielder. Maybe a bit forward of cover point.
So yeah, what a start. What a start for your team here, James.
Yeah, what a start indeed. You're always looking to try and get a couple of breakthroughs in the first 10 overs. Smith in once again, a bit fuller this time, and Adams back on strike, just looking to nudge that into the offside for no run for point fields, and that concludes a very eventful over for Lindsey Smith. Southern Vipers are 26 for 2 from 4 overs.
You know, I was looking back over the last couple of finals between these two sides, and sort of looking at 1 or 2 in the Northern Diamond side who have played in those finals, and I was quite lucky. I don't know about you, but I didn't play in many finals, but all the finals I played in I won, so that was a bit, I say all, there weren't that many, but and people always say to me, do you know what, it's a horrible feeling losing the final. And I was just looking, Lindsey Smith is one of those that's played in both those finals. So this start, coupled with the importance of this game, I would say, you know, she's one of those that is really looking to try and get some revenge here as Scott comes in, and that's pushed out into the covers by Elwes, the start of a new over. 26 for 2, the Vipers So, I would say her and one or two others. Callis is another one. There's one or two others as well that have been on the losing side in those two finals. That you get to a game like this and you almost think, right, we really do not want to make the same mistake again.
Absolutely, and there's a whole narrative and psychology to it. Georgia Elwes comes out to bat and you can roll your eyes and think she's going to get another 100 today.
That's right, yeah. Well, she's going to need to. Let's come back. Wraps Elwes on the pad, goes harmlessly out on the offside.
Or do you flip it on its head and go, actually, we know what our matchups are, we've done our analysis, we back our own skills, let's focus on what we can do rather than the fact that an Elwes or an Adams may get 100, So it's we've had to do a lot of soul searching and battling our own heads to try and overcome the Vipers, and I feel we are going into this as slight favourites.
You're in good shape, aren't you, really? That's wrapped on the pad there. Has to quickly come through there, Georgia Owens. Gosh, you had to make sure she kept a decent speed up there as the throw came in from Bess Heath. 27 for 2, the Vipers. Yeah, I just think that the way, I don't know, I was talking to one or two of the press guys as well who were sort of around here, and I think they all sort of say that you guys are in a good shape coming into this.
Yeah. Well, we've kind of grown into this season. We didn't have the greatest T20 campaign. We didn't qualify for finals day, which was a bit of a hammer blow for us. But we've used that to kind of build on the season.
Scott bowls. He's wrapped on the pad there, Adams, as that ball makes its way down towards a fine leg. I think the problem Scott has is some are just coming into the right hander and some are staying out there, so she's not quite sure what line to bowl. But yeah, it's an interesting, wasn't it? I guess you would feel it, obviously, in your position of overall regional director, that all you can do is keep moving little steps up, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and it goes back to my point about trying to play up your strengths.
Yeah, Scott comes in from the football stand end, or the Howard stand, as that's pushed out square on the offside by Elwes.
And I think we know 50 over cricket is our better format, so just trying to play that up and kind of control what we can control and play up our strengths. We've seen that energy and those strengths, in the first five or so overs this morning, and we know that this winter we'll have to continue to build on our 50 over successes, hopefully, but a bit of areas to work on in the T20 format.
It's down the leg side. Good one-handed stop there from Winfield Hill. They're coming through for a quick single. That'll be a wide again from Scott. Again, that's a ball that's just shaping. She's starting it straight, which is fine, and then when it shapes into the right-hander, it's already going down the leg side.
It's interesting, swinging. The degree of swing is so much more for Scott today. Last week it was very muggy conditions at Taunton, but the ball tended to slightly angle it, not straight out the hand like that, and actually shape off the pitch away. So she's probably a little bit perplexed at the moment.
That's again wrapped Adams on the pad. Elwes calls her through for a quick single as it goes towards mid-wicket. Good running. Vipers need to keep the score ticking over and not let things just go quiet. But it's a good start for the Northern Diamonds here with the Vipers. 31 for 2, 5 bowled.
Yeah, the Diamonds will be very happy after 5 overs. Long way to go, nevertheless. Vipers bat very deep, and you're allowed to lose wickets early on sometimes, but it's kind of how you respond to that. Smith's going to continue from the clean slate pavilion end. Captain Armitage just having a quick conversation with her as she makes her way now across to that extra cover fielding position. Very orthodox field here, just the one slip, 4 on the leg side. Sorry, 5 on the leg side. Smith's in and around the wicket, and Adams has a flirt at this one, trying to dab it, but no contact, and through to the gloves of Lauren Winfield Hill.
She's found a little spot there, hasn't she, Lindsey Smith?
Yeah, and he's just kind of grabbing ever so slightly and asking questions of the batters, and she's up and there again, and little inside edge onto the pad this time. You can hear a few oohs and ahs, but it's just a polite inquiry that's stifled after the noise of a bit of wood before it hits the pad. So field for Smith on the offside slip, point, extra cover, mid-off. Adams drives this one to the other fielder that I've not mentioned on the offside at deep cover point. 4 on the leg side, a short fine leg, or a 45 degrees as it may be described, a very straight mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and final fielder at mid-on, and Smith's in again this time at Elwes, and Elwes pushes this one to extra cover. Captain Holly Armitage fields, and there's no run.
Well, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Sunshine out. It's a few clouds, but not many.
Yeah, it was forecast to just get better and better as the day goes on, as Smith is in once again, this time angled back from Elwis into the offside, showing her experience, just keeping the clock ticking as she just guides it between backward point and extra cover and makes the boundary rider run in to collect the ball for another single.
27 years of age, Lindsey Smith. I noticed she played for an England development side earlier against India in one of their warm-up games.
Here she is again, a bit fuller this time, and Adams almost flirting with it, Yorks herself, but there's no alarm, and that concludes another over from Lindsey Smith. The Southern Vipers are 33 for 2. Yes, Lindsey's not made it back into the England squad, having got a few caps in maybe got the attention of the England team through the Kia Super League era, but she's been selected to go to Australia and to Oman for England A tours, and she's played for England A earlier on this year when teams were over preparing for the Commonwealth Games, and she played for the kind of regional select 11 up at Durham last week against India as well. So herself and Bess Heath have kind of got the opportunity to play at an elevated level, not quite international level, but in that kind of England development, England A level, which is again providing more opportunity to kind of talent ID players assess their readiness for international cricket. And obviously we've seen with the Vipers the players that have gone on to play for England A and the full caps as well. So it's an exciting prospect for women's cricket. I'm I love working in cricket, and I'm really excited about what the future holds after what's happened so far.
33 for 2. Lizzie Scott comes in, bowls to Elwis. She wants a quick single there as it goes to backward a point. Not sure Georgia Adams got the call that early, and again she's had to run at full pace and gets through to the stumps. But again, the throw's coming in, and I just think she was a fraction late accepting that call. But anyway, a single it was at the end. 34 for 2. We're into the 7th over. Scott's into a 4th. 1 for 21. And again, the batters are just having a chat there and just making sure they're on the same page.
Well, I think they forgot Lindsey Smith's at backward point, and she's left-handed, and it's gone to Lindsey's left, so she doesn't have to run round the ball to pick it up and release. So they need to be mindful of that one.
That looked tight for a little while as Adams is pushing that length ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. So how old's Lizzie Scott, by the way? Because I was just trying to find some details about her earlier. It was a bit sketchy.
She's 18. She's just finished her high school and college education.
Yeah.
She's off to Sheffield University this month.
So she's around. That's the main thing, isn't it? Length ball, and Adams pushes it, get back to the bowler once more. So you can keep hold of her, because a lot of these, they go to different universities, different parts of the country, and I guess you lose touch with them for a little while.
A little bit, but I think what the regional system's done now over 3 years, it's created a bit of an affinity with the players and a bit of belonging, which is special. But equally, it's good for them to fly the nest. And
yeah. Because one or two of them play for the odd side, don't they, as well? That's a lovely shot past Lindsey Smith's left hand, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary at backward a point, just guided by Adams, opened the face into the gap. And we've seen that once or twice this morning, that anything that's beaten the infield is travelling. 38 for 2, the Vipers. They might have lost 2 early wickets, but they're keeping the run rate quite high.
Well, this will be the test for Lizzie Scott. Fantastic, she's made a breakthrough, but she's learning as she goes here around what happens when the ball swings a bit more than she's used to. The power play provides some other challenges around.
It's down the leg side, that'll be another wide, taken cleanly by Winfield Hill.
The parameters of the power play mean margin for error. She misses a length there, she's dabbed, and it's 4 runs. You know, that's a single outside the power play. So lot to learn and take in for Lizzie Scott, but long career ahead of her, and she's got a lot to celebrate so far this morning with that early breakthrough.
Yeah, she got excited with that. Ella McGackin out in the first over, the leg stump cartwheeling out of the ground. That's always exciting for a bowler as she comes in again and bowls. And that's down the leg side again, and Winfield Hill again having to move smartly to her left. Takes it one-handed this time. But again, we're seeing an example of some balls that go straight, some that just curve in a fraction. And that's where Lizzie Scott's just struggling a little bit with her line from time to time.
Yeah, I think this might be her last over. It'd be good to just see the skipper go and have a chat with her and just calm her down. She's done a really good job so far. As
she Jazz comes in again and bowls. Again, that's down the leg side. That'll be another wide. Winfield Hill is certainly being kept busy diving to her left. She's been tested.
She has indeed, and we're going to see that now. This is the maturity of Holly Armitage, just going over to have a chat with the youngster. And I'm not concerned by what's happening here, actually. The fact she's got the ability to swing the ball is exciting. We just need to sort the radar out, and that's in swing is going to ask, or he already has asked a question of one batter's technique and got through the gate. So
she's done part of her job, hasn't she? Got a wicket early, which is what you always want. That's a bit straighter. Adams pushes that out on the leg side. She reminds me a lot of last week for the Thunder, Laura Jackson.
Yeah,
who
she
bowled
shapes
very similar, shapes it in, and you can, when you're right behind, like we are now, we've got a great view. We are literally stump to stump, high up, and we were with Laura Jackson down at the UGS Bowl last week, and you can see when she lets the ball go, the ball just going, and then suddenly shape in a bit. Very good bowling, and we've seen that with Lizzie Scott here as well. Bowls, and that's a nice line that as Adams comes forward again, pushes that back to the bowler. Well, she's been expensive, 4 overs for 28, a few wides in that as well. Vipers 41 for 2, but she had picked up the wicket of Ella McGuckin in that first over.
It's interesting that when she lines that radar up, the batters don't look comfortable at the ball coming into them, so there's a lot of encouraging signs there for Lizzie Scott. I wouldn't be surprised if Captain Armitage just withdraws her from the attack now, but I hope she could understand the positives of what's happened there, and there's a reason why she's in contention. She's 18 years old for an England under-19s World Cup spot, let's not forget as well. So interesting start all round here. Runs on the board, wickets tumbling as well, as Lindsey Smith once again from the clean slate pavilion end, full outside off stump this time, and a gentle push from Elwes to mid-off for no run.
Nervy time for the Vipers here at the moment. If you're invested in the Vipers, 2 early wickets, such a big game. These next few overs important.
Smith's in once again, slightly straighter on the radar this time, and Elwes can't get that into a gap, and that backward point fielder is busy once again, but there's no run. Who is that there? Looks like Bess Heath, who can keep wicket as well, but it's Lauren Winfield Hill with the ball with the gloves today, as Smith's in again, and a bit fuller and wider this time, and Elwes can climb into that, and that cover point fielder on the boundary is busy once again, but it's only the 1 run.
Yeah, her line's been fairly impeccable, hasn't it, Lindsey Smith? She's just erred there a fraction wider, but you just get the fielders on the leg side. You feel like they're out the game, her line's so good.
Yeah, she's got good control. Bit straighter this time, and Adams manages to get that bat out in front of pad, and Smith fields off her own bowling. Yeah, she could almost, you know, afford another fielder on the other side. She's bowling that very immaculate, almost like a first class length, just on and around off stump, just outside off stump, and she's there again this time, but Adams is able to push that just to the left hand of the extra cover fielder, Holly Armitage, who runs round and stops the ball but can't cut off the single. Yeah, but when she goes straighter, she brings the LBW into position, so she'll want that reassurance of those 4 fielders on the leg side. She's in again, and Elwes again with a straight bat just drops it just in front of point, and it's another single. Positive in defence are the Vipers against Smith, but they can't get her away for more than a single.
No, it's great bowling, very good bowling, and you just feel that when she got that one to bite to a Boucher, where she edged it between keeper and first slip, all of a sudden the way the Vipers have been playing are very watchful, but you're right, they're also, as well as being watchful, very mindful that there is that gap on the offside. So if they play it late, don't play it too early so it goes straight to extra cover, but they play it a fraction later, there is that gap. But there's a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on there, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I think extra cover could be tighter to maybe deter that drop and run, because the insurance policy behind extra cover with the boundary riders, so we might see a little tweak there. We're going to see a change, as forecasted by myself. It's going to be the debutant Jess Walston from the Howard Stand end.
Yeah, well, here we are. This will be her first ball in, right arm over as well, a bit like Lizzie Scott. That's wide of off stump, and that will be called a wide. Quite open, isn't she, there with her action? That
She's,
first delivery.
Very front on, gets the ball to shape both ways. That one went pretty straight, to be fair, and cut the wide line, so the umpires called that one a wide.
I'm glad you said you predicted that, because of course in your role as regional director of the Diamonds you would expect to sort of know maybe what's going to happen before it does. As that's cut away and it's straight to Lindsey Smith at backward a point, but again that's wide of Oster.
Yeah, generally, but at the same time, you know, the head coach manages the team, manages the players. The regional director role, it's very broad ranging. You're managing a group of counties, you manage a relationship with the ECB, you manage an academy and its staff and players, and a senior team and its staff and players. It's a very broad ranging job, and it's enjoyable and challenging, nevertheless.
Now keeper standing up to, well, that's come back a long way, but well played by Elwes. Back to the bowler. First one we've really seen from her in the 3 balls she's bowled so far that's really got a bit like Lizzie Scott.
Yeah, it did shape in that one.
It was, wasn't it? Should we have a change at the end of this over? Are you all right, James? I'll bring in Gemma in and have half an hour off and then come back on.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for having me. Thanks
great.
For making the travel up as well on behalf of Radio Solent.
It's well, we love it. As that's cut away, but not with any power. It goes to Lindsey Smith. No, we love it. We're very lucky. I've got very good bosses down south that allow me and 1 or 2 others to sort of go home and away with the Vipers, get it on the BBC as well as the live picture feed. So, yeah, well, how long that continues, I don't know, but we've lasted 3 years so far. So.
Well, it's fantastic for the profile and the presence of the women's game, isn't it? It's fantastic.
It is, yeah. Get it on the BBC Sport website, get it on the live picture feed. There's a good stop from Lindsey Smith diving to her right. Even James claps next to me. You like that?
Yeah, because I think it wasn't the best ball from Walston, to be honest, but the fielding from Smith at backward point there is helping her teammate and the debutant out there, because you know that those little stops like that can mean a lot at the end of a game, and Walston can afford to be a yard fuller here. And
comes in again, right arm over, very opened action as that just shapes into. That's better. That's a better length. What you were saying.
Absolutely, yeah. But that's a great stop by Smith. That was destined to be 4, and Elwes will be disappointed that she's not got runs for that one, because it was a bit of a short wide one, bit of a throw down.
45 for 2 then the Vipers. We are coming towards the end of the 9th over as Walston, making her debut for the Northern Diamonds, comes in right arm over from that football stand end, and that's very wide. That's cut away. That's past Lindsey Smith this time. A little too quick for her, past her right hand, and that's perfectly timed by Georgia Elwes. At the end of that over, the Vipers are 49 for 2, 18 to Elwes, 8 to Georgia Adams.
She's got the value there, hasn't she? She missed out on the one before with some good fielding, but you can't afford to miss your length there, and the fact that the square here at Headingley is all the way across the ground means that the ball runs away very quickly square, and good start from the Vipers. So I'm going to hand over to
Gemma Green. Yeah, thank you, James. James is Regional Director of Cricket here at the Northern Diamonds. He'll be back in about half an hour or so's time. He's very kindly joining us. He's even moved his computer, his office, into our commentary box so that he can be here all the time. Here's Lindsey Smith, runs away from us, that's full, and that's driven by Georgia Adams, back to the bowler, and there's no run. Former Hampshire player, Gemma Green, how are you? Oh, hang on, I took you out. Why did I take you out? Because I thought you were using different headphones. That's cut away by Adams, but straight to, by Adams, gone straight to Bess Heath at backward a point. How are you?
Yeah, good, Kev. It's as we said, it's an exciting fixture. It's weird, isn't it? Because the trophy's only in its 3rd year, so it's a fairly new competition. But this feels like such a classic fixture already.
Cut away, but not timed as it goes out towards extra cover. You're right, a lot at stake, and you get the feeling. Well, for sure, you don't have to get the feeling. It's almost a gimme that neither of these sides wants to play a playoff game on Wednesday. That will be against the South East Stars, as that's pushed up towards mid-off, and there is no run. The 3 teams ahead of absolutely everybody else in the group.
Absolutely, and both of these teams have they've earned the right to have two bites of the cherry, and they're both obviously undefeated thus far, but neither are going to want to have to play that eliminator.
That's for sure. That's pushed back by Adams. Another almost perfect ball there from Lindsey Smith. That's right, so it's not actually, we must say that it's not the end of the world if you lose today. It would be nice if you win, of course. Got just over a week to look forward to it. That's a very full delivery, dug out by Adams. The ball just squirts out on the offside. Another accurate over there from Lindsey Smith, who's completed 5 overs, and she has 1 for 15. The Vipers 49 for 2 after 10.
Yeah, I was sat at the back there watching Lizzie Scott, and it reminded me very much of Lauren Bell.
Yes.
That when you've got that potential and that ability to move the ball like that, early on in the career, you let those wides go because she picked up that wicket. You can see the potential, and they weren't bad balls in terms of wides that went wrong. It was just that movement. So it looked really promising. It's just her second game, I think. James said.
Yes, I made a debut in the last game. I think it was Western Storm.
But we've got the actual debutante, Jessica Walston, in for her second over at the football stand end, on the Howard Road end. She's coming in, bowling to Elvis, and that's just worked on the leg side, down square leg, and there's an easy single on offer there.
I suppose we better keep an eye on the South East Stars. Because I suppose there's a good chance. So whoever loses today, if the South East Stars win, then you end up going to the South East Stars.
That's the thing. The first thing, obviously, neither team here want to lose, but the other thing, they will be having an eye on that to see if they do lose and they do have to play that eliminator, where have they got to go? That will be their next question.
Yeah.
So we will keep an eye on that. She comes in bowls, and that's just outside the off stump. That's driven to backward point and really well fielded there by Lindsey Smith again. She's been really good there so far today. I'm just looking it up now. The Stars are batting. South East Stars are batting. I can tell you that much. And let's have a look. They are 38 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Chloe Brewer. 38 for 1 off 10 overs.
Playing Lightning.
As Walston comes in again, and that's just pushed into the offside for no run.
Yeah, so the equation basically is that whoever loses today, and if South East Stars lose, then they have the home playoff.
Yes.
And I'm told that if it's Northern Diamonds, they have the home one there at Scarborough.
Yep.
On Wednesday.
We're not sure where we would be. Was it Hove or Arundel?
Hove or Arundel, I'm told. More likely Hove.
As Walston comes in, and that ball just moves in towards Adams, and she works that onto the leg side, and they scamper through for another quick single. That was a little bit safer than the ones they took earlier, but good piece of running that.
Just watching that throw from Bess Heath nearly took Georgia Elmis's helmet with it. But if the South East Stars win and one of these two teams lose, they will go to Beckenham.
Yeah, which is nearer for us than the Diamonds.
Slightly nearer, yes.
As Walston comes in, keepers up, and that's just driven, not really timed, into extra cover for no run. Good over this so far, just the single off it.
And both these teams unbeaten in this year's competition. A couple of close games for the Diamonds this year, actually. 1 wicket against Lightning at Durham, they won. 6 runs against Sunrisers here.
Walston into Elvis, bowls, and again that's moved into the right-hander, and she's managed to work that actually into the offside for another quick single. Though you'd think the fielders, their job should be to stop those singles. I didn't feel like there should have been a single there, but she played it with such soft hands and set off quickly, and it was really well judged run in the end.
I think you're right, but I also think there's a bit of experience out there from Georgia Elvis. Played a bit of international cricket, of course, 31 years of age. She is a very, very good player, and I think it's her. I think she is a very good judge of a single here. Yes, tight. I don't think I've seen Georgia Adams run through for a single as quickly as often as I've already seen in her innings to date, which is only worth 9 runs. And I think it's because Georgia Elvis, quite rightly, I think, has called it through. Yeah. It needs a quick response from your non-striker. Unfortunately, she trusts Elvis as Georgia Adams, but it's making her run very quickly. And there's been a few times she's run towards us, and she really is almost running at full pelt.
She is, and when they obviously lost the 2 early wickets, you think they actually played quite sensibly. The shots were reined in a little bit as they were sort of obviously trying not to do anything too risky, but the running, like you say, was a little bit of a second thought for Adams on a few of them.
Change of bowling at this Kirkstall Road end. We've got Emma Marlowe with her off breaks now. Comes in. That's just straightened a fraction to Elvis as she pushes her away on the onside. So Georgia Elvis is 20. Georgia Adams, the 2 Georgias out there in the middle, are combining. She's on 9, Georgia Adams, but it's Emma Marlowe, the 18-year-old off-break bowler. Some youngsters out there at the moment for the Diamonds. That's outside the off-stump as she edged it through. Keeper Lauren Winfield Hill is up with both arms. Not out, says the umpire.
Spin has been a real feature for the Diamonds. They've got a whole spinning unit really. I was looking earlier, of their 42 wickets they've taken in this competition this year, 38 of them have been to spinners.
Really?
Whereas for the Vipers it's nearer half and half.
Down the leg side, she's got a little bit of a bat on that, I think, Georgia, or maybe a glove. What's the umpire signalling? Yeah, there was a fraction as it goes out very fine on the 45, almost took the pace off it. But a single takes Elwes on to 21, the Vipers 53 for 2.
Yeah, they've got a couple of sort of well-established spinners like Kasperick and obviously Lindsey Smith, but they've got a lot of youngsters and part-time spinners as well that have also picked up wickets. So it's been a real key element to their success.
Well, Lindsey Smith is a class act, as we've already seen this morning. Marlowe bowls with her off breaks. That's a good length and a good line, and Adams pushes that back out on the offside.
And in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the equivalent fixture of this earlier in the summer, Katie Levick took 5 for 15 against the Vipers.
Wow.
So yeah, they'll be looking out for her today.
Bowls, that's outside the off stump, and she finds the gap. Does Adams just in front of the square on the offside to the fielder in the deep, and Adams moves on to 10, 54 for 2. Yeah, it's a good stat that, Gemma. It's and I have to say already, I've not seen Emma Marlowe bowl, but she's got nice action for an off spinner.
Yeah, it's easy to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Bowls again. It's a little bit leg side-ish, swept, but straight to the fielder on the 45 on the leg side. So Emma Marlowe completes her first over. She's gone for 2 runs. She actually had a contract with the Trent Rockets this year in the 100, but didn't actually play for them. 12 overs gone here at a very sunny Headingley. Just the far end of the ground, the Howard stand, the football stand end, just casting a shadow down the bottom half of the outfield there, down the hill to the far side, but the rest of the ground bathed in lovely, are we autumnal sunshine, late summer, early autumnal sunshine?
You call it Indian summers?
We can today.
So it looks like we're having Jessica Walston to continue from that Howard end, which is the football stand in, as you confirmed to me earlier, Kev, when I asked which end was which, and you pointed out the football stand end was the one with the big football stand.
Which is probably why it's got its name. Yeah, the Leeds Rhinos play in the stadium just behind, which shares that stand.
Walston over the wicket, just pushed out onto the offside for no run as it goes to the fielders on that offside ring. Scores currently 54 for 2, and the 2 Georges, Elwes on 21, Adams on 10. Adams on strike.
I'm loving the fact that both teams are sat out on seats either side of us, down below us in the sunshine.
As he comes in again, nice line outside off stump and just pushed to that backward point where Lindsey Smith's been patrolling all morning, and there's no run there. Keeper standing up to Walston.
Another plane coming over. Actually, it hasn't been quite as regular as it has been known here over the years. I presume it's coming in and not taking off. Can't tell.
Walston in, and again finds that line, but that one's gone through. George Adams times that nicely. It's going to run to the boundary. There's a fielder chasing it, but it does just trickle over the rope for a 4 through point. That was well timed. Didn't look like she put much on that at all, but just enough. Kept the fielder interested for a little bit, but she won the battle in the end, and that's 4 runs to Adams.
Yes, this is why I think there's runs here, and it was really good for the Diamonds that they got those early breakthroughs. 24 for 2, Mike Boucher going for 9 on top of McGacken for no score. But in between time, there's runs here.
Absolutely, as Walston comes in, and that one's nipped back into Adams, who just plays it straight back to mid-off. Yeah, and Boucher, I mean, we know what a good player she is and how well she batted in the week for England, but she looked like she was timing it beautifully just before she got out.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just played one, I think, through the covers, and just, yeah, nothing but timing. Just runs away.
I run a ball 9.
Walston in, and again, that's wide outside the off stump and has been called another wide by umpire Ant Harris. Yeah, a few wides here. That is giving Vipers a little bit of a breather. We're up to double figures in the wides now.
It's quite a few, isn't it, really? I'm just trying to have a look and try and count them up. But you're right.
14, it said on the board.
Wow.
So, 14 out of 59 so far. That's it's going to hurt the Diamonds a little bit. They're going to need to rein that in as Walston comes in this time. That's a better ball, and that is on off stump. There's a big shout for LB, but Ant Harris is not interested. Looked a little bit high, pitched out, impact outside. Not a lot going for it, but there was half an appeal, or 3/4 of an appeal, I would say.
It was quite interesting, wasn't it? James Caron sort of asking about Georgia Adams, and now she's batting in the middle order. We've been so used to her opening up in the 3 years of this competition.
Yeah, she had a little dry spell opening up at the start of this season, but with the run she's made as Walston comes in again, that's good line and length, and just pushed into the offside for no run. With the run she's made, you think a little dry spell wouldn't affect that, but as you say, she was playing down the order in the 100, so maybe she felt more comfortable for that. That's the end of the 13th over. Southern Vipers are 59 for 2. The loss of Ellen McCacken in the first over for 0, and Maya Bouchier LBW to Lindsey Smith in the 4th over.
Yeah, so Georgia Adams top score in this competition thus far, 82 against Lightning at Derby. Opened up with a blob against the Sparks at the Foundation Ground in Birmingham. So Emma Marlowe to continue with her off spin from the Kirkstall lane end. Over the wicket to Georgia Elwis, comes in and bowls. Elwis sweeps from fairly straight. It's gone on the 45. That's a good diving stop. I think the fielder behind her anyway was sweeping up. I think it would have been a single anyway, no matter what. And Elwis moves on to 22-60 for 2 at the Vipers. And this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last round of fixtures. Only the 2 teams here plus the South East Stars will contest the final a week on Sunday. That's driven up towards deep mid-off. Slightly fuller delivery that time from Marlowe.
It's great that the final this year is at Lords.
Yes.
In the first year it was at Edgbaston, last year at Northants, and this year at Lords.
Yes.
So it's a good prize to get to that final.
Day after England women play there. It's pulled away by Adams down to deep backward square legs. She moves on to 15. 61 for 2. Bit of a fight back here for the Vipers, having been rocked with those 2 early wickets. 24 for 2 they were at one stage. This is the second time the Northern Diamonds have played here in this season's competition. That's full, and that's driven by Elwis. Thick outside edge as he goes to backward a point. Lindsey Smith throws the ball at the bowler's end. They beat the Sunrisers here by just 6 runs, made 194. The Northern Diamonds, they were bowled out actually in the 50th over. Sunrisers 188 all out in reply. So their second match at this venue this season. Marlowe comes in and bowls. It's on the line of leg stump and just nudged away by Elwis down towards deep backward square legs. 62 for 2 then. The Vipers coming towards the end of the 14th over.
It's funny, isn't it? Both these teams unbeaten, as we've said, but they've both had a wobble against Sunrisers, who have yet to win a game. They both had, because Vipers were 30 odd for 5, I think, against them.
There's a drive by Adams up towards deep mid-on, fielded deepest Callis.
Yeah, the Sunrisers had them 38 for 5 at the Ageas Bowl, and in a very prominent position, but Vipers found a way to win that game, as have Diamonds, like you say, when they've won by 1 wicket in 6 runs. Both of these teams find ways to get out of losing positions, and that's what's brought them both here to this essential sort of semi-final.
Yes, it can make the difference come the end of the season, whether you're contesting for a trophy or whether you just miss out. But you're right, both these teams have had their moments this year.
Very much so. When they played each other in the Charlotte Edwards in the T20, Vipers had no right to win that from where they were at one point, but they did, and that's what makes these two teams so exciting, as Walston is coming in and bowls, and that's nipped back into Georgia Adams, but she swipes that onto the leg side. There is a boundary fielder out there, so it's just a single. Adams moves on to 17.
Yeah, you can hear some noise from the crowd. They're all basically up this end, at the top end of the Headingley ground, on either side of the pavilion. There was a queue, wasn't there, when we came out of the car park at the bottom end? There was a queue.
Brilliant to see.
Spectators waiting to get in for the gates to open.
Walston in, and again it's nipped back into Elwis. She's sort of tucked her up a little bit, but she's got a little edge down past the keeper, and they scamper through for a single. The keeper stood up.
Always feels like an occasion, doesn't it, when you walk through, because we're allowed to go through, obviously being media, and we're very lucky to be able to do so. So you just waltz in as if the gates have been open forever. But there was a steady queue waiting.
After we got here via the most polite sat-nav I've ever heard, it apologised to you.
It did. I've trained it well.
Walston in, and that's just pushed onto the offside. Yeah, as far as I could see, we took the wrong turning, but it apologised to us. So yeah.
Have you ever heard a sat nav do that?
I've never heard a sat nav say sorry. No.
No. Well, I've trained it over the last year or two. It calls me sir from time to time. Yeah, but you're right. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, we got a bit tangled up, didn't we, in the side roads?
Walston over the wicket, past the umpire. And again, it's sort of nipping back in, but Elwes just manages to steer that down to third man for another. They're coming back for 2. That's good running, good positive running.
Stir Callis again, the fielder.
But it's the sort of thing, if you think of a sat nav as someone sitting there giving you directions, it's what you do. Say, oh, sorry, it was actually that road back there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what it did.
How can you get an automated voice to actually say sorry? It's weird, isn't it? I mean, I tell you, I've done well there. It took me a while.
Sat nav with manners. Walston again, right arm over, and Elwes just cuts that just in front of point. It's gone to Lindsey Smith, but there is a single on offer there, and they're making the most of this over, running the single. There's been a 2. Score moves on to 69 for 2. These 2 going nicely. Elwes on 27, Adams on 18.
Yeah, so these 2 came together at 24, so they've put on 35? 45. 45, yeah.
And in comes, and again that just nips into the right hander, and she's pushed that too long on for no run. That ends the over, 69 for 2.
So 15 of the 50 gone. And even though the Vipers lost those 2 early wickets, they have kept a fair scoring rate up. And this does look a good pitch, but we've seen Jessica Walston. Earlier we saw Lizzie Scott. They do get the ball to shape in on here.
They
but
do.
Not every ball, which sometimes actually makes it harder to face.
It'll be interesting to see what they're like with an older ball a bit later on. But obviously we've got some more overs of Lindsey Smith, and Katie Levick's yet to make an appearance with the ball. So yeah, they've got a lot of quality yet to come.
So Emma Molo, the 18-year-old off spinner, to bowl her 3rd over, none for 6. She's bowling from our commentary end, the pavilion end here at Headingley, Kirkstall Lane end. Just changing the field slightly. She's got 2 boundary fielders on the leg side, just behind square on the leg side and through mid-wicket, bowling to Georgia Elwes, and that's on the line outside leg stump. That'll be a wide. Good take by Lauren Winfield Hill there. Moving smartly to her left.
Yeah, she's not been able to ease into this game, has she? She's
no, she's been tested.
She has.
Yeah, she's come through it pretty well so far. Lizzie Scott, as well as producing the odd wicket-taking delivery. Certainly the one to Ella McGachan was a serious delivery. As forward is Elwes, just in the end gets it a little too straight as it goes to extra cover. Holly Armitage, the fielder there, but in between there was a few that went down the leg side and going further down the leg side, and she did get across smartish on a few occasions. As Marlowe bowls, that's flighted and that's hit through mid-wicket in the air but safe, and that's hit hard by Elwes, who's given a little bit more air there from Marlowe, and Elwes committed to the shot there. 74 for 2 Vipers, 31 Elwes.
Yeah, that was the first shot of that type we've seen today, isn't it? The 4s have generally been square of the wicket, but she opened herself out and yeah, absolutely slammed that over mid-wicket.
Slammed, exactly. Yes, good word for that shot. Here comes Marlowe. She might have pushed this one through a little bit quicker. That's a length ball. Elwes finds the gap on the offside. Again, Adams has to hurry through here. The bails are broken, but Adams, I think she's been practicing her sprints over the last few weeks, because she's had to in the innings so far.
We've seen a lot of scampering, but we haven't seen any diving.
Not yet.
So maybe it's not as close as we think. But she's not had to go to ground once, or she hasn't gone to ground.
But again, I'm loving Elwes out there, because again, with international players, they do see singles, and of course you need to keep your score ticking along at that level. And for me, even though a lot of it's been tight, as Adams is on the back foot, steers that to Armitage, and extra cover. They've all been singles.
Yeah.
But and luckily for her, if that's the right word, Adams has always responded. But they've always been where Adams has had to really get her skates on. Any hesitation, I think there might be a few problems. It's on the line of middle stump, and Adams pushes that back to Marla. But it's a good example of how to do it.
That's the ultimate headache for the fielding side in white ball cricket, isn't it? Though, if you've got players that can put the bad balls away for 4, but knock off the singles off the half decent balls.
Bit short this time, pulled away by Adams. She's found the gap, but she hit it hard enough for the boundary, not quite. That's good fielding. Fielders out there on the leg side combining there to keep it down to 2. That'll be the end of the over. So we've had 16 overs here. The Vipers, having won the toss, elected to bat first, 77 for 2.
Yeah, if you're not saving those singles, but you're also not stopping the boundaries off the bad balls, that's where you get, like we were saying earlier, those fielders. They're sort of on the ring, but they're not really saving the one because they don't know whether to go back for, keep themselves back in case it's a bad ball, or go in for the single, and they go in a bit of no man's land, and you find you're not saving 1s or 4s, and all of a sudden the board's ticking away. So that's the sign of a really good, obviously batsman and good outlook there. But it is one of the worst conundrums to have in the field when you don't feel you're doing either.
Just a bit of a break here while the batters have a bit of a drink. I guess it's probably a little bit warmer out there than we think. It's certainly sunny. It wasn't. Well, it was sunny when we arrived. I wouldn't say it was particularly warm, but I guess as the morning has wore on, so the temperature has risen. Yeah,
it does look very bright out there. So we're in a room, as you said, right behind the stumps. Fantastic view. I've never been here before. This looks a really nice ground. I said to you earlier, it's quite enclosed for a big international stadium. It feels sort of very close, and it's within a housing estate like the old grounds are, the traditional ones. We missed that at the Aegeus Bowl. We're sort of set out of the city a little bit, but yeah, it's got a really, really nice feel to it. Got the blue seats for the Yorkshire colours.
Yeah, the trees to our right, in amongst the houses.
And the football stand very much in front of us.
Ooh, you can't miss that. Blocking out a bit of the sun down there at the bottom end. I think when that was built, they would have sorted it out now, but obviously a problem, because I think in the first year there was a game here. I think it was Essex, Yorkshire against Essex, and they had real problems playing the game. Now, I could be slightly wrong and say that the whole 4 days were washed out, even though there wasn't a lot of rain. And I think it was because that bottom end was a real problem, because they had problems with the drainage since that was built, and I think that has been sorted out now. But you can see, can't you, where the whole ground is bathed in sunshine, and yet that bottom end in complete shadows, and you can see why there might have been a problem there in the early months, or the first season after that stand was built at that far end. The Northern Diamonds in a huddle while they're having a drink. I didn't realise there would be a full drinks break after 16 overs. I thought it was 25.
They didn't have one at all last week at the Aegeus Bowl in the full 50 overs, so must be a bit warmer today. In the South East Stars game, who are playing Lightning at Leicester, Stars are 78 for 2. Their openers are both out, Chloe Brewer and Kira Chatterley. But Bryony Smith, their captain and playing for England during the week, she's on 49 not out. I say they're 78 for 2 off 15. So the interest in that game for the two teams here are, if South East Stars do win, whoever loses here today at Headingley will have to go to to Beckenham to play them. So the losers here today will want a home draw as a consolation prize, but that will only happen if Lightning can beat South East Stars today.
Couldn't have summed it up better myself there, Gemma. So quite a long drinks break here. 16 overs gone, 77 for 2. Elvis is 32 not out. Georgia Adams is 20 not out. McGacken for no score in the first over. Bouchier for 9 in the fourth over. The two players that have been in and out. A wicket for Lizzie Scott in just her second game for the Diamonds, and for the more experienced Lindsey Smith, who actually did play for the Vipers in the old Kia Super League, didn't she, for a couple of seasons back in 16 and 17. And we are just about to get back underway. So for the Diamonds, so far the bowling figures, Scott 4 overs 1 for 28, a little bit expensive despite getting that early wicket. Smith 5 overs, 1 for 15. Walston 4 overs, done for 19. She's making her debut. Jessica Walston and Emma Marlowe 3 overs, none for 14. I've got to do a quick 30-second update in a moment. Try and surmise what's been going on.
Right, we've got Katie Levick on for the first time from the football stand end, and that first ball's just pushed back to her by Georgia Elwes.
Bowling her leg breaks.
Leg breaks. Yeah, 5 for 15 in against Vipers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. She comes in for her second ball, and that's just pushed into the offside. There is no single there now. They're a little bit more alert. That's Captain Holly Armitage in the ring there, making sure Elwes doesn't keep taking those sneaky singles.
Just take over just for a moment. Levick gets ready to bowl. Well, the Southern Vipers, who won the toss and elected to bat first, are 77 for 2. We're in the 17th over of 50. The batters that went early in the first over, Ella McGacken for no score. Maya Boucher, who's been released by England for this game, will be rejoining them tomorrow. She was out for a runner ball at 9, but a bit of a comeback here through Georgia Elwes, who's on 32 not out. Georgia Adams, who's at 20 not out. Whoever wins this game straight through to the final at Lords next week. The losers will have to play in a playoff on Wednesday.
Thank you, Kevin. There's live online commentary of that game is via websites and the
Right, Levick into Adams, comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's just worked onto the leg side for no run.
The field is in that shadow. Gosh, it is dark down there, isn't it? Especially with the Northern Diamonds dark kit as well.
And she gives it some good revs, Katie Levick. You can see it coming out the hand, and that's just pushed up to mid-on or long-on, comes in to cut that off for a single. And that completes Katie Levick's first over. Vipers are 79 for 2 off 17. Yeah, we're going to see a couple of leg spinners in action today. Katie Levick here is more of, I would say, your classic leg spinner. You can really see the wrist spin, giving it those revs. Finty Trussler making her debut for Vipers later. If she comes on to bowl, she's very much a taller spinner. She has a high action and bowls sort of out the front of the hand. A little bit of a different style of leg break. But there's a lot of spin on show today in both teams.
So 55-run partnership now between Elwes and Adams. That's come off 88 deliveries as Emma Marlowe starts a new over with her off breaks. That's a nice line and length as Adams pushes forward, goes back to Marlowe. There is no run. So yeah, decent crowd here, and it's all up at this end of the ground, either side of the pavilion. As I look either side out of the window, that's just work from just outside off stump into the leg side by Georgia Adams. Thinks about 2, but the field is in a little too quickly for that, and 80 for 2 the Vipers. 3 boundary fielders on the leg side, a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on for Georgia Elwes, who's on the back foot and cuts it away. You can hear that. That's a crisp shot, almost out of the middle of the bat as it goes out deep on the offside. Lizzie Scott is out there for the Diamonds. This is very much like the oval, isn't it, with the square either side extending right to the boundary rope.
Yeah, absolutely, goes all the way along. A lot of practice strips.
There is a lot of practice strips. That's driven hard back to the bowler, who tried to deflect the ball onto the stumps, didn't quite do it. I think actually Elwes might have been struggling had she got that right. You see that a lot with the bowlers now, isn't it? They don't take the ball cleanly now. They try as the ball hits their hand, deflect it onto the
modern way.
It is, isn't it? You see just about everybody doing that now as a plane goes overhead once more as that's pushed out towards extra cover. Don't forget you can watch the live picture feed of this game. It's going out on the Yorkshire Cricket website. I'm sure they'll be on the Northern Diamonds Twitter feed as well. And it's going back to the Vipers Twitter feed and the Hampshire Cricket website as well. We're also on BBC Sport online and also on the app as that's pushed out towards deep mid-wicket. 82 for 2 at the end of the 18th. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, former Hampshire player Gemma Green. And James Carr's around somewhere. He'll be back shortly. The Regional Director of Cricket here at the Diamonds.
Yeah, Northern Diamonds are going to really want to pick up a wicket now here. This partnership's forming nicely. And Georgia Elwes and Georgia Adams aren't two batters you want in for very long if you're on the opposing side. So Elwes currently on 34 and Adams on 23, but just looking very comfortable, knocking the ball around, picking up those singles, and taking the fours when it's on offer. So yeah, Northern Diamonds really going to want to break this partnership and get a new batter at the crease before this becomes too destructive. As Levick's in for her second over, gives that a rip. Georgia Adams is down the track and pushes it. Oh, that's gone all the way. Sorry, that went in the shadow. That's a great shot. Almost straight as a die, straight down the middle, dissected the two fielders at long on and long off. And again, that's nothing more than timed. That wasn't an expansive shot by any means. It was more of a check drive. And I lost that a little bit in the shadows, but it split the fielders, and that's 4 to Adams.
62-run partnership now between these two.
And again, she's down the track, but just blocks that. Back to the bowler for no run.
That's a good shot, isn't it? She got to the pitch of the ball, just hit through the line, just held the shot as well. Beautiful shot.
And in for her third ball, and she tries to cut that away. There is a fielder out on the deep on the offside sweeper who picks that up. Little fumble, but they just come through for the single.
Jessica Walston out there away to our right, making her debut today. Had a little bowl already. Right arm seamers from that bottom end.
For Elwes, they've just changed the field slightly. As she comes in, and that's just pushed onto the offside. They took that long on fielder off the rope, and they've put 2 out on the leg side, backward square and mid wicket, and they still got the long on. So there's 3 boundary fielders for Elwes on the leg side, and the 1 sweeping on the off. And that's a straight ball just pushed back to Levick.
Yes, you just get the feeling that Georgia Elwes here is using all her experience in this situation.
She comes in, bowls, and again, good line, good length. Elwes not interested in looking to score off that, as she just pushes it back to end the over, and the score is 87 for 2 off 19.
So I'm just looking at the Vipers sitting out there away to our right, just beyond the boundary. Who have we got left to right? We've got, sitting on the far left, there's 5 of them. I don't know if you can work it out, Gemma. I think Emily Windsor's one of those in the middle.
Emily Windsor and Paige are number 2 and 3, going left to right. Number 1 and 4 are in a lot of layers. It's
is that Maya? Is Maya the first one?
It might be Maya.
In
They're in those
bright orange trainers.
Those big coats that Charlotte Edwards, I think she bought them all one after they won at Edgbaston in 2020, because she was wearing one. It was freezing cold. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. Here's Emma Marlowe to start over number 20 as on the back foot as Adams pushes out towards mid-wicket. Yeah.
And she was wearing the big, like the Arsene Wenger Vipers puffer jacket that goes down to your knees, and she promised them all one if they win, and kept to that promise. So they're all owners of one now.
And much use really this summer, as it has a nice strong shot up towards deep mid-on. Bess Heath is doing the honours at deep mid-on. Was Stir Callis a few overs ago in front of that Vipers little mini seating area, which is about 4 or 5 yards off the boundary rope. It's 88 for 2. Marlowe bowls, and it's pulled away but hard to mid-wicket, where it's fielded. She's picked out the fielder there. There is no run. Who's on the far right? I don't recognise, in a bright sort of yellow bib.
Is it Mary Taylor?
Oh right, yeah, she was in the squad, wasn't she? There's a lovely shot backward a point, and that's racing all the way over to the boundary. Just a little bit of width there from Emma Marlowe and Georgia Elwes, the 2 Georgias out there. Mustn't get them mixed up, because they're both doing an absolutely fabulous job. It was Elwes for that shot. She moves on to 38, 92 for 2 in the 20th. I don't know where the rest of the Vipers are. They were just almost sat there on their own, and the Vipers must be inside. Don't quite know. They're keeping out the sun, maybe. That's a length ball, and Elwes just quietly pushes that back to the bowler. And there is no run. It looks a little bit breezy, doesn't it, actually, looking at them sitting there. Happily chatting away as full delivery, and that's worked to mid-wicket. That's a good stop. That'll be the end of Marlowe's over. She's completed 5 overs, none for 22. The Vipers, having been at one stage 24 for 2, and now 92 for 2, 20 gone.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Kev, there's a strip of shade at the far end from us, And I can tell you back a month or so ago when we were having those heat waves, when I was captaining my club side, I would have had fielders lining up to field in that area of the pitch. Any kind of tree shade that was on offer, all of a sudden they wanted to field there, whether it was fine leg or anywhere the shade was. So that would have been that little patch there would have been gold dust during those months.
Yeah, maybe not a day like today, but I guess as we get towards the end of September, you'll be trying to keep out of that.
Levick into Adams, and she just pushes that on to the onside for no run.
It's a very pronounced shadow as well, isn't it? Very clearly defined rectangle.
So Levick's into her third over. She's gone for just 7 so far. She comes in and Adams opens up and pulls that into the leg side. There is a field. Misfield's gone through her. Should have had that. I think that went through her legs at mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah. Interesting how Georgia Adams pulled that and kept that down, because last week against Thunder she was out in that area playing exactly the same shot, and I know she was really disappointed at that. I had a chat with her after the game. I'm just wondering if she's quite deliberately now keeping that down when she hits it on the leg side.
Yeah, you're right. It was almost so deliberate that it took away some of the power almost.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, but yeah, that was a little misfield there on the boundary to give Adams 4 runs. As Levick comes in again and bowls, she's down. Oh, that stumped. She ran down the track one too many times, missed that, and there was a little delay as Winfield went to take the stumps, but Georgia Adams obviously couldn't get back, and Katie Levick has her first breakthrough. Adams goes for 33, stumped by Lauren Winfield-Hill off the bowling of Katie Levick.
I think that may just have turned a fraction, ever such a fraction, and just enough. She was committed, wasn't she, coming down the wicket there, and she actually, when she missed it, she didn't try and get back.
I thought, she thought obviously I wouldn't get back, but there was a little fumble, wasn't there, from Winfield-Hill? She got it in the gloves, but there was a momentary fumble, a little hesitation before she could actually take the bails, and I wonder, had Adams tried to get straight back, if she would have made it, but she didn't, and she hasn't, so she is on her way, and it brings Paige Schofield to the middle. Paige Schofield's had some incredible innings. She was actually the backbone of that game against Sunrisers when we found ourselves 5 down for only 30 odds. She came in and had an absolute blinding innings and got Vipers right back in the game into a winning position.
74 off 72
yeah,
in that game.
When they were 5 down. So
yeah.
She's got some good runs behind her.
Well, a little disappointing. 72-run partnership in 17 overs between Elwys and Adams.
Yeah, they definitely steadied the ship and brought the run rate back up and got us into a decent position, but I think Adams will be a little bit disappointed with that. As Levick comes in and bowls, and that's straight, and Paige Schofield just pushes that to mid-on for no run.
Part of the Southern Brave squad for this year's 100, but didn't get a game.
She's one of those players who in the past she's an all-rounder, but she doesn't always get to have as big a part as maybe she would have wanted to, as that's just cut to backward point for no run. In a team such as the Vipers, when you've got so many big players, so many England players, when they're there, your opportunities are a little bit limited. But with their absence, she's had a few more chances to show what she can do with bat and ball, and this season she's definitely taken those. As Levick's in, and that's cut away, not timed, into the offside for no run, and that completes the over. That's a good over from Katie Levick. She's now 3 overs, 1 for 11, picking up that vital wicket of Georgia Adams just now.
Yeah, Schofield into her 5th innings in this year's competition, 140 runs, averaging 35. So, bit of a setback. Diamonds having taken those 2 early wickets, had to wait a while to pick up the 3rd, but runs do look, there is still a bit there, isn't there? From time to time we've seen with the seamers, every now and then there's just a little bit of movement. We've seen with the spinners every now and just a bit of a bite. We saw that one from Levick bite, and we got Lindsey Smith back in. That's a good move. I think that's a good move. She bowled really well early on. I think this is just to put pressure on this new partnership.
Lindsey Smith.
So the left arm spinner back into the attack. Comes in and bowls to Elwys. Elwys forward. Pushes that up to extra cover. Just love the way it comes out of her hand.
I like to see that as well when they've got a lot of overs left in the game, and you could bring Lindsey back a bit later, but they've just got the wicket of Adams.
Yeah, sensing that another wicket now may just really put the Vipers under pressure. That just comes back with the arm. Perhaps Elwes mainly on the pad.
It's nice attacking captaincy, and I like that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. 5 overs, 1 for 15 for Smith. Comes in, left arm round the wicket, and Elwes gives herself some room on the back foot, punches that into the gap in the covers, and that will be a single. Elwes moves on to 39. Very valuable here, Georgia Elwes to the Vipers in this situation. Need a big one from her, the Vipers do. Still batting to come, with Emily Windsor coming in, who's in form. Chloe Hill's in form, but then asking a lot of the batters with so many overs left. So Vipers need to build something again here.
And Elwes is due a big knock. She puts in a few every year with the quality she is, but she had a little dry spell.
She hasn't.
In the last 4 games, so she didn't look too well the last game. I don't know if she had an injury or an illness, but
she went in the back actually.
In the back,
yeah. That's driven hard out towards extra cover by Schofield. Yeah, because she was bowling, wasn't she?
Yeah, she bowled 3 overs
and came off. And I wasn't sure what the injury was. It was something. I asked her after the game actually. She said, "Yeah, I just had a bit of a back trouble." Looks okay at the moment. It's Schofield facing though, and it's slightly shorter. Schofield cuts that away into the gap. Again, with that fielder patrolling the boundary, he doesn't pick it up cleanly. I think that's Lizzie Scott out there. I think some of those practice wickets out there are just causing a few little problems.
A bit bumpy.
Yeah, a bit bumpy. You want the ball to be coming to you middle of those pitches, but she's finding that either end where there's a bit of dirt, not quite even, that the ball's arriving at her at pace. Did well there though, even though she didn't pick it up cleanly, as that's driven by Elwes. That's a good diving stop, although not cleanly. Oh, they want a single. They're going to take a single on the misfield. They have to hurry here, Paige Schofield. They were turning back. Elwes was turning back and then decided, having seen the ball just trickle away from Armitage, dive into her left, was going to take a single. Schofield wasn't really looking. Fortunately, at the end, there was a single, but that was a worry. It wasn't a great throw, you're right.
That's a better throw would have made that very interesting. But yeah, another little bit of, nothing too catastrophic, but a little bit of indecision between the Vipers batters.
So 22 overs gone here at the clean slate Headingley. 99 for 3, the Vipers.
Katie Levick's into her 4th over, having picked up in that wicket in the last over of Georgia Adams, as she comes in and bowls, and that's straight and full and just pushed into the offside for no run.
So the 3 batters out, just to remind you, McGacken no score, 9 for Boucher, 33 Adams.
Again, carbon copy delivery, full and straight, push to Holly Armitage in the covers, no for no run. Really tight stuff from Katie Levick, she's given very little away. She comes in again, that's a little bit on leg stump, there's a half appeal as Georgia Elwes gets down on one knee to sweep that and it hits the pad, but that looked like it was always going down. The bowler wasn't that interested in the appeal, neither was the umpire.
Levick's picked up 8 wickets in this competition so far this season.
She comes in again, that's on the leg stump, but Elwes plays that inside out up to mid-off for no run.
In fact, make that 9, of course, with Georgia Adams' wicket.
I was thinking she made Georgia Adams do something different because there's just no width on offer there. So making Adams come out of the ground as Georgia Elwes cuts that away. There is a sweeper on the offside, so we'll keep that down to a single. That's the debutante, Jess Walston. Yeah, just giving them absolutely nothing. It was a little bit width there as I said that, but generally the line and length's been absolutely spot on. So Georgia Adams trying to come down the wicket to create something, and that caused her demise. But it's been really good stuff from Katie Levick.
And the home crowd applauding the Vipers 100. It's nice of them.
Levick in for her last ball of this over. That's cut, not timed again to Holly Armitage there in the ring. And that completes Levick's 4th over. She's 4 overs, 1 for 12.
So what have we had? 23. Just the 1 run off that. Of course, we're keeping an eye on the South East Stars. It's really the only other game in town today. They're taking on Lightning, Thunder, Sunrisers, Central Sparks, all out of this competition at this stage. South East Stars 108 for 2 in the 22nd, taking on Lightning. Those are the top 3 sides in this year's competition. Vipers, Diamonds and Stars. That's going down the leg side for me, even though they're appealing, and I think Lindsey Smith just abruptly aborted that appeal when I think she really thought about it.
Yeah, she did, definitely. So that natural reaction first up, and then you replay it in your mind very quickly and, like you say, withdraw.
I think if the ball had straightened a bit off the pitch, it might have been a little closer. That's almost a Yorker as Elwes digs that one out, and it's worked up towards mid-wicket, and again there's no run. Elwes is 41, Schofield 1. And to the 24th over here as Elwes is well forward. Great accurate bowling here from Lindsey Smith, who's played in all the Northern Superchargers games in the 100. Only picked up 2 wickets, which is quite surprising. It's full outside off stump and driven past Armitage. Bit of work here for Lizzie Scott to do. They'll come back for 2 as she loses her cap with a throw. Lindsey Smith picks it up, throws it to the keeper's end. Comfortable 2 there for Elwes.
That was well run, and it was really nice to see a genuine 2. Square of the wicket here. The distances are quite good, I think. We've seen some very small boundaries in this competition at times, but that was a genuine 2 out to the boundary.
It's driven up towards extra cover. I don't think we'd have bigger boundaries if the men were playing here square of the wicket. Looks pretty even both sides, pretty deep.
Yeah, and I think that makes a better game, personally.
There's been lots of chat about that this summer, hasn't there?
Yeah.
About lots of women's games as either 1 or 4, and how people have find that quite dull, really. There's a nice drive there from Elwes. Again, it's gone out to Lizzie Scott. This time it's reached her in the middle of those used practice wickets, so she picks it up cleanly. End of the over, 102 for 3. Yeah, it's been quite a long range in argument.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure the thinking behind it, because firstly, when they play club or county, they don't play on pitches that small generally. Obviously, every ground is different, every pitch is different. But you know, if we turned up for a club game and some of the pitches were as small as they have been, we'd sort of be saying it's not a junior game. But also, these players can clear the ropes of, you know, I'd say normal in inverted commas boundaries. So I'm not quite sure what the thing is, and for me it just makes a better game. It brings running into it a little bit more. But yeah, there has been a lot of chat about it. So Levitt comes in for her 5th ball, again full and straight, and Elwes pushes that back to her for no run.
Yeah, certainly no worries there, and even fairly straight. The boundaries is fairly deep. I mean, they're well in from each of the advertising boards, but even so.
And Elwes gives herself a little bit of room and cuts that into the offside. There is a run there. Holly Armitage pushed that back into the keeper, but they come through for an easy single. I think at the GS Bowl as well, because it's such a huge playing surface available, that it always looks a bit smaller there, because you know they're so. It's one of the big. Is it the biggest sort of in terms of the actual grass surface area available? I think it's one of the biggest in the country, so it always looks a little bit smaller there than perhaps it is. As Levitt comes in, and that's cut away to Lindsey Smith at backward point for no run.
Important fielder there, isn't she? You can see why she's there for most of the innings. Yeah, I think sometimes it's a bit of an optical illusion. I can't tell. Sometimes with bigger stands, things look smaller. I could never work it out, really.
Levick in again, that's on middle stump, and Schofield just cuts that with no real intent to backward point, where Lindsey Smith has been all morning. Another plane going over. That's taking off.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's going up. Is it that one, or is that too far away?
No, gosh, that's about 33,000 feet up, that.
Pushed onto the leg side.
I tell you what, that's a good effort from Leeds Bradford Airport to here and get 33,000 feet by the time it goes over the ground.
I've got no perception of distance, as I've just been talking about the pitches. That's a play and miss from Schofield to end Levick's over. And that takes Vipers on to 104 for 3. That was a good over, tight over from Levick. Another one as she's 5 overs, 1 for 13. Vipers 104 for 3 off 25 at the halfway stage. Elwes 45 not out, and Schofield 1. We've got a huge white parasol being put up right in front of us, which is obscuring that fantastic view we did have.
No, they've gone against
gone.
it. Thank goodness for that. What on earth was going on there? That literally, if that had gone up on the camera gantry in front of us, we would have lost sight of the game.
He's been swiftly moved.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
From the Kirkstall laner,
Change of bowling.
Lee Casperay.
Lee Kasparek is the new bowler. It's the off break, more spin
Another
for
one
the
of their
Diamonds.
spin team. Originally played for Scotland before changing to play for New Zealand. One of the few players in cricket that's played for 2 different nations. There's not many of them.
I can hear some of your voice.
So here comes Kasparek then. Starts with a foolish delivery on leg stump, swept but not timed by Elwes. Does that come off the bat? Yeah, just makes it way to the 45. That'll be a single to Elwes. She moves on to 45. 104 for 3 then, the Vipers at the start of the 26th, though we're just over halfway in the Vipers innings here, having won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. I'm not sure, I think on the whole it's not a bad toss to have won, because this on the whole is a good pitch. It's a fast outfield, the ball's travelling certainly over the wickets either side of the playing pitch that we're on at the moment. There are runs out there, but every now and then the ball just bites in this surface and just creates a bit of problems. There's a nice little deft cut shot there from Schofield, who doubles her run tally up to 2. She's just taking a little bit of time, isn't she, Schofield here, Gemma, to get going.
Yeah, she's been playing a few shots, but she seems to find the fielders at the minute. So the ball's coming off the bat nicely, but she's not quite placing it where she would like, I think.
Kasparek bowls. So Elwes pushes forward again. He's just gone to the left of Armitage, who throws. Schofield has to run the bat in quickly. We're just seeing Schofield having the same challenges that Georgia Adams has, because Elwes spots a single, and even though they're tight, they're always a single.
You're absolutely right. She's judging them perfectly.
Certainly is. Should we bring James Carr in after this over? Does he want to do a little stint? Fancy it, yeah? Might come in for me for a little while, if that's all right, John. James Carr, the regional director of women's cricket here for the Diamonds. Here comes Kasparek again and bowls, and that's a nice length, and Schofield just pushes forward out on the offside. Kasparek, 30 years of age now. Playing quite a few internationals for New Zealand, 39 one-day internationals, 46 T20s. But as you said, Jim, originally started with Scotland.
Yeah, there's not too many that have played double nations, are there?
How lucky is she? As that's swept away by Schofield. There's nobody there. That's racing away to the rope. She's timed that one just too well. It was outside leg stump there, and Schofield just picked the gap. And a lovely looking shot takes her on to 6, and it's 111 for 3 coming towards the end of the 26th.
Yeah, there's no protection there for the sweep shot. If the ball's going down leg, their fielders on the boundary are all very much in front of the bat, almost symmetrical. You've got a long on, long off, and then a mid-wicket and an offside sweeper, so nothing behind the bat, saving 4.
Kasparek again comes in and bowls. It's flighted, it's driven from outside off stump into that area of deep cover. Again, Lizzie Scott picks the ball up. Again, she's got that nice sort of green area of the practice wickets to pick the ball up on. 112 for 3. Gemma Green, the former Hampshire all-rounder, will stay, and then joining her will be James Cup.
So Vipers 112 for 3. The wickets of Ellen McCacken going in the first over, bowled by the Scott, who's on her second game. Bouchier LBW to Lindsey Smith in the 4th over, and then Georgia Adams, who was going nicely, came down the wicket and was stumped off Katie Levick. And we now have Paige Schofield on 7 and Georgia Elwes on 47, as Levick is coming in for her 6th over. Hi, James.
Hi, Gemma. It's been an interesting partnership since I was last in the box.
Levick starts with a wide, unusual for her. She's been really good with her line and length today, but that's just wide outside the off stump. Yeah, you had the early break, you went away and we had a bit of a partnership. But you just broke through that as that's straight and just blocked out by Paige Schofield.
Yeah, Elwes and Adams looked like they'd weathered the early storm and were booked in for bed and breakfast. It was a great breakthrough to get Adams.
Levitt, that's just outside off stump. Paige tries to cut that, but play and miss through to the keeper.
So yeah, great to see the back of Adams. She's been a thorn in the side of many teams over the last few years, hasn't she? Top of the MVP points.
Yeah.
Some
500 runs in the first season, I think.
Yeah.
Again, that's cut, and this time it does get through the infield. It's just a single to the sweeper, I think is Walston out there. Did you see it on any replays? Could she have got back? There was that little fumble by Winfield Hill, wasn't there? She didn't take the bails as swiftly as she would normally.
I watched it back. I was surprised at the degree of turn actually from Levick.
That comes in, and Elvis just pushes that back up to mid-on.
It was a real big turner and bouncer, so I think it was the bounce that took Lauren by surprise actually. She took it relatively cleanly.
Yeah, it wasn't. That's just worked onto the leg side for no run. It wasn't a fumble by sort of any stretch of the imagination in terms of poor wicket keeping, but it was just that little hesitation where she had to just get it in the gloves and bring it back to the bails, and a couple of seconds, and I just thought if Adams had turned and got back, would she have got back?
Yeah, I'm not convinced she would have.
And that's again good line and length from Levick, and just pushed up to mid-on for no run. That's a quick through her over there is Levick, as she bowls 6 overs, 1 for 16. Vipers are 1-1-5 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not convinced she would have got back. I think Lauren was just making sure she was looking after the basics and getting herself back to base and taking the bails off, and I think Georgia was pretty aware she'd come down and was a long way out of a crease, so delighted to see the back of her from a Diamonds point of view and break that partnership. But the Vipers are set fair here, 115 for 3, still 23 overs to go.
I think it's one of those situations both teams are quite happy at the minute. No one feels they're necessarily on top to any degree of go.
Yeah, Kasparek is in from the clean slate, and she's straight down the leg side again, and another sweep, this time from Elvis, and fielder out there, Emma Marlowe, is unable to prevent the boundary. So another 4 to the score for the Vipers.
And that brings up Elvis's 50, 52 not out.
Yeah, gentle applause there. There's people coming in slowly but surely into the Headingley Stadium as Kasparek with ball in hand once again, right arm over the wicket, full outside off stump this time, and there's a little waft from Elvis, but goes straight through to the gloves of Winfield Hill. Yeah, I think it is honours even. Add two wickets onto the Vipers score and they'll be in trouble, and if you add 50 or 60 runs to the Vipers score, and then they're in the ascendancy. So Kasparek in once again, and full and straight this time, and Elvis is strong in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, so it is I would say it's in the balance. Vipers have got through that early patch where the ball seamed around quite a lot, and Smith got the ball to talk off a length as well with the slow bowling, as Kasparek is in once again, and Elvis is down the track this time, has to check a shot, and there's no run as Holly Armitage, the captain, fields at extra cover.
Yeah, Elvis 50 came off 77 balls, which from the start when they were 2 down and she had to consolidate a little bit is not bad rate at all.
Kasparek once again to Elvis, and she rocks back this time and cuts it between backward point and extra cover, and the cover boundary fielder cuts off the boundary and they don't turn for 2, so it's just the single. Mid on and mid off, push back out. Actually, Stare Callis at mid off is coming back into the circle now. 4 on the offside for the New Zealand international Kasparek, as she's in once again. She's just drifting that one outside off stump and dabbed past Lindsey Smith at backward point, and there'll be another single. Lizzie Scott running round from that cover boundary field position prevents them coming back for 2. Umpire Sarah Bartlett calls over, and so the Vipers are 121 for 3, and we've just passed midday. So
good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed.
We were talking about Lizzie Scott. Obviously, I wasn't on air when she was bowling earlier. It was you and Kev. But I was saying to Kev, it reminds us of Lauren Bell a couple of years ago, where she's bowling wides because she can't control the movement. I mean, they were just absolutely flying down leg, weren't they, from what looked like a good line to start with. But with potential like that, you're happy to let that go. It's her second game.
But the fact she does something with the ball, then you can work around it. Whereas if you just kind of bowl straight and you do nothing off the straight, you've not got a lot to work with, a lot to deceive batters with. So very encouraging that you're getting that lateral movement for sure.
Talking about doing something with the ball, Levick's back in, giving it a good rip. That was the big appeal there. Oh, she's bowled her. That's gone through the gate of Paige Schofield as she goes for 9. I thought that was an appeal for LB, but it's gone through, both bails on the floor. Paige Schofield bowled. Katie Levick picks up her second wicket, 2 for 16 off 6.2. Vipers are 121 for 4. Good to get a breakthrough. Elwes still at the crease, so that's the one they would have wanted. Paige didn't really get going in that innings.
Yeah, double breakthrough for Levick. That one, I can't tell from the replay. We were slightly blinded by the wicketkeeper. I can't tell if there was a little inside edge or whether it just slid on with the arm. It hit middle and leg, and Levick is obviously a leg break bowler, taking it away from the right-handed batters, but that one seemed to slide on, possible little inside edge. So the natural variation maybe, although Lev will probably tell me it was a wrong un, the natural variation, maybe an intentional variation has done for Paige Schofield there, and she has to depart for 9.
It does bring to the middle though Emily Windsor, who is the Southern Vipers' leading run scorer in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint campaign. She's got 196 runs to date with a highest score of 90. She very much has put in some innings. She's got 2 lots of 40 odds. She's got the 90. A leading run scorer by 100 runs for the team, and she's coming to the middle now. Only a week ago, or just over, she was hitting the winning runs in the 100 final.
She was
so, yeah, she's hot property at the minute.
And also a friend of BBC Radio Solent as well.
She was after the 100 final, which was on the Saturday. I played club cricket with her, and the next day she was at our game doing the tins, putting the numbers up.
Oh,
and
fair play.
So, yeah, back down to reality as Levick throws that one a bit wide, and that's taken by the keeper.
That one did turn though, wasn't it?
It did, yeah. She does give it a rip, doesn't she? You can see in the action. It's a genuine wrist ripper. As that's cut, and that's Emily Windsor's classic shot. That's cut through backward point, and that will go all the way to 4, all the way for 4. So I would have someone there for Emily Windsor every time, whoever's bowling. It's where she looks to play as much as she can through that backward point cover region.
Well, you've called it there though, because they have deployed a cover point boundary fielder now.
She comes in, and that one's straighter and just tucks Windsor up, and she plays that onto the leg side.
If that's the case, as you say, and I'm sure this was covered in the pre-match meetings, Lev can afford to bowl a bit straighter at her then.
I don't think I've given away a trade secret. And again, she tries to cut that, but just gets a little edge, and that dribbles out in front of her.
Yeah, I don't think there's the cricket equivalent of the magic circle.
Yeah.
As cliche as it is, if you bowl at the stumps, you've got half a chance.
That completes Katie Levick's 7th over. Vipers are 125 for 4. Elwes in there on 53, and Emily Windsor just joined her this over on 4.
Yeah, game hanging in the balance here. Looks like we're going to have another bowling change. This time from the clean slate end or the Kirkstall Lane end for the traditionalists that might be listening in. Lizzie Scott coming back for a second spell. It was a bit Jekyll and Hyde at first spell. She got the ball to swing prodigiously out the hand, big in swingers into the right hander, struggled with her radar at times, but she did get one to hoop right back in to get the early breakthrough and knock over McCacken. She's on her way now with number 2 on her back, right arm over the wicket past the umpire, and this one doesn't swing out the hand and is actually a wide on the offside.
So is that a bit of overcompensation, and there's not much shine on the ball now? So.
Yeah, well, she's using the ball from the other end now, which didn't swing as much as the one that did at the other end. So these Kookaburra balls are very, very, they're a mixed bag, I think, but wide on the offside was that delivery. She's in again, and similar delivery. This time Elwes rocks back and cuts that, and the boundary rider will field that on the offside, and it's just the 1 run.
Emily Windsor had a fantastic knock at the Aegeus Bowl in our last game against Thunder. She was out for 59 in the end, but it was very much a match-winning knock. But she was on the back end of quite a bad cold that week, and you could tell she was struggling out there to breathe. And yeah, she's very fit, very good athlete, but she was struggling that day. But she looks a little bit stronger today.
As Scott is in and wide outside the off stump again, cut, but Lindsey Smith is at backward point and stops that one. So less shape through the air now. So hopefully, from a Diamonds and a Lizzie Scott perspective, she can just kind of bowl on and around off stump, maybe get it to shape in slightly and be able to control the ball as she's in now, and slightly back of her length and cut, back cut down to third man for 1 run. Stair Callis down there in front of the Howard stand at third man. The game's just kind of settled down, hasn't it? There's a hum around Headingley now, and everyone seems accustomed to the conditions. The weather's a bit better. Lizzie Scott in once again, fuller and straighter this time, and Elwes plays the ball on merit for no run on a forward defensive.
Sort of that middle overs passage of a classic 50 over game, isn't it? It's a bit of cat and mouse.
It is, and it's where a game can be won and lost. But you know, you've got to play each ball as it comes and be very, very watchful. Scott in again, full and straight, much better areas from the young Northumberland seamer, and Elwes polite push down the ground but can't get it through the field, and Emma Marlowe will cut the ball off for no run.
There's a little bit of shape there.
Yeah, it's more gentle, isn't it? And I think the later it goes, the better for the bowling side. Scott in once again, and Elwes this time stands tall in the crease, tries to run it down to third man, but gets too much on it, and Lindsey Smith will cut it off at backward point. That concludes Lizzie Scott's first over in her second spell. The Southern Vipers are 128 for 4.
Lindsey Smith's been fierce in that backward point area. It's, she's either bowling or fielding there. Either way, she's doing a great job for the team.
Yeah,
she's been solid there.
She's been everywhere, and she's a great athlete. She can move laterally, side to side, really well. Clean pair of hands, obviously left-handed throw, so it's great for that dab when the right-handed batters are on strike. Katie Levick to continue.
And she comes in, and Windsor cuts that. That does go past Lindsey Smith, just wide of her right hand. And they come through for a single. Oh, and there's an overthrow there. That was a little bit sloppy from the Vipers, from the Diamonds. It's allowing Vipers to come back for a second. That was thrown in. I don't think Winfield was really watching that, as that just dribbled past her. So it brings Emily Windsor back on strike as Levitt comes in. Bowls again, that's full and straight, and just pushed into the offside to the captain Armitage for no run.
Leeds Bradford Airport very busy today. Holiday season finished, but planes are still running.
This comes in, that's on leg stump, and that's just clipped away into the leg side to square leg. Boundary fielder sprinting in to make sure that's nothing more than a single, and that's taken cleanly this time.
Levitt pretty tidy, only 23 conceded off her 7.3 overs.
That's in over the wicket again, that's leg stump, and that is swept behind square on the leg side. There is a fielder there. They are able to come back for 2, as that was just wide of the fielder. So runs coming off this over. They're starting to play a few more shots now to Katie Levick as she's into her 8th over. Just a little bit offline there, both just going down leg, which she's been bowling really. Again, that's on leg stump, but she gets away with that as it's wraps Georgia Elwes on the pads as she tries to turn that to leg.
I think the key for the the Diamonds, is to keep the stumps in play, try and minimise the boundaries, and just kind of stem the flow of runs for the Vipers.
And that's just outside off, and that's cut to the Lindsey Smith. Sorry, I lost my word then. That cuts to Lindsey Smith, who's the ever-present there at backward point. That completes the over, and Vipers are 133 for 4 off 31. 19
overs to play now. 6 wickets in hand for the Vipers. At what point do the Vipers go hard? They've got a solid platform. Is it too early? What's the characteristics of these batters? Can they go hard yet, or will they wait to maybe 15 or 10 overs to go?
I think they'll be happy at the minute carrying on as they were, because they're not sort of tied up by any stretch. They are keeping the board ticking over. The runs are flowing relatively. So I think they'll be happy going here for another 10 overs, 5-10 overs.
Lizzie Scott past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, full and straight, and driven on the up by Emily Windsor into the offside, and they've stolen a single there to mid-on where Bess Heath fields. That's good positive running, that, isn't it?
It is, and Emily Windsor is incredibly quick, if not the quickest.
As a bowler, you'd be disappointed you've conceded a run there, but every run counts. That's smart, astute cricket from the Vipers batters as Scott is in once again. Full and straight outside off stump. This is driven on the up beautifully by Elwys, and Leah Dobson can't stop the ball, and it crashes into the advertised hoardings. Elwys on to 60 now, the Vipers on to 138. It was by no means a bad ball, that. It was just beautiful timing from Elwys. She found the gap, and Dobson scampered round, and great effort diving on the floor, but unfortunately it was in vain for the Diamonds' cause. Scott in once again, just pegs a length back slightly this time and tucks Elwys into a crease, and there's no run as she dabs it to backward point, and you guessed it, Lindsey Smith fielding once again.
As you said about the timing, and you said, you know, when will they sort of decide to kick on and go for it, but I think we're into the 32nd over now, and I wouldn't even call it a rash shot, but we've seen one slap over mid-wicket. Other than that, everything's been timed. There's been no sort of playing across the line.
Scott this time in over the wicket, and she yorks Elwys, and Lauren Winfield Hill tidy stood up to the stumps, and there's no run.
And I think that's a real sign that the Vipers, they don't feel under pressure. They haven't needed to have that, you know, release shot. They've just used their timing, and like you say, that wasn't a bad ball, but she just timed the socks off it and got full value.
In comes Scott, back of a length just outside off stump.
Who fielded that?
Cut again from Lindsey Smith, number 50 on her back, holding a hand that time. The hands should be red raw after this fielding performance, and those fingers tweaking the ball when she's bowling as well. Certainly getting a shift out of Smith today. Lizzie Scott once again from the clean slate pavilion end, full and straight this time. Maybe was that a low full toss?
I think it was. Yeah.
Driven to Emma Marlowe at mid-off. There's no run. Sarah Bartlett calls over, and the Southern Vipers are 138 for 4.
We haven't discussed whether it's with you or JMO at all today. We've always sort of talk by now, if not earlier, you know, potential good score, things like that. But I don't think that's really a thing today. I think because it feels like it feels like a final almost, a final to get to the final, if you like. And it's not been something on anyone's mind, I think, about what a good score is up here. I mean, I'm sure they've had discussions down there, but we're just sort of, it's whatever they can get and then try and defend it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I know it sounds quite basic, but it doesn't seem to be a day where you say, oh, I don't know, we want this, we want that. It's just so closely contested between these two that almost whatever score's put up, it will be a good fight.
It's difficult. I do think that the 10:30 start slightly annuls the power play for the batting team who bats first in the game.
As we've got Emma Marlowe on, who did bowl earlier. She's come back for her second spell, and that's just pushed back by Emily Windsor. I thought Levitt was going to bowl out. That threw me a bit. As Marlowe comes in with her off breaks, and that's worked onto leg side, and they will come through for a single this time.
I think this might be to try and tuck up Elwys, but more in particular Windsor. She likes playing on the offside, like you say, giving room off the back foot, and Levitt turns the ball away from Windsor, and that can feed that back cut. So this might just tuck Emily Windsor up.
As Marlowe's in over the wicket, and there's a little advance down the ground and a bit of a slog sweep. That was one of those release shots we were saying earlier, but she didn't get hold of it. A bit of a bottom edge, and it just dribbles to short fine leg for a single.
But on the subject of good scores, yeah, my explanation really about that power play, I'll explain it after this ball from Emma Marlowe, who's getting through her overs quick.
She does as she comes in, and Emily Windsor does cut that just to the left of Lindsey Smith. There's a chase on there. It won't go all the way to the boundary. It's picked up, and they come back for 2. So yeah, even with the ball going in the opposite direction, Emily Windsor still backs herself to step away and late cut that behind point.
Yeah, there can be a little bit of morning dew in that 10:30 start, which can annul the chances of a power play.
That is a bit straighter, a bit back of a length, and Windsor just pulls that into mid-wicket for a single. It's hard to tell a story while Marlowe's on, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, go.
But yes, We will get to the end of this story eventually. But I think you lose a bit of advantage of the power play, being able to hit out of the ring and get value for your runs and value for your boundaries.
Let's just stop you there again. She comes in, bowls, and that's gone through her as well. That's another one. She tried to drive that onto long on, and I don't know if that was a little inside edge as well. But Georgia Elwis must go. Her stumps are. The bails are on the floor and Elwis has to leave. That's a huge breakthrough for Northern Diamonds. That opens the game right up. And James next to me did the gangster finger clicky thing that I
did
can't
the
do.
Ali G.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
So that's a huge wicket. She was looking to drive that down the ground. And once again, it's got through the gate of another Vipers player. That's the third player to go in that fashion. Georgia Elwis got 61 off 95 balls. Put in a great shift there for the Vipers, but I think she'll be gutted to be departing at this early stage.
I think she's just completely misread that one, Elwis. Playing it, kind of looked to come forward, then goes all the way back, and it goes through the gate and rearranges the furniture. Great breakthrough, another bowling change that's brought a breakthrough.
I think it's what you said there about tucking her up, and I know that's not Windsor, but it's the same outcome. As Chloe Hill joins Emily Windsor in the middle. They had a great partnership last week. Chloe Hill will be keeping today as well with the absence of Carla Rudd. So we'll see her later with the gloves, but she's got a job to do here now. Vipers are 143 for 5. Windsor's on 13, Hill just joining her now. So once again, for the second time, or second or third if you count the wicket of Adams, Vipers find themselves in a position where they need to rebuild again. Well,
we're talking about good scores and that terrible story I tried to tell about the power play. We'll move on from that. I think with good score changes now with this scenario, I think the Vipers would take 250 from here, and I think the Diamonds will be looking to really try and bowl the Vipers out or restrict them to under 225 now. I would say 250 would be a good score in September here with that morning dew, taking into account the 2 new balls. So yeah, I think from this scenario I would say 250 would be a very good score, and par now is reduced to 225 as Lizzie Scott is in to start another over, and she's right arm over the wicket, and Windsor just pushes that one back, and Lindsey Scott fields off her own bowling for no run. So last wicket to fall, Georgia Elwis bowled by Emma Marlowe for 61. The Vipers are 143 for 5 now. Umpire Bartlett waving at someone below us to get them out of the way, distracting the batters. Scott is now on her way, right arm over the wicket. She's down the leg side, great bit of glove work for a second by Lauren Winfield Hill, and she realises she doesn't have the ball in her hands, but the bails come off nevertheless, and we've just been reminded that Lauren Winfield Hill's behind the stumps anyway. Otherwise it was just a leg side wide and a bit of a non-event. Windsor on strike. Scott past the umpire, over the wicket, full and straight, and driven at Holly Armitage, and looks like a little bobble in front of her, and the ball eludes her, and there's another run to the Southern Vipers score.
Yeah, that's a couple of misfields now by the Diamonds, but like Kev said earlier, they all seem to be on the strip where all the square, all the wickets are cut, or the used one, so it's a little bit bumpy there.
It's a nasty place to field. You don't know whether to stand in front of it, behind it. It's a bit like when you're at a club ground and they've got an artificial wicket. What do? You can trip up on it, you can get bumped on it. As Scott's in, beautiful length this time, trimming the knee roll, trimming the bails, and Hill is forward and positive in defence, to be fair, and Scott fields off her own bowling.
And those artificial strips, like you say, at club grounds, not just for the fielder, but when you're throwing it back into the bowler or keeper, if it lands on there, pops up over the head, buzzes all the time.
Scott once again drags this one down, and Hill misses out on the cut shot, and Winfield Hill is immaculate with those gloves this time round. Going with the all black gloves, what do you think to that one?
Not a fan. I find it like all black, or the black shoes. I'm not a fan of black shoes with coloured clothing, even if the kit's black.
I quite like it personally. It's like understated. Anyway, Lizzie Scott in once again, full of length this time, and Windsor pushes forward for no run. Apologies, I said Hill was on strike before and she wasn't. It was Emily Windsor. And Windsor is on strike and there's no run this time.
I have quite a loud sense of I like colour.
Yeah.
So to give you some context, I've got no affiliation to Birmingham Phoenix at all, but I have bought their socks because I just love the colours.
It's a funky kit, isn't it?
It is.
Scott's in once again, full and straight, and Windsor is strong in defence. I loved Abtahar Maksood's matching hijab as well.
That was amazing.
It was so cool, really funky.
But yeah, I like players in whites. I like the tradition of the whites, and if you're going coloured clothing, I like it to be coloured. I'm not a fan of the all black or the all navy blue. I do like the bright, garish kits that most people don't.
Yeah, I'm a bit old school in that I'm probably between generations, in that I still wear all black football boots, whereas the kids now are the different colours. But I'm old school, leather, black football boots. The end.
Emma Marlowe coming in from the football stand end. She's in for her 7th over. She comes in and bowls to Windsor, who tries to flick that onto the leg side. It goes down leg and will be called a wide. It's another wide. That has been a feature of the Diamonds bowling today. She comes in to bowl that first ball of the over again, and Windsor tries to drive that. It's outside the off stump. There's a play and miss there.
It's quite interesting hearing you two talk about what may or may not be a total. For me, depending on what partnership's going and what wickets, for me it fluctuates.
And Marlowe, when Windsor tries to cut that, and again it's a play and miss through to the keeper. Yeah, it's like that's what DLS is, isn't it? When the wickets go down and the target score, it's the situation changes with sort of every wicket that falls for sure. And Marlowe's beaten the bat twice. Windsor manages to push that out to the captain in the covers for a single. So a couple of play misses and a single off that ball.
Is there a pointer that earlier this season, when the Northern Diamonds played the Sunrisers here, that actually Diamonds were able to defend their 194 all-out total? Is there a little clue there? Because I think at times, certainly, when the Vipers lost a couple of early wickets, I thought they might struggle to get to 200. There were times when Adams and Elwes were going well. There might be more than that.
Marlowe in bowls, and another play and miss. It's 3 play misses in this over. Yeah, and I think whatever Vipers post here, whether it is nearer the 200, whether it is nearer the 250, there's just 2 or 3 really key in-form batsmen for the Diamonds at the moment that they've just got to get out. That's full and straight and just worked onto leg for no run. Holly Armitage, the captain, is in phenomenal form. She's got 90s, 60s, 240s. She sort of needs to go, so to speak, from the Vipers' point of view. Bess Heath is also very much in form and has had a good couple of knocks. And then obviously they've got Lauren Winfield Hill as well. We know what she can do. That's driven down the ground. It's nicely driven to long on. It will just be a single. There is a fielder down there in the shade. So I think it's more of a case of if they can pick up 2 or 3 early wickets, that will be the key, whether they're defending 200 or 250. Because I think if they don't get some of those out, that will be immaterial. That ends the 35th over. Vipers are 148 for 5, Windsor's 15 and Hill on 1. There's 15 overs left, and we're trying to decide what a good score is.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, 250, I think that would be a hell of an effort. Absolutely hell of an effort from here. Just every now and then there's still a little bit there, isn't it? I mean, this wicket's got a tinge of green, and every now and then it's just offered a little bit, even to the spinners. Here's Lizzie Scott then running away from us, and that's pulled away by Chloe Hill. Goes out to deep square leg, and you were right, these two have batted very well together, haven't they? In their last game against the Thunder, they combined well to get them over the line. Chloe Hill on loan from Central Sparks, 43 not out that day to go with Emily Windsor's 59. 55 from Chloe Hill against the Sunrisers as well. I think she surprised 1 or 2 with the bat, hasn't she? And since she's got into the side.
She has, yeah. She came in the first game. She came in. It was because Rudd wasn't there to keep wicket.
Scott bowls. It's to Windsor, tucks it away nicely off her toes down towards fine leg, quite full. Windsor moves on to 16, 150 for 5. The 150 up for the Vipers. There was a modicum of applause. This time the crowd have stayed a little silent with their applause. They did actually applaud the 100, didn't they?
They did. Definitely did.
Maybe their minds have started wandering already. Here comes Scott Bowles, slightly short of a length, and that's pulled away right through mid-wicket, and that is a lovely shot from Chloe Hill.
She was onto that really quickly, picked up that length.
Certainly was on that quickly. In front of square as well, although the line of the ball maybe just outside off stump had a little bit to do with that. Hill moves on to 6, 154 for 5, the Vipers. And Chloe Hill getting underway quite quickly here as fielders back in their position. Sounds like another plane coming over. Not at 33,000 feet as that's turned away behind square on the leg side. And there was a plane that went over with one of those vapour trails. And there's another one coming over actually, as low and high. It was quite funny. Gemma said, "Oh, there's the plane." So, that would have taken off vertical. It would have been one of those Harrier jump jets taking off from the plane.
We've got the same noise, Kevin, and there's another one there. Look.
You're right. Well, it's a very busy airway, isn't it, round here? Obviously very busy. Bit of a crossroads. That's angled just fullish on the line of leg stump. Windsor clips that away behind square on the leg side. Moves on to 17. And the time total for the Vipers, 156 for 5.
Is that really 33,000 feet?
I'm not up on my planes, but there is the vapour trails kick in at a certain height.
Oh,
I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's there or thereabouts, I think. As Scott Bowles, that's a nice line and nice length, and Hill can do no more than just quietly push that up towards extra cover, and that is another over completed. We've got 14 left here. The Vipers 156 for 5. We'll be doing a very quick 30-second update in a moment, and then we'll get James Carr back in. Yes. Can you actually hear anything through those earphones?
Yeah.
You could. Oh, that's all right. I wasn't sure if they were working right like that. Sun continues to shine. What a lovely day it is here in Leeds. Even though there's some clouds in the sky, overhead it's clear blue. We've had wall-to-wall sunshine from the moment we woke up this morning.
We have beautiful northern sunshine.
Yep.
We've got Emma Marlowe still bowling at the football stand end. She came on to replace Katie Levick and got the breakthrough of Elwes and has been bowling ever since, as that's tried to pull round the leg side and play a miss, and that will be called a wide by the umpire.
I'll just take over for a minute then, Gemma. I'll try not to take too much of your over. From the Howard stand end, the football stand end, here comes Marlowe with her off spin, and that's driven by Windsor, not timed as the ball bounces along the ground and goes back to Marlowe. Marlowe's into her 8th over here, 1 for 31, picked up the wicket of Georgia Elwes. What an important wicket that was, as Elwes was, I think 50 overs of Elwes, or if she'd lasted that long, I think the Vipers would have been confident of a decent total. Here we go, here's that quick single. Right, we've had, well, we're into the 37th over of 50. The Vipers winning the toss and elected to bat first. Are 158 for 5. There's been times when they looked like they were going along nicely, and there's been other times when they've lost those wickets and they've just been pegged back a bit. But the big wicket was Georgia Elwes, the former England player, bowled by Emma Marlowe in a couple of overs ago. She went for 61 of 95. Put on 72 for the 3rd wicket with Georgia Adams, who made 33. The Vipers just stuttering at times. We'll be looking for a few more runs than this, because whoever wins this one goes straight through to the Lord's final. The losers will play a playoff on Wednesday.
Thank you, Kevin. And there's live online commentary at the back end via BBC Sport website.
Marlowe comes in and just tucks Windsor up as she works that onto the leg side for no run. To bring you an update from the South East Stars, as we say, they are going to be playing in the playoff, but they need a win to secure a home tie. As Marlowe comes in and bowls, and again that's full and straight and just worked onto the leg side for no run. They're currently 184 for 6 off 33, so they're going along nicely, and their captain Bryony Smith is 112 not out. So yeah, they're throwing everything in to make sure they get to play at Beckenham and don't have to come up to Scarborough or wherever the Vipers would play, as that's pushed onto the offside for no run.
Thanks, Gemma. Have a bit of a break. Gemma Green will be back a little later. James Carr's coming back in. to keep giving us this Northern Diamonds perspective, which we need, because the Diamonds, I think, at this stage will be very happy where the Vipers are. 13 to do, 1:59 for 5. Regional Director of Women's Cricket in this location. James, happy?
Yeah, very happy, and there's a long way to go. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. You know, I thought the game was in the balance, and the Vipers were set very good 2 wickets ago, but I think now, like you said, the fluctuation of scores, and I think 250 was par. I think from this position, 225 is a very good score for the Vipers, but the Diamonds would be delighted to keep them probably under 220, if not try and bowl them out and take as much momentum into the second innings as possible.
Holly Armitage with her leg breaks is on, and that's a length ball. She's right on the money straight away as Chloe Hill prods forward and pushes it back to her. But, yeah, so I'm just some context to that game earlier when you managed to defend that 194 here. Oh, she's trying to slog that over mid-wicket, misses. That ball turns a bit outside the off stump as it goes through to Winfield Hill standing up. I mean, what sort of conditions, first of all, was that 194 all out made in?
Well, I was actually at home watching it on a live stream, right. Stricken with COVID.
Oh my gosh.
But it was a beautiful day.
Right.
25 degrees.
And Hill just chips that up, could be caught at mid-off, and she is. She's gone. That's the 6th wicket that have fallen for the Vipers. Hill goes for 8, and a catcher there at mid-off, Emma Marlowe.
Holly Armitage, she makes things happen. She doesn't bowl herself just because she's the captain. She makes sure that she gets her bowling changes right. Every bowling change today has brought a wicket. But when she brings herself on, she makes things happen. And Chloe Hill has to depart for 8 runs. Just a 1-4 off 15 balls. And the Diamonds are really in the ascendancy now.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. 159 for 6, the Vipers. I think I'll say they'll do well to get to 194. Probably would get somewhere around there, you would think, but is that enough?
Well, the 194 that we defended, you know, was 60 runs under par. It was a very good wicket that day. Typically, Headingley's a good ground to bat on. Yes, it offers something in the morning. Yes, it offers something if there's clouds overhead. But that day we underperformed with the bat. Really, the Sunrisers, to be fair, used their slow bowlers very well, and were able to build pressure and restrict us. But it was a low-scoring match, really, and a lack of application by both teams around the batting. So
interesting.
Tara
Right.
Norris, though, she's been a thorn in the Diamond side, and I'm just getting flashbacks now to Northampton last year and that partnership she had. Valuable runs at the end of that run chase.
Her and Emily Windsor, the partnership that got the Vipers over the line, in at the moment as Norris prods forward the left-hander out on the offside, and score remains on 159 for 6. Yes, I was looking at that. Emily Windsor got 47 not out, Tara Norris 40 not out when they came together, and Vipers looking as though they were losing that one. That's outside the off stump. Norris leaves that one alone, and got the Vipers over the line, but that was tense. That was tense.
Well, that day I almost thought Windsor had batted you out the game, but it actually ended up playing the perfect foil because Norris could come in and give it a bash.
That's right, it plays a bit more attacking on the line of Midland leg as that's turned to mid-wicket, and Holly Armitage in her first over, picking up a wicket. 159 for 6, the Vipers, 12 to do.
Yeah, it's foot on the throat time, I think, for the Northern Diamonds. Can they keep them under that 200 figure now? You know, the 194 against the Sunrisers, as you say. Now they've made those inroads, more than inroads, 6 gone. And I don't actually think the bowling performance has been perfect. It's ebbed and flowed today. It has been cat and mouse, and Emma Marlowe is going to continue from the Howard stand end, right arm over the wicket, bowling her off spin. She's a little bit straight this time, and Windsor bunts the ball up the ground, and long on will field. Bess Heath out there doing the fielding.
I think you're right. I think in a way one or two of the Vipers batters will be disappointed with the way that they've got out.
Yeah, absolutely. That partnership between Elvis and Adams. One goes on and makes a big score there and anchors the innings.
Yeah.
And players can bat around them. Then you're looking at 250 plus, aren't you?
Yeah.
So Norris, the left-hander, on strike now to face Marlowe for the first time. He's going to come round the wicket, bowling her off spin. And she's down the leg side, and I think it's evaded everything. And umpire Harris is going to signal a wide down the leg side, and they're taking a bye as well. Or actually, it's 2 wides, isn't it, these days?
So it's 11 wides now, isn't it? It's 22 runs showing, so it's 11 wides, isn't it?
Yeah. Marlowe over the wicket to the right-handed Windsor, and she tucks this into the offside for no run.
What a day it is, isn't it? This is almost getting back to where we were in the middle of the summer.
Yeah, I said it'd be a slow burner and it'd brighten up as the day went on, and Marlowe's in once again, a carbon copy of the ball before, and Lee Casbrick fields at that stump high mid-wicket fielding position. Once again, Marlowe, right arm over the wicket, and beautiful drive from Emily Windsor on the up, and there's no stopping that as the ball crashes over the ropes and into the advertising hoardings in front of that Western Terrace. Elegant shot there from your commentary colleague, Emily Windsor.
I know we are biased, and you did hint at it a little earlier, and we can't help but being a bit biased. But I tell you what, I think this girl this season has moved up a notch. Definitely, with her batting.
Marlowe once again to the informed Windsor, and she gets a little bit of bat on this, and it'll run down fine. Not quite enough to get to the boundary, so Katie Levick will cut it off, and it's another single to the score of Emily Windsor.
When Gemma introduced her, when she walked out to the middle as the Vipers' top run scorer in this competition, the last 2 seasons you would never have come close to saying a sentence like that.
Well, I'll give you my external perspective on Windsor in a second, because I don't disagree with you in terms of her development, but it's the left-handed Norris on strike, still on 0 to Emma Marlowe round the wicket, and this one's a wide, dragged down, maybe slightly disrupted. Marlowe having to bowl to the right hand, left hand over the wicket, round the wicket. Under 19 England perspective player. Marlowe over the wicket, back on the money this time, bit of shape away off the surface, and there's no run, played and missed. That concludes another over for the Diamonds. The overs remaining now, just 11.
Now please, because obviously in your roles and all of the regional director of cricket, so it's your job to keep tabs on everybody, because
Absolutely.
you never know what will happen in the future. So you would have some sort of analysis of just about every player that's playing in the regional competition. So I'd love to hear what you think.
Well, my impression of Emily last year was she batted the Vipers out of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint final, and I was completely wrong in the sense that overlooking what Norris could do, and in the end Norris coming in getting a 30 or 40 ball 40 as it was the perfect foil to Windsor actually anchoring and stabilising the innings.
Holly Armitage with her leg spin runs away from us and bowls, and that's turned a bit, and Windsor's just prodding at that, bounces past the outside edge.
But the thing that what Windsor's impressed me is she's evolved a game. She's taken a game from a 50 run strike rate and being more of a traditional batter, and increasing the dexterity of her shots and the strike rates.
Armitage bowls, it's flighted, it's driven, it's quite full up towards deep mid-off, but there won't be any more than a single there, because Emma Marlowe, all she had to do was pick it up cleanly, which she did. 169 for 5, Windsor on 25.
And with the amount of white ball cricket, limited over cricket we play, these batters have to evolve. And you can tell she's worked really hard this winter on finding ways to score and keep the scoreboard ticking. And no, I've been pleasantly surprised at how hard she's worked, and it's paid off in the middle.
Norris drives, thick outside edge, and it's running down on the 45 on the offside. It's running down the hill into the shadows there at the far end. And that'll be a boundary, takes the Vipers on to 173 for 6. I find that really interesting, because it's nice to hear a different perspective from somebody in your position as well on one of the Vipers players who, has taken a bit of time to establish herself. I mean, she doesn't get in half the time when the order's normally free flowing, which it hasn't quite been this year. So she's getting more opportunity and able to show it. So that's really interesting. As that's full, Norris just gets a bit of an inside edge onto the pad as the ball floats away back down the pitch. 173 for 6.
And I promise this headset will not be flung off my head if these two torture us again.
Well, it can only happen so often, can't it, really? But that's a nice drive through extra cover. Norris has timed that one again. And that's 4 runs. Again, it's quite full from Armitage, but Norris just played that beautifully through extra cover. Didn't try and hit it too hard. A beautiful piece of timing.
The right-hand, left-hand has disrupted both bowlers here, hasn't it? We're bowling 2 lengths and 2 lines, and it's fed into the strengths of both batters here, and they've been able to get the ball away to the boundaries.
18 they've put on these two so far, as that's a little straighter. Norris just misses a little shot on the leg side. It's called wide, maybe a little harsh, because it was quite close to the leg stump, close to the pad, but the umpire signalled it anyway. At least they'll be fair for both sides, I'm sure they will. But that, I know it was down the leg side technically, but didn't seem that wide. And that's a nice drive up to mid-off, but doesn't get past Bess Heath, who's alert there at mid-off, moving smartly to her left. End of the over, 178 for 6, 10 to do.
Yeah, really important for the Diamonds in terms of stemming the run flow now. It's all about getting those boundary riders in the right positions, hitting your areas as a bowler, limiting boundary options really. Singles is not going to get you to 250. But in these last couple of overs, just a little bit of disruption, the right hand, left hand, and three boundaries in 2 overs, 4 boundaries in 2 overs. It doesn't half help the run rate.
Yep. But I'll tell you what, James, I mean, I'm seeing nothing different in this wicket than what everybody knows here. You know, if you've played here, that it's a difficult wicket to get the ball away when the ball's exactly in the right spot. Anything else, very easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I think when we've missed our areas, it's been easy to score for the Vipers. Yeah. Marlowe once again too straight in fact, down the leg side, and Winfield Hill will take the ball down the leg side to prevent any extra runs other than the one signalled by umpire Harris. Marlowe flicking the ball in her hands as she's in now. Straight again on the pads, but there's no run as Kasprick fields at mid-wicket.
25 runs in wides. So what is the average? Do you have those stats? You know, I know you have lots of stats. Do you have that sort of stat to hand? What is the average?
I don't have it to hand actually. I feel like I should. I want to say 32, as Windsor works this one into leg side and deep square leg fields, and there's one more added to the Vipers score. 32 seems to be the number that rings in my head. And some of the technical guys that are listening to the stream might be able to text me. I'll fill you in on that one, or I'll get you for the second innings for sure. Okay, but you take half those extras off and the score looks very different, doesn't it? Yeah. Marlowe then round the wicket to the left-handed Tara Norris, and she's on the money this time, but Norris is able to push that into that cover point region. Leah Dobson doing the fielding, coming in from the boundary. Another run to the Southern Vipers, 181 for 6.
I mean, to me, you see a lot of it, of course I do, and I've seen obviously the Vipers the last 3 years. I think the one area that probably could be tightened.
Marlowe in again, and they're going to scamper another single here, and there's a hell of a lot of chemistry and telepathy between these two, which is starting to make me get a hot sweat and shiver and run out of this commentary box.
It's funny, isn't it, when you see certain things going on that remind you of previous situations. Obviously the final last year at Northamptonshire, and these two which you've highlighted already, and you know, I guess when you're in the opposition you probably see it more than I do. I'm just hoping these guys do all right.
Absolutely is. Marlowe's in once again, and strong shot from Norris, but no run. She picks out extra cover. Marlowe once again. Same ball. Slightly open face this time. They're going to take the single. Oh, it's a direct hit, and Harris raises his finger. Norris has to depart, run out. She opened the face of the bat there to try and access the gap. there was a little stutter about whether they should run, whether they shouldn't run. My laptop's actually just died. Who actually threw that ball, Kevin?
I don't know.
That.
I must admit, I just looked down momentarily and then suddenly saw the run, because I actually didn't think they would run. So I missed it. But
I was about to say, you know, Norris plays that one a bit more square, to the point field, and no run. The next minute they're on their way, and direct hits, you've got to be sharp if you're going to run on a direct hit. And
well, I guess you could say in a way that something like that was coming, because I think Georgia Elwes, I thought particularly, was very good on the tight singles. Very, very good, but they were tight. It was Lizzie Scott.
Lizzie Scott, yeah.
Backed up that wicket of Ella McGacken with a direct throw. What a game she's having.
Yeah, well, this is the beauty of the academy now. These young ladies coming through, they're athletes. The time we can spend on the athleticism side of the game, the support from physiotherapists and strength and conditioning coaches, the fielding and the movement, and it never looked like a single, did it? And then once Scott was in the game to throw the stumps down, she did not disappoint from a Diamonds point of view.
So Emma Marlowe's bowled out now, 10 overs, 1 for 46. Done a good job for your side there, James. And Holly Armitage will continue with their leg breaks. 2 overs, 1 for 10. And she's bowling to Emily Windsor. And oh, she heads that through to the keeper. She has, and now she goes. Now the Vipers really are in trouble, and the Diamonds are on top here. With Windsor going for 27, the Vipers have slipped to 182 for 8.
Well, as Gemma said, very strong on the cut shot is Windsor, but it's been a downfall there. Not quite maybe short enough to cut. Bit of bounce, bit of turn, and again, umpire not hesitating in giving that one out.
Yeah, I don't think Emily Windsor's too
Windsor was caught at the wicket
disappointed there.
Off the bowling of Holly Armitage, ball 27.
She just walks back. Is that Emily walking back? Doesn't look like her walk back. Emily Windsor's still out there, so it can't be. I think they've got that wrong. They've got that wrong. Emily Windsor's still out there.
She must be, because Norris was ran out at that end.
Yes, of course. So they must have. So they're going to have to swap round on the scoreboard, and we're just going to have to take that. So the one that's actually out is Alice Monaghan, who was playing a bit for the London Spirit this year, and doesn't play regularly for the Vipers. So hold fire, Vipers fans. It's Alice Monaghan, who's a very good player, is gone, but Emily is still out there, the non-striker, down the leg side, and that'll be another wide, and it flicks off Winfield Hill's pad, so they run through for a single as well. So Alice Monaghan is the one that was caught behind.
She was indeed, and what a disappointing team hat-trick ball that was, leg side wide from Armitage.
The scoreboard has gone haywire because it's now got Monaghan out there, which is totally wrong. So Windsor it is, facing Holly Armitage. It's down the leg side, it's in the air, and one bounce towards mid-wicket. That's a little bit of a heart-stopping moment. This is a nightmare spell here for the Vipers, just short of Lizzie Scott. End of the over. What an over. Or it's not the end of the over, they've got to change.
I think
they've taken a single.
There was an overthrow. The ball hit the stumps and went into that vacant space at short fine leg, so there's one more added to the score.
Charlotte Taylor it is out there, who pushes forward out on the offside, and there's no run. So Finty Trussler, making her debut, will come in at number 11. Charlotte Taylor is a permanent number 11 for the Vipers, finds herself promoted to number 10. Here comes Armitage again, down the leg side, but wrapped Taylor on the pad. It's been a weird few balls, that, hasn't it, really? Everything's been happening.
Yeah, Holly just certainly does make things happen. As I said, 2 wickets in 2 overs here, 3 overs. Inspired spell so far.
Certainly is. The board has changed now. It does show Monaghan as having been caught behind as Taylor pushes out on the offside. Monaghan going for no score. 185 for 8 the score is, and well, the Diamonds here. Your side here, James, will be very, very happy with the way things are going. The Vipers are in a bit of a hole here. Again, need to dig themselves out as Taylor thinks about cutting that one, leaves that alone. I don't think that's a bad decision, because for me now, they've got to play around Emily Windsor, and she's got to be playing once more out of her skin.
She has indeed. I've got a question to ask you. I need to pick your brains about the Vipers setup. There's a lot of Irish names. McCacken, Monaghan. Is there an Irish link, or is it just a coincidence?
I don't think so.
I know Gabby Lewis played for you for a
Gabby
little bit
Lewis
as well, but
played, yeah.
she's an Irish international.
That's right, yeah.
Are the other names are just descendants from Ireland, or are they?
Could very well be. I mean, if I'm honest, James, I've never delved into their family history.
Right.
Haven't yet, anyway, but that may have prompted me. But if Gemma doesn't know, and she'd know one or two of the players better than me.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting one. No, I don't know.
Fair enough. Katie Levick, change of bowling from the Howard stand end. She's on and bowling at Emily Windsor, and that one's cut away to the cover point boundary.
Yeah, interesting one. But you're right, there must be, if you go back, I don't know how many generations, there must be.
Well, I ask because I've got an Irish name myself, but yeah,
right.
I just wondered if there was a connection or coincidence.
Yeah. Oh, we'll look into that. Only the second time that Charlotte Taylor's batted in this competition this year.
Levick 2, Charlotte Taylor, and she shoulders arms at that one. There's a bit of spin as well for Levick. Stair Callis has been redeployed to first slip, a more conventional first slip. She was a bit of a 1.5er for Lindsey Smith earlier on. Levick once again straight this time, and this one looks to slide on with the arm, but Taylor gets her back down just in time. Tap of the bat from Taylor, and Levick in once again. Shorter this time, and Taylor tries to cut that one, but it's a bit too close to do that, and there's no run as Winfield Hill is neat and tidy behind the stumps, and Taylor takes a position once again. Another Vipers player that gives me sleepless nights, and she sweeps this one that's a bit straighter from Levick. I think it's leg bys, but they'll scamper a single. Umpire Harris signals the leg tap. That is a leg by.
Well, I think the Vipers now would be happy with 200. I think 200. There's a little bit in it there from time to time. Bowl accurately, see what happens.
Levick drags it down, and Windsor cuts this one away as we've come very accustomed to that cut shot, and that concludes another over from Katie Levick. The Vipers are 188 for 8.
Yeah.
7 to go.
Oh yes, long 7 overs in a way. Well, it might not be a long 7 overs. It might be all over in a flash. But wow, listen, well done to the Northern Diamonds. I think they've on the whole they've actually fielded quite well. I just think that this pitch, and when you look at it, it's still tinged green, and yet they are still getting a little bit of turn. It's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they tend to say if it does seam, it spins, you know.
Yeah.
So the seam grips in that grass.
Armitage floats that one up, almost Yorks Emily Windsor. She just turns it away square on the offside. But I think Emma Marlowe's done a good job, hasn't he? Lindsey Smith's done a good job. And Holly Armitage as well. Your 3 spinners have done a very good job here. Armitage again bowls, just straightens a fraction as it's pulled away by Windsor out towards deep mid-wicket, where the fielder out there, Lee Kasparek, does a good job there, moving smartly to her left, gets the ball in quickly, keeps it down to a single. Windsor would have wanted 2. She moves on to 31. 189 for 8 in the 44th. Bright sunshine, very warm conditions. As Armitage cuts, and it goes through the hands of first slip. I think that would have been a tremendous catch had it have been taken. The pace of the ball has been taken off. It will be pulled up just in front of the rope down at the far end of the ground. They'll come back for 3. That would have been an amazing catch there had Stair Callis taken that. Just above her head. She was quite low.
You're not put there for those kind of catches, for them type of shots. They're very difficult. They come at speed.
Yeah. For me now, every run is important for the Vipers, as it's 192 for 8 as Armitage comes in and Windsor drives out towards deep cover. It's not a misfield, so it's only a single, and Windsor now moves on to 32. 193 for 8. This is a tense situation, isn't it? You know, another 20 or 30 might just make a slight difference. I think for me now it's not enough. You'd have to bowl amazingly accurately and just hope that the Vipers get the same out of this pitch from time to time, but it's not every ball. As Taylor pushes forward, goes out towards extra cover. A lot at stake.
Well, there's 6 overs left as well. You know,
Yeah.
that's 30 runs at 5 and over, 36 at 6s. Obviously, the wickets column is going to be the challenge there.
That's right, you can't do anything silly here. Just got to bat the overs out. That's a nice drive from Taylor, and the Vipers just to our right, the ones that are sitting out in the sun, enjoyed that too. A bit of a round of applause as Taylor keeps the strike. I love that off drive. That was played like a number 5. Taylor moves on to 4, 194 for 8, 6 to do.
I must admit, I don't know much about Charlotte Taylor's batting.
I haven't seen much of her either. Gemma would say because she played at the same club side, Hursley Ladies, near Winchester. But I've hardly ever seen her because very rarely in this side does she get a go.
Yeah, yeah.
As I say, she's only batted once in this competition so far this year.
Well, it's Katie Levick to continue. Spinner to spinner here as Taylor pushes that into the offside and Armitage fields at extra cover.
I think a lot of these players, like, you know, as most of them when they go back and play at their club, they can all play at that level. They can all bat.
Levick once again, full and straight, and a bit of a hack this time from Taylor, and it goes behind square on the leg side, and they think about 2, and eventually Taylor sends Windsor back. That would be catastrophic to run the in batter in Windsor out at this stage with just the 5.4 overs to go.
Yeah. Well,
Windsor needs to take a lot of the strike here, doesn't she? Levick to Windsor. Again, trying to cut that. 2 backward points deployed now.
Your message got through there, James.
Eventually, thanks to a bit of intel. Levick once again to Windsor on 32 not out. Down the leg side, signalled wide, misses everything. This is going to run away for 4. So that's 5 wides, valuable runs for the Vipers. Winfield Hill lost that. It seemed like a regulation leg side take, but it evaded everything. So that's 200 for the Southern Vipers.
Yeah.
A few claps.
There's a good crowd up this end of the ground. We just can't see it, but it's reasonable, isn't it?
Levick once again. Windsor cuts away. Walston will collect from the cover point boundary, and there'll be just the 1 run. Yeah, the ground at that end is shaded, so we kept that shut, and the Western Terrace is a big stand to run, so we try and keep the crowd on this side as Levick's in and pushes Taylor back in a crease. It's that slider delivery you seen get the dismissal earlier on, and there's no run. Taylor gets a bat down on that one.
That's the rowdy stand to our right, isn't it, the Western Terrace?
It is on Rose's matches, test matches, blast night. Levick in once again, just misses a length slightly, but the field's set in a way that no boundary can be accessed, and that concludes another over from Katie Levick. Southern Vipers are 202 for 8 with 5 to remain.
Yeah, Levick's bowled out now, 2 for 35 from her 10. Another good job done by her. Picked up Adams and Schofield, two good wickets. Adams for 33, Schofield for 9. So 5 overs left, 201. The Vipers as another plane comes above us, very low here. Too far away from Leeds Bradford Airport as Armitage bowls. She's beaten outside the off stump there, Taylor. I think she was just trying to guide that in the gap in front of square on the offside, but misses. Of course, we've still got a bit of Lindsey Smith to come yet. I think she's still got some overs, hasn't she? Just check how many she's got. That'll be interesting. She's bowled very well indeed. There comes Armitage. Lindsey Smith still got 3 overs to bowl. That's outside the off stump, cut away by Taylor. That's gone out to the deep cover position, away to our left. 202 for 8. Taylor's keeping Windsor company. She moves on to 7. Needs to keep her company for a little bit more yet. Lindsey Smith 3 out of the last. Well, she's not going to get all her overs in. Are you surprised at that? Here comes up, mind you, Armitage has bowled well, isn't she, to be fair. That's driven back to the bowler by Windsor. Surprised she hasn't going to, in either way, however, that she's not going to bowl all 10.
Yeah, I am, but then sometimes just with matchups and the fact we've got so many all-rounders.
Yeah. Cut away by Windsor. It's gone to point. The throw will come in at the bowler's end, but Windsor's home. think that's Stir Callis out there doing those duties.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the way it goes. Lindsay's warming up now. I think she'll replace Levick at the top end, at the Howard stand end. I didn't expect Holly to bowl as many overs as she has, but she's made inroads and kept herself on.
Sure, I think that's the key there, as Taylor pushes that out towards extra cover. Smith does the field. I think you're right. I think Holly Armitage probably an over, 2 overs, see what happens, and she's earned the right to keep bowling. She has 2 for 21 into a 5th. This is the last ball of it, as that's driven by Taylor. Again, it's found Lindsey Smith at extra cover. 4 to do, 204 for 8. Windsor has 34, Taylor 7.
I mean, it's great when Lindsey Smith doesn't get to bowl the 10 overs, and it's for reasons such as you've kept them to such a low score rather than she's bowled badly, because she's probably been the best bowler out of all today.
Yeah. If you're watching the live picture feed, you can see some of the crowd there bathing in September sunshine. What a day to be watching cricket today. Probably one of the last few days you'll get watching some cricket and enjoying the temperatures that we have at the moment. Make the most of it. So who have we got? Yeah, we have got Lindsey Smith, haven't we? Yeah. Changing ends. All her overs have been bowled from this Kirkstall Lane end.
That's right.
She's now having a go up the hill. And it's quite pronounced here as well, isn't it? Have you played here, James? I don't know if you've played here.
I haven't played here. Obviously, spent a lot of time out in the middle.
Yeah. It's quite pronounced, isn't it, the slope?
It is, and it's not as steep as it used to be.
Oh.
They've taken a bit of the gradient out of it.
Oh, right. I remember somebody mentioning that a while ago, yeah.
Lindsey Smith in then, left arm around the wicket. Emily Windsor on strike, and you guessed it, back cutting it again, but the point fielder is able to stop that one and prevent a run being scored. Smith running between the umpires and the stumps, round the wicket, full and straight. This time Windsor's able to access that gap between Stair Callis at point and Holly Armitage at extra cover, and they'll take the single. So Windsor's got a lot of faith in Charlotte Taylor's batting.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, when Emily does play club cricket, again, it's Hursley, same as Charlotte. So they'll know each other, growing up through the Hampshire ranks as well. So yeah, I think you're right.
Slight change in the field. Kasparik's going to come to a more straighter mid-wicket now as Smith's in, and very similar to the ball before. This time it breaks through the infield on the offside, and Jess Walston will field, prevent them coming back for 2. 2 wickets left. At what point do they start to go a bit harder? Is it 2 wickets? Sorry, 2 overs to go to match up with the 2 wickets remaining, as Smith's in again and straighter and pushes Windsor back into the crease here, and there's no run as Smith fields off her own bowling. Do they go hard after this one? Lindsey Smith tossing the ball in her hands, and then she's in, and another cut from Windsor. It's not too short enough to cut to create that whip, and they can't get it away, so Callis fields at point once again.
It's important to get a single here, last ball of the over.
Here she comes, Lindsey Smith, full and straight, and Windsor's going to tip that one and run almost, a bit like indoor cricket with the All-Stars. Hit it, you've got to run, and just able to hit it so it didn't go straight at the field and made the fielder run in onto the ball, and Windsor gets through for another single, taking her score to 36. The Southern Vipers are 207 for 8. There's 3 overs to go. What's the ploy now for the Vipers?
Just back the overs. I've not seen Finty Trussler. I mean, it's her debut. I know she has been part of the. I think she captained the academy last year for the Vipers. I think she's a better bat. In fact, your opposite number at the Vipers, Adam Carty, did send me a message today and said she's a better bat than where she's going to bat today. So we'll have to wait and see. As Windsor drives back to Armitage, who's earned herself another over here. She has 2 for 21 at the start of her 6th. We're into the 48th. Windsor on 36. Again, a rear guard action from her for the Vipers as she comes down the wicket. Makes it into a full toss, hits it in the air, safe though as it bounces out towards deep mid-wicket, and there's a fumble which allows them to come back for 2, which is exactly what the Vipers and Windsor would have wanted. Lee Kasparek out there. It came to her quite quickly. She'll be disappointed though she didn't pick it up cleanly. Windsor moves on to 38. I shouldn't say this about your players, James, in front of you. 209 for 8. I feel a little bit... would saying, it's all right, if it's just another commentator, I feel fine. But you in your position at regional director, and I'm saying, well, that could have been a better piece of fielding or this or that. But generally, I think the Northern Dynamos have been great today. There you go.
Well, I admire your honesty about what you see in front of you. Call a spade a spade.
Here's Armitage, and Windsor gives herself some room. Can't find the gap backward at point, and that's well fielded. 2 fielders there for just that sort of shot. And Windsor on that occasion couldn't thread it through.
So your honesty is a bit of northern spirit in you somewhere.
Northern spirit.
Northern soul.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'll lead you to a little secret. As that's driven out by Windsor out to deep cover. Unless there's a misfield there, they won't get more than 2. They don't. Windsor moves on to 39. My late mother was Scottish, so does that count as northern? I know it's north of Southampton.
Well, it is northern, isn't it? It's very northern.
Yeah, but too northern? I mean, is there a point
Depends
at which...
on your political
well, that's right.
persuasion.
Is there a point at which you could be too northern?
No.
There we go. So my late mother was Scottish. Oh, there's a nice little dab sweep shot. Little flick down, fine on the leg side, and Taylor will pick up 2. And in fact, Gemma's just sent me a message there saying she is Hursley Park's all-time run scorer, highest run scorer. So I'll give you an idea. She can bat a little bit.
Charlotte Taylor is.
Charlotte Taylor.
Oh, wow.
So she is showing it here. I'm always hesitant to say when numbers 10 and 11 come in and say, oh yeah, they can bat. I don't ever say that, but I think Charlotte Taylor's showing that she can actually play. 2-12-4-8. Here's Armitage again, bowls, and Taylor works that away on the onside. We're thinking about a single. Windsor just got in Armitage's way as she moves swiftly across. 2-12-4-8, 2 to do.
Armitage clattered Windsor there. In fact, she would have been penalised in rugby league for not completing the tackle. She didn't quite get her arms round her.
I love all the references to rugby league. Only when you come up here can you get as many references to rugby league as we do.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And a unique stadia like Headingley, you've got the rugby league and the cricket this side. In fact, interestingly, years ago when I used to come and watch rugby league here, you would stand behind the sticks at one end when your team was kicking that way, and then at the interval there used to be a walkway underneath the Howard stand. Maybe when you played here you'd remember that.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I do.
I will continue that in a second as Smith's around the wicket and Windsor's advancing down the track this time. A bit of a hoik into the leg side and long on all fields. It's just the one. Taylor back on strike, and you would walk along the walkway here underneath the Howard stand, or the rugby stand end as it was called then, the football stand even, and the gradient was much steeper then. So Smith once again around the wicket. Taylor down the deck this time, times it well but can't find the gap, so there's no run. Yeah, so when they did the work and redeveloped the Howard stand, they took a bit of the gradient out of the steep hill that was here at Headingley, as Smith is in once again and Taylor tries to push this into the leg side, but again there's no run. So time running out for the Vipers.
I'd give it to the last over and then go for it, personally.
Smith up and at them, flight and guile, full and straight, and there's no run once again there as Taylor plays a strong shot but can't find that gap of that straightish extra cover and mid-off fielder. Lindsey Smith is in and Taylor's down the wicket, and she whips this one into leg side. Better contact this time, and Bess Heath does the fielding down at long on. Just the single.
Now Smith's fired 1 or 2 in here. It's just short of a length, hasn't she, really? It'd be interesting to see if she does the same here, because Windsor will be looking for a single off this last delivery.
Here she comes round the wicket. Bit of flight, but it's full, and she's able to jam her back down on that, open the face and get the single to keep her on strike for the final over. The Southern Vipers are 2-1-5 for 8.
Well, these two have done a good job here. 33 they've put on, which I think is quite important. Whether that's enough or not, I'm not sure, but even so, it's 33 valuable runs. What I would do now with 2 wickets in hand, I'd go for it for these 6 balls. If they're bowled out in 49.2 overs, they're bowled out in 49.2 overs. But if you can get maybe a dozen off this over, I think you're then starting to get into territory where if you have a little bit of luck early on, you may just be able to exert some sort of pressure.
Yeah, I thought they could have gone at 3 overs or 2 overs actually, and maybe took 10 and over, just see what happens. And,
yeah.
But nevertheless,
here's Armitage. Down the wicket comes Windsor, hits it, gets it inside edge. It goes on the 45 on the leg side. I think you're right, but I actually do think you guys have bowled well these last few overs.
Yeah, absolutely. My only question, could we have brought a seamer back just to try and knock over one of the bowlers? But yeah, the pace on the ball, it's easier to get away. The young seamers, inexperienced.
Armitage bowls down the wicket comes Taylor, hits it to mid-on and she's caught. Simple catch there for Bess Heath, and Charlotte Taylor goes for 11. That's a valuable 11 for me, low down the order, 216 for 9.
And the partnership of 34, very, very important. The tail's wagged there, and as Gemma said, Charlotte Taylor's actually not a mug with the bat, and probably vindicates why Holly's kept herself on there bowling. I think the seamers might have been easier to get away. There's less margin for error. Tickle down the leg side and it runs away for 4, whereas you've got to create the energy on the ball with the spinners, and if you don't get it quite right and you don't beat the infield, you find the hands of Bess Heath, who's hovering on the edge of those discs that are placed out for the, I was going to say 30-yard circle, but it's not in women's cricket. It's
25, isn't it?
25.
Yeah.
23 point something metres or whatever it is in new money.
So Finty Trussler it is, making her debut for the Vipers. 19-year-old, plays her cricket at St Cross actually, which is also very near Winchester. So here's Armitage, bowls to Trussler, who turns that away. We'll get Windsor on strike as it goes behind square on the leg side. So 217 for 9 with 4 balls left.
What a feeling. On debut, tickles it into the leg side, cool as a cucumber, and up and running as a professional cricketer.
There we go. Hey, nice little ball to do that, about leg stump, wasn't it? Just having a look at Holly Armitage this season as she bowls. Down the wicket comes Windsor, hits it, and it goes on the 45 on the offside. She had a bit of a slap at that one, but it's only a single. Thought that was going to go in the air one stage. She wasn't really in total control of that. She actually has 4 for 41 as a best this season, so she's not quite there at the moment. Although she picks up this last wicket, it'll be a season's best figures, because she has 3 for 29 with 2 balls left of the Vipers innings. Comes in and bowls to Trussler. Trussler turns that away in the offside. Windsor was running anyway. The throw comes in at the bowler's end, and it's not a great one, and Trussler is home. Thought that was a bit risky, but it gives Windsor the strike with 1 ball left.
Yeah, Holly's worked really hard on her bowling. And she gets turned. She's a tall lady, so she gets bounce, and it's paying dividend now. Yeah,
she's bowled very accurate indeed. Here we go then, last ball of the Vipers, and it's just a low full toss. Windsor can't really hit it that hard. It goes in the air, but it goes out towards square leg. They'll come back for 2. The fielder throws it at the keeper's end. Windsor will come home, and it's a no ball, so we will actually get another delivery. Windsor, in her effort to smack it away as hard as she could, it came up nowhere near the middle of the bat.
You know, you're not expecting it there, are you? So it can take you by a bit of surprise at time. And
yeah. Well, a 6 will give Windsor a 50, but it'll have to be a mighty big hit. Last ball now then, 222 for 9. Comes down the wicket, makes it into a low full toss. She'll hit it for 4 through mid-on. She finishes 49 not out. Another wonderful innings from Emily Windsor at the back end of the Vipers innings. Is it enough to give Vipers a defendable total? That'll be a debate that will be had throughout the second part of this game. 226 for 9 then after the Vipers 50 overs.
Yeah, I think good bit of momentum for the Vipers going into the interval. Good little partnership between Taylor and Windsor. Just at the end there, made the tail wag a little bit. If the Vipers can just grab hold of some of those positives, bit of momentum going into the second innings, but the conditions look very fair for batting. The Diamonds would have been, I think overall, the bigger picture of the whole 50 overs, would be very happy with that return. I think 225 is, 25 shy of a par score at the start of the day, but the Vipers, from the position they've been in, 180 for 8, will be very happy to be at 226. But it's going to have to be a very good bowling performance, I think, from Diamonds. I'm being biased, I accept that, but I think win predictor right now would put me in a 75% towards the Diamonds. But halfway, long way to go, and Clean Slate Headingley always brings up some entertaining cricket, doesn't it? So excited for the second innings.
Yeah, Well, we've got a game, that's for sure. 2:26 for 9, then Emily Windsor finishing 49 not out of 61 balls, hitting in the last ball for 4. There was a major contribution from Georgia Elwis with 61 of 95. She was the 5th wicket to fall at 143. The major partnership was 72 between Elwis and Georgia Adams, who made 33. They put on 72 for the 3rd wicket. But a good all-round bowling performance, particularly from the spinners for the Northern Diamonds. Lizzie Scott uprooting Ella McGacken's leg stump in the first over in just her 2nd game, the right arm seamer. She finished with 1 for 46 from 8, but 3 for 37 from 7 from Holly Armitage, 2 for 35 from her 10 from Katie Levick, and a wicket also for Lindsey Smith, 9 overs, 1 for 27. The pick of the bowlers, Lee Kasparek bowled 2 overs, none for 14. So when the Northern Diamonds come out to bat, they will need 227, and if they do, they're into Sunday's final at Lords. Thank you, James Carr, the Regional Director of Cricket for the Northern Diamonds, up here. More from him in the second half. I suspect if you're going to win this game, James, we might hear even more from you than normal, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'll try and be as balanced as possible, actually. But
you'd be very balanced.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing that, just a bit of insight, the 8 regional directors, we work quite closely together. We're trying to develop and establish professional cricket, and also the head coaches have to work together a bit around, talent ID and scouting, and, we're trying to support an England A programme and under-19s programme. So it's actually important that, yes, we lead locally on our own programmes, but we work collaboratively for the national team and its programmes. So, yeah, you have to be balanced and objective at times in these roles, but nevertheless, I hope that the Diamonds win the game.
And we wouldn't expect anything less of you. James Carr, he'll be back a little bit later. Myself, Kevin James, and also Gemma Green, former Hampshire player. We'll be back with you in about 25 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to the clean slate ground at Headingley for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final group match between the Northern Diamonds and the Southern Vipers. Whoever wins this goes straight through to Sunday's final at Lord's. Whoever loses will play in a playoff on Wednesday. The situation at the halfway stage is that the Southern Vipers have won the toss and elected to bat first, finished with 226 for 9. Is that enough? That is the question that is going around the stadium right now. The feeling is that it's slightly under par. Top scorer Georgia Elvis with 61 of 95 balls. Emily Windsor continuing her fine form with 49 not out of 61. And at the top partnership, 72 for the third wicket between Elvis and Georgia Adams, the captain, as Adams made 33. Holly Armitage with 3 for 37 with her leg breaks finished the top Diamond bowler. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from the Northern Diamonds Regional Director of Cricket, James Carr, taking you through alongside me for this first period of play, his former Hampshire player, Gemma Green. Gemma, interesting stat you mentioned just before we came on about the spinners.
Yeah, it's been a big part of Northern Diamonds' campaign. They took 38 out of the 42 wickets before this game with the spin, and today out of the 9 wickets that fell, one was a run out. There were 7 taken by the spinners and just a single one by the seamer in the first over. So yeah, that's been a big part of their game. Vipers don't have as big a range of spin attack, but we do have Charlotte Taylor and Georgia Adams, and then with the introduction today of Finty Trussler, there are a few options out there for spin. But we've got Tara Norris up front, who's taken the first over from the football end. She opened the bowling at the Aegeus last week, and I was actually square on for that game, but it looked like that was doing a bit early up as she comes in over the wicket to the captain Armitage, and that's left alone down the leg side. And very much like the Diamonds, we start with a wide.
I think that's that Winfield Hill batting, I think.
Sorry, Winfield Hill.
Who's opening with Lindsey Smith. Winfield Hill has hit 280 runs in this competition, averaging 56 this season.
Norris in again to Winfield Hill, and that's a straighter ball driven up to mid-off and no run. 2 fielders that Vipers have opted for outside the ring that they can have in this power play. They're both behind the bat. They've got a third man and a fine leg. So that area is very much covered, but anything in front of the bat, if it does break that infield on this pitch, we'll go for 4.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we, in the Vipers innings, in amongst the wickets falling. Boundaries didn't seem that hard if the ball wasn't in the right areas.
So Norris in again, and that straighter ball is just tucked behind her on the square, behind her on the leg side, and that's picked up by Alice Monaghan down at fine leg for a single. So Winfield's off the mark. Score is 2 for 0.
So Lindsey Smith, just the 37 runs in this competition so far from 5 innings. Obviously been a bit more successful with the ball than the bat. Left-hander as she is with the ball.
Yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill, very much one of the main run scorers. She's got 280 so far with a highest score of 93 this season. As Norris comes in to Lindsey Smith, and she just pushes that just behind square on the offside, the left-handed Lindsey Smith.
Yeah, played for the Northern Superchargers in the 100. Had only a couple of innings, 11 runs there, so she's not really done too much with the bat this summer.
No, very much always been a spinning all-rounder, bowling all-rounder, but yeah, not as much with the bat as she has in previous seasons. As Norris comes in, there's a slip in place, and that's a straight ball just pushed up to mid-off and no run. So after that wide first ball, it's looking like a tidy over. Just the 2 so far, 2 balls to go.
Umpire's already having a look at Tara Norris's follow-through there. Obviously feeling that's a little too straight. I see her come slightly wider of the stumps from now on.
Yeah, let's hope she could see him having a look, because she was turning back, walking back to her mark. As she's coming in again, Lindsey Smith, the left-hander on strike, and that's a full straight ball driven up to mid-on. Again, no run, the tight field in the ring. got Chloe Hill with the gloves for her second time. She came in before when Carla Rudd was injured, and then since then she has played a couple of times, but on merit as a batter only, and batted very well. But today, without Carla Rudd, who's not too well this week, she's been given the gloves for this game as well. Norris for her final ball. Again, off stump line, just pushed into the offside for no run. So the score after the 1 over is 2 for 0.
Tidy start there from Tara Norris. Not too much swing for her there, but nice, accurate last 5 balls or so. Tara Norris in this competition this year. 8 wickets. Economy rate of just over 4 and over. She's actually the equal highest Vipers wicket taker in this year's competition with Paige Schofield. Who bowls at a bit of medium pace, and as always, Charlotte Taylor, who will be bowling her off spin, opening up the bowling. Didn't have a 100 contract this year, was with the Brave last year. She was quite disappointed, didn't she? She didn't pick up a contract, but a chance to revive her successes in this competition of old. 6 wickets against the Northern Diamonds in that first final in this competition at Edgbaston 2020.
Yep, this very fixture, we'd like a spell like that today, wouldn't we? That would go down very well. I can say that because James isn't in here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, James Carr will be back a bit later, the regional director of Northern Diamonds Cricket. He will be back shortly. So here we go then. From the Kirkstall Lane end, our commentary end, as Taylor comes in and bowls. It's quite full, a nice shape on that delivery, just straightened a bit on Winfield Hill. She drives it firmly up to mid-on, fielded by Ella McGacken, who was out in the first over, bowled by Lizzie Scott. Looked a serious delivery. That came back late, uprooted her leg stump. Didn't make any rounds at all as Taylor comes in again. Winfield Hill tries to cut that, misses. That ball's just shaping away, isn't it, really? That drift that we've come to get used to with Charlotte Taylor. Not so much spin, but it's more drift in the air.
That's right, you've got to almost take the fact that she's an off-spinner out of the equation and play for that away drift.
It is just like being arm balls, isn't it, really? All arm balls. It's driven in the air, and it's just going to evade the extra cover fielder. Not timed to come off the toe of the bat there from Winfield Hill. Goes out to deepish cover. Windsor comes across, but she's hit through the line, really on line, rather than anything else, and certainly didn't get the middle of the ball, the bat on the ball there. She moves on to 3, 4 without lost the diamonds. Need another 223. Oh, she's hit that beautifully. Comes down the wicket and hits that. That'll be about 3 bounces for 4 as the ball just goes over the rope below us. Quite deliberate shot, and that was much better from Winfield Hill.
Yeah, she just decided, I think, to come and meet the away drift, negate it, and she came down the pitch there and absolutely middled that.
She had a good competition, played for the Oval Invincibles, which won the competition overall. 219 runs in 7 innings in the 100 competition this year. As she bowls again, and that's hit firmly to extra cover. Paige Schofield fields. That would have hurt the hands a little bit. She looks in good form in this over. Winfield Hill looking to be positive. Comes in again then as Taylor bowls. It's a low full toss, and that's hit away in the deep on the leg side, but Alice Monaghan is out there. Doesn't quite pick it up cleanly. Got a body behind it though, which is the main thing. Didn't want it to slip underneath and go for 4. And they'll pick up 2 more. Winfield Hill in this mood, I think from the Diamonds' point of view, a few overs of her will get them away to a good start. I don't think the Vipers want to see too much of her.
No, this I can't see this game going to 50 overs personally, so it's a case of 10 wickets, all the runs, so Vipers do need to be picking those up earlier rather than later, not letting any partnerships form. Vipers are without 3 of their key bowlers, obviously, to the England squad. That's Lauren Bell, Charlie Dean and Freya Kemp. So that will need Vipers to dig deep into their, I won't say reserves, that's too harsh, but their depth, certainly, of the likes of Paige Schofield, that we said earlier, is actually one of the leading wicket takers this year. But yeah, the Vipers do have a lot of depth with both bat and ball, and they'll need that today with bowling as Norris comes in to Lindsey Smith, and she drives that. There's a little misfield. They think about running, but no risk needed at this stage.
Well, already, even though we're only just starting the 3rd over, batting looks fairly easy out there at the moment. These 2 stroking the ball around.
The Diamonds also opened with a seamer from the football stand end and a spinner from this end, the Kirkstall Lane end. But that movement that Lizzie Scott got was quite drastic, wasn't it? As Norris comes in, and that's cut through to the offside for no run.
Well, it's accurate stuff from Norris, but Lindsey Smith is middling those shots on the up, just finding the fielder at the moment.
That's it, isn't it? Because it's so heavy, yeah.
Yeah, that swing that she was getting was, well, she struggled to control it. So
She did, yeah.
but Norris doesn't get quite as much movement. She gets enough. As she's coming in over the wicket. Bowls, and that's a straighter ball, worked into leg side, but there's no run there as Bouchier is quick on that and into the gloves of Chloe Hill.
It looks a good wicket to bat on at the moment, doesn't it?
I almost said into the gloves of Carla Rudd there. She's one of those keepers that barely missed a game. She's missed 2 this season, and I can't think of another game she's ever missed.
The last 2 seasons
So,
for the Vipers, yeah, ever present.
So I keep struggling to say Hill when I'm referring to the keeper, so a little pause before I do. Norris in, and that's back of a length and driven up the ground to mid-off.
Well, it is accurate from Norris, but there's no movement there at all, is it really? She's having to keep it arrow straight and a good length, and even though Lindsey Smith's hitting through the line, she can't quite pierce the field at the moment. Tara Norris can do no more than what she's doing, but you do get the feeling that sooner or later Smith's going to pierce that field.
And I think with the quality that Northern Diamonds have got in their batting lineup and the modest total they're chasing, they don't need to take any risks and do anything too drastic, so they can just sit and wait for those opportunities. That's wrapped Lindsey Smith on the pad, but it was going down leg anyway, and that's dribbles out to the leg side for no run. 1 to come in this over.
Well, we had a look at the South East Stars score, didn't we, at the break? Is it 281 in their game against the Lightning? I'll give you exactly, yeah, 281 for 9 off their 50 over. Bryony Smith with 100. You would think they're going to win that, which means they will host the playoff against one of these 2 sides.
Yeah, I think that's looking likely. I struggle to see how Lightning are going to chase that down. You never know, but Norris comes in, and that's whipped away onto the leg side, but again straight to my Bouchier, so there's no run there. So yeah, I think the way it stands at the minute, the winners of this game are playing at Lord's next Sunday, and the losers are going to have to travel to Beckenham in hope to book their place at Lord's.
Yeah, not an easy trip for either of these sides. Probably slightly easier for the Vipers, but even so. Well, that was a maiden over there from Tara Norris, but it only came about because she was literally landing the ball on a sixpence. Lindsey Smith looking to bat on the up, punch the shots and try and pierce the field. Couldn't in that over, but you just get the feeling that the minute Tara Norris just errs a little bit on line or length, that ball is going to find the gap. But it is Charlotte Taylor whose first over went for 8 to bowl to Lauren Winfield Hill. 10 without lost the diamonds. As Taylor comes in and bowls, Winfield Hill hits, goes aerial over mid-on. That's a beautiful shot. And that is 1 bounce for 4, wide of mid-on. The ball was in the arc. Struck that beautifully.
Yeah,
that does look in good form.
That was a great pickup, and like you say, that intent, as the fielding side, do you think, oh, yeah, if she's looking to go for it, there's opportunities there, but if she's middling it, there aren't.
No, there is none. Fielding restrictions, of course. Just 2 fielders allowed outside, although they're only 1 at the moment. As Taylor bowls, Winfield Hill drives up to deep mid-off. There is 2 actually, because one of them's deep mid-off. I just saw the one at deep mid-wicket. That's the second one. That's Georgia Hill was picking that ball up there. He made 61 in the Vipers innings, top scored. 15 without lost the diamonds. 212 more needed. Strong start already in just the 4th over from the home side. In bright sunshine. Temperature has steadily warmed throughout the morning and the early afternoons. Beautiful here in Leeds. As Taylor comes round the wicket with her off spin this time and bowls. Smith on the back foot, tries to find the angle. The ball just follows her a fraction. Goes out into the covers, fielded by Adams. They're on the back foot already for me, the Vipers.
Yeah, definitely. They've got a job to do. The Diamonds can take it fairly easy from here.
Yeah.
As long as they don't lose wickets, obviously, but they're in the driving seat at the minute.
Comes down the wicket there, Smith. She's going to take a quick single up to deep mid-off. Ella McGacken tries to pick it up cleanly, doesn't. And, you can just here, just to our left, the Northern Diamonds contingent, who were doing what the Vipers contingent did away to our right, and when they were matting, they're sitting on some seats, even lying on some aerobic mats, mauve in colour. There's a slog sweep out on the leg side, very strong shot, it's gone along the ground. Monaghan doesn't field it cleanly, but the ball doesn't bobble too far away from her. And Winfield Hill moves on to 15 as another playing passes above us. Legacy Airport today leads Bradford. Guess a lot of holidaymakers coming back. I guess, I don't know. Maybe a few going out, taking advantage of all the schools being back, as Taylor floats that one up, and Lindsey Smith will take another single. McGacken picks it up cleanly. Oh, if that hit, she's gone. Oh, she has. It's picked. The stumps have been flicked off, but the umpire says no. It just clipped the stump. It just enough to hit the bails, and I have to say that looked amazingly close to me.
Incredibly close. Direct hits often do, but that was quick in. That left her hand so quickly.
I'm sure we're going to see a replay on the live picture feed. If you're watching the live picture feed, the camera's not in a great position anyway, so maybe.
But the Vipers don't look too disenchanted, so maybe it wasn't quite as close as we thought from up here, but it looked a smart bit of work.
It was close.
Left the hand like a bullet.
It did, didn't it? She may just have crept up a yard or two after Lindsey Smith had taken a single up to her the previous over.
A warning sign to the Diamonds, if nothing else. Tara Norris to continue from the Howard stand end. She comes in and bowls, and that's pulled, and that's not timed, and that's going to be caught, and it is taken by Charlotte Taylor at mid-off. That was a back of the length ball. Lindsey Smith tried to pull that. She didn't get all of it. It was a top edge, and it just floated to Charlotte Taylor at mid-off, and that is the first breakthrough for the Southern Vipers. Lindsey Smith goes for 2. The score is 18 for 1.
Well, that was a good catch, wasn't it? It was a little tricky.
She just misjudged it at one point, I thought. She sort of had it, and then she had to backtrack a little bit. But she pouched it cleanly. And that does bring the captain, Holly Armitage, to the middle, which might be a little bit of a concern to the Vipers. She's Northern Diamonds' leading run scorer, but she's also incredibly in form. Last game was 131 not out. She's also got 2 40s and a 60 in this competition. So, yeah, incredibly in form, quick run scorer, and Vipers need to see the back of her as soon as they can.
Yeah, it was her first professional 100 as well, I think I read. First time she'd hit 3 figures as a professional. And, well, Lindsey Smith, that was interesting, wasn't it? Having been very nearly run out at the end of the previous over, to then play that shot, which to me was a little bit, for me it was a little bit premeditated.
It was slightly back of a length, but it wasn't short enough to swing the arms at.
It was a bit of a cross-back shot as well, wasn't it? A bit of a slap. Yeah. And it just looked to me as though she was looking to go down the ground no matter what. Well, one of the big 2 or 3 gone.
One of them gone, so we've got the 2 leading run scorers here, so yep, another breakthrough required. As Norris comes in, Georgia Adams at slip, and bowls, that's a straight ball, just blocked. Back to mid-off for no run.
Holly Armitage also played for the Northern Superchargers in the 100 this year, 119 runs, so she had a pretty good season, hasn't she, all round with the bat?
She has.
Good with the ball today.
Yeah, she's a long servant of the game.
25, long servant, 25 years old.
These days, isn't it?
Yeah. That is long, isn't it?
Yeah. Norris comes in and bowls, and that's a straight ball again. Very full, just driven up to mid-off for no run.
And there are several in this Northern Diamonds side that have been on that losing side of Northern Diamonds in the 2 previous Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy finals, Holly Armitage being one of them as well. And I think Lauren Winfield Hill, just in the 2020 final, didn't play the 2021. I think 1 or 2 of them would just love to win this game today. Bit of payback.
Norris to Armitage. She's in, and again, nice line, and that's driven, but can't pierce the infield, so that's no run. Really tidy over here from Norris. I was just thinking, we always talk about this being a classic fixture, and these 2 being 2 of the strongest, if not the 2 strongest teams. But they've only lost 6 games in total. That's from 2020, from the start of this competition. 6 games between them, 3 of which have been when they've gone head to head. So they've only actually lost 3 games to other teams between them in 3 whole seasons. So neither team accustomed to losing, but one of them will today as Norris comes in and bowls, and that's on leg stump and just whipped away into the leg side. There'll be a run there as Schofield runs round and clears that up.
Yeah, impressive records from both, really. I think the Vipers have only lost 1 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game.
I was trying to be balanced, let's say 6 between them, but it's 1 for Vipers and 5 for Diamonds. Yeah. But 3 of the Diamonds are obviously two Vipers.
That's a good point. It just shows, really, doesn't it? There are already dominant teams in this competition. South East Stars really up there. These are the 3, aren't they? The dominant ones. I thought Central Sparks would be a bit better this year. I'm a little bit disappointed with them.
They did okay in the T20. They got to the final of that. And that's a straight ball just pushed up again to that mid-off region for no run, and a really tidy over by Tara Norris. Diamonds are 19 for 1 of 5. Yeah, they did all right in the T20. They beat South East Stars to get to the final, but had quite a fizzle out in the final. But yeah, since the T20, they've not really kicked on in this format.
Fallen away horribly, haven't they, really? 3 overs, 1 for 3 from Tara Norris, reflecting her very accurate bowling to date, but you just get the feeling that from a Vipers point of view, really all 10 overs from her need to be bang on the money, backed up by several others to try and put this Northern Diamonds side and these top batters that are in at the moment under real pressure. 208 more needed by the Diamonds with another 45 overs to go. These planes are coming over a little bit more regularly as we go through the afternoon, and it'll be Holly Armitage to face Charlotte Taylor, who's been a little bit more expensive. 2 overs for 16. That's driven by Armitage up towards Elvis at deep mid-off. Really struggled to get over the top of that noise. 19 for 1, that's saying something, I guess. Was that Armitage who hit that? Sorry. Winfield Hill hit that. So.
No,
it was Armitage, yeah. The scoreboard's just a little late in flicking over. The scoreboard's to our right that we can see, about 2 o'clock. Over the west stand with the blue seats. That's floated and it's driven. That's a lovely shot over extra cover, and that's going to be Elvis. And Winfield Hill, it started like a train here, and they're all proper shots. It was in the arc, but you still have to execute it well, and she certainly did.
They are going after Taylor a little bit. I wonder if that's a bit of a plan. They're playing both bowlers bowling decent line and length, but they're playing very differently to Taylor than they are to Norris at the other end.
Yeah. Here comes Taylor again then and bowls. It's a length ball. That's a strong shot off the back foot. Beats Taylor's dive as it goes quickly up towards Elvis, and that's a single. Winfield Hill's 20 already. And it's 25 for 1, the Diamonds. Need another 202. Winfield Hill could kill this game stone dead if she lasts about 20 overs. As bowls again, there's that shape away from the right-hander, but Armitage has it covered. Pushes that out into the covers. There's never really been any spin for Charlotte Taylor. There's always been that drift, which has been successful for her. Perhaps not quite as successful recently as she comes in again and bowls, and off the back foot there, and that's a good stop at extra cover from Paige Schofield. She needs to be good there. Mai Boucher is another one in the Vipers team that is good around that area. They're going to need to be right on it and try and save any runs they can. Scrap in the field with the Diamonds 25 for 1. Here's Taylor again with the slip in. There's a drive, and that's beaten a diving Paige Schofield, and that's 4 runs. There is just a bit of width when she does toss it up there a little bit, Charlotte Taylor, even with the drift. There's just a little too much width outside the off stump, and the Diamonds batters are taking full advantage. 29 for 1, and Taylor's first 3 overs have cost 26.
Yeah, they're the Diamonds are playing this perfectly, really, because we said 226 was a modest total, 50 overs on this pitch, and they could bide their time, but actually they're making the most of this power play. So the tiniest little bit of width on offer, or the length that's just a bit askew, they are throwing their hands at, knowing that as long as they get it through that infield, they will pick up 4 runs, and playing a really positive start.
Yeah, they certainly are. That 20 of Winfield Hill has come off just 14 deliveries.
Right, we've got Norris coming in to Chloe Hill, who stood back. Winfield Hill just pushes that on to the onside for no run.
Winfield Hill, Chloe Hill.
And I want to call her Carla Rudd. It's what's going on in my head at the minute is a big ball of fuzz.
I think if you're a baggage handler at Leeds Bradford Airport at the moment, you'll be working 10 to the dozen. You'll be here, there and everywhere getting the luggage off the planes.
It is noisy as Norris comes in, straight ball just blocked. This is what they're doing from this end. I think it's fair to say Norris has been the tidier of the two bowlers. She hasn't offered quite as much width as Taylor has on occasions, but they do seem happy just to push her back up in the V, knowing that they're playing a little more of attacking from the other end.
Well, and you're right, Gemma, but I think if I'm honest, this is more accurate. You know, it's straight, it's a very tight line, and it's a good length, which is not quite what we're getting from Taylor.
I think that will suit Georgia Elwes later on again, as that's full and straight, and that's whipped up to mid-on, but there's no run there. Yeah, the wicket-to-wicket bowling that Elwes provides will be quite interesting a bit later on when she comes on.
Well, I think Taylor's off for me.
Yeah.
You can't afford another over of that. Not with 198 runs needed. The sun comes out a bit brighter, if that's possible. It's been bright all day. It just feels a fraction brighter.
We can see so clearly. I mean, we've established, I don't know, depth of perception of distance, but how far do you reckon we can see over Yorkshire?
A long way.
It's miles. That's just turned on to the leg side. They take a run. There's a little fumble there by Paige Schofield in the ring on the leg side, and they come through for a single. There's been a few fumbles in both sides today. I was just thinking the standard of fielding generally is just absolutely flown in women's cricket since all of this was established 3 seasons ago. But today we've seen quite a few little bobbles, so I don't know if it's because we had that dry period and the grounds are sort of not as flat as they were as they're trying to re-nourish. But yeah, both sides have had a few fumbles as Norris comes in, and it's just back of a length and it's just pushed back to the bowler for no run. So really tidy stuff here from Norris. She's bowled nearly 4 overs. I thought that was over at 1 for 4.
Yeah.
So that's perfect from Norris for what the Vipers need right now.
So who's on this end for you?
I think I would bring Elwes on. I think she will give that stump to stump and just, even if it just ties things down for a few overs, settles the run rate. As Norris in again, and that's driven, and that does beat the infield. That's a sweet drive. She's timed that Holly Armitage really well, and that goes through extra cover for 4. So just as I was saying it, there's a little bit of width, a little bit full, and the Diamonds captain makes full advantage of that.
Well, that's the first bad ball from
Yep.
Norris, isn't it, really? But you just felt that anything that wasn't in the right areas was going to go, and that one did. So they need 193, the Diamonds now. Rapidly got that down from 227, just the 7 overs that have gone. And Winfield Hill playing quite superbly here with 21 off 18 balls, I think that is. Another plane coming over in a moment. I think that's going to land. It's going to go left to right as we look. It's the first one I've actually seen. I've heard all the others. That's the first one I've seen. Have they slightly changed path? I don't know. So, change of bowling.
Not Elwes, Paige Schofield.
Yeah. Steady medium pacer, Paige Schofield. A bit like Elwes, really. They're quite similar type bowlers. Just trying to mix up the paces a fraction. 3 for 29. She picked up against the South East Stars in Hove. Those are her best figures to date this season. 34 for 1 then. She's bowling to Winfield Hill, who's in magnificent form from what we've seen here. That's foolish. Winfield Hill drives it. Paige Schofield fields on a follow through. Needs to be as accurate as Tara Norris now for a few overs.
Yeah, Vipers just need to get out of this power play, don't they? With not too much more damage in these 3 overs.
Here comes Schofield again, runs away from us and bowls, and Winfield Hill drives pleasantly through the covers. That'll be 4. Pick the gap between cover and extra cover. There isn't much of a gap between them, but Winfield Hill found it, and she moves on to 25. A real problem here for the Vipers with Winfield Hill going along so nicely. Lovely lovely shot that, just hit through the line. It wasn't even quite a half volley.
We've seen a lot of that today, though. There's been few sort of big, rash, strong shots. It's all been timed, whether it's down the ground, cut through point. It just looks a nice ground to time the ball on.
Schofield bowls on the line of leg stump, just turned away into the gap, square on the leg side. Winfield Hill moves on to 26, 39 for 1. Played 5 tests for England. Winfield Hill played in the Ashes Test during the winter. Didn't play either one at Taunton.
No, she does tend to be sort of in and out. England have sort of been playing around with that top order, more in the white ball format, but because there's an era of development, an era of change happening at the minute. Obviously, a lot of new players are making their debut over the summer, or have made their debut over the summer, and are going to in this upcoming one-day series. So yeah, it's definitely in a sort of period of change.
Holly Armitage on 10 to face Paige Schofield, who bowls, and Armitage will get a quick single there as she just dabs that out on the offside. Again, it's in a gap, and the crowd at this end of the ground and the Northern Diamonds squad who just sitting just beyond the boundary's edge to our left, clapping away, getting excited.
That's what's been so great about this, because obviously there's natural progression anyway with sort of age and years gone by, but
Schofield comes in again. Winfield Hill drives pleasantly, but straight to extra cover, and there's a misfield, but they get away with it.
But the England team of sort of 3 years ago that was very settled, obviously with the likes of Shrubsole, who's now retired, and Brunt and Siver and Knight, and the same team, same names. With this explosion of women's domestic professional cricket, there's suddenly so many more knocking on the door, so many more in people's minds. And
it's in the air and just short of mid-wicket, almost on the half volley to Maya Boucher. Very nearly Winfield Hill. I think she went aerial there, just didn't get hold of it, and the ball almost carried, but she's okay. She's on 26, 39 for 1, 8 gone.
And you just feel like this whole programme is really doing its job, because there's probably players that wouldn't have been on the radar, wouldn't have been picked up. Some obviously would naturally through the old pathways, but this has really accelerated some of the players and given them that opportunity, and it's done wonders for the international programme. Well, it will when it's sort of more established. A lot of them are blooding in at the minute, but it's definitely broadened the horizons of the international selection, I think.
Baggage handlers doing a double shift here. Those planes coming over. So where's Winfield Hill then? Is she sort of, you say she's in and out. I mean, is she on the way out, or is she very much still in the mix?
Well, there's a few players. It's a bit like Tammy Beaumont and Winfield Hill. They can, we know they can still play. They can still do a job. As Norris comes in again, and that's just flick. That's going to go for 4 as well. That's nicely timed. That was just on the hip of Holly Armitage, and she's just done nothing more than just sort of flick that on its way down to fine leg, and just timed it again, and that's 4 more. Yeah, there's that sort of group of players who are fighting for their position like they always were, because they've never been particularly established, but also, as I say, they've got this new school year of players coming up, so the competition is just so huge for those places, those spots in the England side. As Norris comes in, that's down the leg side, will be called a wide, taken nicely by Chloe Hill.
Because she's 32 years of age now, so I guess they are looking ahead, but she's still, just looking at her here, she's still a serious player.
It'll be interesting to see when the new coach comes in for England, what their take is, whether it is a future planning type regime that they go for, or if they do stick with the old stalwarts, and that's just blocked onto the leg side for no run, and that will just be down to the personal outlook of whoever gets that role.
So Charlotte Edwards has turned it, or said that she's not applying.
Yeah, there was a lot of speculation in the first T20 International on air. They were all talking about whether she would or she wouldn't, and then I think she was on commentary for the next game, and they just asked her outright on air, and she said she wouldn't be applying.
It's the Vipers head coach, former England captain.
Norris in, and that's cut, and that's also beaten the infield, and again it's so beautifully timed, that just goes between the point and cover fielder in the ring, and it's just caressed to the boundary. Another beautiful shot by Holly Armitage. She moves on to 19. The score is 49 for 1, and we're not even out of the power play yet.
So who So you take Charlotte Edwards out of it, because Lisa Kitely is finishing at the end of this next one-day series against India.
Yep.
So who for you could be in the frame?
Well, I think I said to you yesterday, I've actually no idea. You know, when these big sort of roles come up and you always think there's... I think... I don't know. You can't really see past Lottie. Everyone, I think, thought she was going to apply for it. Charlotte Edwards, sorry. But I really don't know, as Norris bowls to Armitage, and that's driven up to mid-off for no run. Have you got anyone in mind?
I'm just wondering if everybody thinks it might be a female, might they return to a male? Because Mark Robinson did it a while ago, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Just wondering if they might do that.
Yeah.
Just for this next period. It's like Heathrow here.
And Norris in, and that's wide down the leg side, and that's even too wide for Chloe Hill to take cleanly as it's a wide, and they come through for another wide. So that's 2 to the score, and the ball needs to be re-bowled. It's just gone a little bit sloppy from Tara Norris in this over. Wimbledon Diamonds are 51 for 1 in the 9th.
Good start, isn't it? Solid start from them.
Yeah.
Lindsey Smith, the one batter, out for 2. But a good start nevertheless.
Right. 8 balls left in this power play as Norris comes in and bowls, and that's a straighter ball driven up to mid-on for no run.
I have to say, these 2 batters don't look in too much trouble out there at the moment. Nothing getting past the edge, and they look in control.
They do, they certainly do. And from ball 1 for both of them in their innings, sort of haven't had a scratchy start. They've just come out and batted back the good balls and picked up the 4s off anything that was on offer. It's driven nicely up to mid-off, but straight to the fielder. That ends Norris's 5th over. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19. Score is 51 for 1 off 9. Winfield Hill on 26 and Holly Armitage on 19.
So we have no clue then as to who might be the next
Basically.
England head coach, is what we're saying.
Basically, yeah, no clue.
We haven't even got an inkling as to who might even be an outside bet. Not even that.
I can name a lot of outside bets.
Can you? Go on.
Well, there's a lot of obviously in all these 8 franchises, there's a lot of people that are doing this job for not the first time, but on a professional level.
Yeah.
You know, Charlotte Edwards and Adam Carty's equivalent all around the other franchises. So you never know.
Paige Schofield then runs away from us with a right arm medium pace seamers, and that's driven by Armitage, and it's half stopped at extra cover. But the ball will still travel out towards Emily Windsor in the deep, away to our left.
I mean, just here today we've got Danny Hazel, who's been with the Northern Diamonds and the Northern Superchargers, and she's been doing a very fine job because obviously Diamond's one of the stronger teams. So I don't know.
Well, there's an outside bet then.
There you go.
There we go. We've got one. Or Gemma's got one. 52 for 1 at the start of the 10th. Here's Schofield to Winfield Hill. Bowls. Winfield Hill just plays a forward defensive, and even that's out the middle of the bat as it makes its way out to extra cover. So we come up with 1. There we go. When are they? Is there a date of which it's been said when the person will be appointed, or even interviews? Do you know any of that? I don't. No. We're not much help on that subject, so we better move on.
We know nothing.
Yeah, we'll move on from that. Here's Schofield, and it's on the line of leg stump, and Winfield Hill plays that nicely on the leg side. Monaghan dives and does well, equally as well, and that has saved 4. Did well to get her body behind that, running to her left.
And she dives through one of those really worn patches of one of the strips. Saw the dust cloud come as she slid through it. So did well to keep her eye on the ball there.
54 for 1. Winfield Hill onto 28. This partnership already worth 36 with Holly Armitage. 2 in-form batters going along nicely for the Diamonds as Schofield comes in again and bowls. Winfield Hill drives, finds Adams up at mid-off. Ball just not going at all off the straight for the Vipers. A little bit of drift there from Charlotte Taylor, but her first 3 overs costing 26, which was expensive, and certainly in the context of this Diamonds reply. But everything else has been fairly straight. We saw a bit of movement with the Diamonds bowlers as that's driven into the ground and fielded by Schofield on follow through. Lizzie Scott getting one to come back quite late. To Ella McGacken had the leg stump uprooted, and we generally saw, even with debutant Jessica Walston, just getting a bit of in-swing, but not seeing anything from the Vipers seamers at the moment. As Schofield comes in again and bowls, it's in the air and it's over mid-on. That's another good shot, and that's one bounce again over the rope just below us to our right. And Winfield Hill has been picking up those balls and striking them really well over the infield, and she moves on to 32. The Northern Diamonds are on their way. Here they are 58 for 1, needing another 169, and we are only a fifth of the way through their innings in terms of the number of overs bowled.
Yeah, they've made full use of that power play. They've taken everything that's been on offer and made a real dent into this run chase. But we are out of the power play now, so double the amount of fielders can go out. Vipers can put 4 outside the ring, should they choose to. We're going to have a change of bowling from the football stand end as Captain Georgia Adams is coming on. She's bowled a lot more recently.
Yeah, she has.
She's bowled in the 100 as well.
Whether she'll get any turn out there, we'll have to wait and see. So after 10 overs, the Vipers were 49 for 2, the Diamonds 58 for 1. So ahead at the same stage.
It does look like at the minute, Kev, you will be going to Beckenham next week.
Can't wait.
If things don't change in this game, at Loughborough they are 22 for 2 in reply to South East Stars 289. Adams comes in and bowls, and that's cut away, and that's beat the infield, and there isn't a fielder out there. There's a chase on for Emily Windsor. She's quick but not quick enough as that finds the rope. There's no sweeper out there. They have got 4 fielders out, but 3 of them on the leg side and 1 is at long off, so that cut shot found its way through, and that's another 4 to Holly Armitage.
Crowd enjoying that shot as well. You could hear the applause in the background. Most of the crowd here situated at this top end of the ground, either side of the pavilion, getting into this.
Emily Windsor has stayed out there on the rope now as Adams comes in, and that's a bit fuller. Armitage tried to cut that, but it was a bit close to her and ends up just cutting it to extra cover. That looked like she dropped it a little bit short, but Armitage still played that with a straight bat and just cautiously pushed that to Maya Bouchier at short mid-wicket. There's 2 boundary fielders on either side of the pitch now as Adams comes in over the wicket and bowls, and again Armitage gave herself a little bit room, stepped back to try and hit that through the offside, but didn't get a piece of it, and just inside edged it back to the bowler. That's a little bit wider. There's an appeal, and that's caught. That's she's thrown that one wide, and Holly Armitage once again reaching out, stretching her bat out to play that onto the offside, and she's found a little edge straight into the gloves of Chloe Hill, and that is a huge wicket. Holly Armitage, the leading run scorer for Northern Diamonds, looking very settled there on 24, has to depart. She's caught by the keeper Chloe Hill today, off the bowling of the captain Georgia Adams, and Northern Diamonds are 62 for 2, and that's a big breakthrough, Kev.
It is, and you just felt, there's a warm round of applause as well. She'll be really disappointed with that. Chased a wide one, and you just felt it was always going to be a wicket similar to that to part these two, and you know, the Vipers got lucky there a little bit, has to be said.
Cancel that ticket to Beckenham.
Not
Hold
at the
it.
moment.
Hold
Not at
it.
the moment. Hold it, yes. It's on hold. Stur Callis, the new batter for the Diamonds, a 23-year-old, plays for the Netherlands. But yeah, as I say, I just didn't see the way those two were playing. There was going to be a conventional dismissal. It had to be a little mistake, and I think Armitage there, when you're reaching that far, you're never in control.
No. Well, the 2 balls before that was straighter, but she was still giving her room to try and play it out there. And then that one was thrown a bit wide, maybe the eyes lit up because that's what she was waiting for. But yeah, little edge through to the keeper.
44, those 2 pon.
Stur Callis comes to the crease.
Was that 44 in 6 overs? I'll make that. Vipers needed that. Quite a stylish player, Sturkallis, from what I remember.
That's just pushed out onto the offside to Charlotte Taylor for no run. Yeah, she was the only one to get runs, I remember, in that final, that very first final at Edgbaston when Vipers came out victorious. But I remember she had quite a healthy innings in the middle of that over. Oh, it is the end of the over though. Yep, it is. 11 gone. Diamonds are 62 for 2. Winfield Hill going really nicely on 32 and recently joined by Sturkallis.
Well, you could see just in those stats there, 44 of 6 overs, how well Armitage and Winfield Hill were going there. The Vipers desperate for a wicket, got it. And even though it was a little bit lucky, it still counts. Sturkallis, another one of those Northern Diamonds players that's been on the 2 losing finals against the Vipers, who will be desperate to win here today. So we've got Paige Schofield to continue. 2 overs, none for 13. Again, the Vipers would love that run rate to come down with their bowlers. Charlotte Taylor, expensive. Okay from Tara Norris, but Schofield needs to get that down a bit as well. It's 6 and over, which is too many. That's driven hard up to mid-on. Winfield's very strong on the drive on the front foot. It's a nice crisp drive up towards deep mid-on. She moves on to 32, looking quite at home here at the clean slate at Headingley ground. She's hit 32 of 31 deliveries, that is now. Brings Callis on strike. Comes in again, Schofield with the keeper standing up. Chloe Hill, slightly short of a length. That's steered to backward of point where it's fielded by Ella McGacken. She was part of the Birmingham Phoenix 100 side, Sturkallis, but didn't get a game.
No, she didn't play.
Here comes Schofield down the hill here, always flying down the leg side, and Hill just gets her body in behind that, but that's going to be called a wide. Waiting for the umpire to signal. There it is.
Yeah, there's been a lot of wides today. I say we kind of let Lizzie Scott off earlier, saying that she couldn't control the movement, but generally there's been a lot of wides today from both sides.
Well, you could almost accept it from Lizzie Scott, because some were swinging in and some weren't. There's absolutely nothing happening for Paige Schofield. So when it leaves her hand is the line that she bowls. That's turned away by Callis on the leg side. She's off the mark. 65 for 4. So for me, you know, being slightly harsh, I don't think there's any excuse for the Vipers bowlers.
No, I agree. I say we let Lizzie Scott off, but everyone else is culpable.
Winfield Hill, I think there's a little fly buzzing around her there, and she just pulled out of her stance, but she's ready now. There's Schofield, who's bowling off about 10 paces. Comes in and bowls once more, and Winfield Hill's on the back foot, punches that to mid-wicket, finds Maya Bouchier, who will be getting, I'm not sure she'll be on the Vipers coach tonight. It might be a bit of a trek, because she's got to get down to Hove for the one-day international tomorrow, start of a 3-match series against India.
Joining up with her Vipers teammates, a lot of them in that squad.
That's right. Here comes Schofield again, bowls, and it's hit straight to Bouchier, who made just 9 off 9 deliveries, was the second wicket to fall, 24 for 2 in the 4th. Even that 9, she looked in pretty good touch, but wasn't able to carry on. LBW to Lindsey Smith. Bouchier gets pushed back to deep mid-wicket now, so there is a big gap on the leg side for a single now for Winfield Hill. 1 ball left of the 12th, 1 ball left of Schofield's 3rd as she comes in and bowls, and Winfield Hill just steers it on the leg side where Callis running just bumps into Schofield, but she's okay. And Winfield Hill will keep the strike. 65 for 2, 12 gone. The Diamonds need another 161 on what looks to be a pretty good batting wicket at the moment.
Yeah, it really does. Winfield Hill, I haven't seen a full shot from her in the 12 overs we've had so far. She's, like you said earlier, even her forward defence is middled. Everything's just looked purposeful and well executed. And with that single, she does bring herself on strike now to Georgia Adams, who picked up that wicket in the last over of Holly Armitage. She's just tinkering with her field here, making sure she's got the right boundary riders out as she brings. So there's nothing on the offside again. Well, there's a long off, but no cover through the covers on the boundary. As she comes in and bowls, that's a straight ball, and Winfield tries to drive that down the ground. It's not timed, and that is the first full shot. Well, it's not a full shot, but it's not timed as we've been seeing her time it, and it's just pushed back to the bowler. I'm searching for a false shot now. Adams comes in, and again that's just tucks her up nicely, and she just pushes that back to the bowler. Diamonds don't need to be in any hurry. They're happy to just see these good balls off. That was on leg stump and a little bit fuller, and Winfield Hill was able to flick her wrist through that and just pick up a single to mid-wicket.
If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see that the run rate at the bottom of the screen to the left is the run rate they're scoring at the moment, and the run rate required from here on in considerably less, 5.3 to 4.2, so they've made a really good start.
Stir Callis on strike as Adams bowls, and that's just pushed off the back foot into the offside for no run.
That's exactly the way to approach this. Just play from here on in.
Yep, as Adams again comes in. Nice line again, and once again just driven up the ground for a dot ball. So tidy stuff from the skipper here. One ball to come in this over. And she's coming in from that football stand end, and there's a little bit of width there, not a lot, but Callis did step back and try and cut that through the offside, but play and miss into the gloves. Great over that, just the one from it.
Yep, sun continues to shine. There's nice strong shadows from the players and the umpires there. As we look over the Howard stand, the football stand at the far end, there's always been cloud, isn't it, sort of hovering around, but we always seem to have been in a patch of blue sky here. I don't think at any point have we lost any sun. This ground has been bathed in sunshine from ball one and well before when the two teams were practicing, so almost been perfect conditions for this game here today. So 13 gone, 37 potentially remain in this game, although you'd think the Diamonds with their start.
Got debutante coming on now, Finty Trussler.
Now, you know a little bit about her, Gemma, so tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, she plays her club cricket at St Cross, which is just down the road from my club, so I've played against her a lot in club cricket. But
This
beyond,
is near Winchester, isn't it?
yeah, in Winchester. But beyond that, she's played for Hampshire and the Vipers Academy for quite a while now.
So here we go then, she bowls a bit of leg spin, that's full outside the off stump, and Chloe Hill doesn't take that cleanly. It's called a wide, it was quite borderline, but probably on balance, just about right. Just 19 years of age as well.
Yeah, she's also, as you alluded to, what Adam Carty said, she's also a decent bat.
Yeah, although she came in at number 11. That's outside the off stump, and that's a cutaway through the covers. And that'll be a single.
But she has taken a stack load of wickets for Hampshire in the last couple of seasons. Absolute stack loads.
Right. Yeah, it's only ever played sort of T20 cricket, but for Hampshire County, hasn't she, women?
Yep.
This is her first proper list day game. 69 for 2. She's bowling to Callis this time. Comes in and bowls. That's full. It's almost, well, it has York Callis, but it's outside off stump. Goes under the bottom of her bat. Needed that one to be straight. Callis on 1. 69 for 2. The score remains. Trussler runs away from us and bowls, and it's on the line of middle and leg. Nicely played by Callis between the bowler and mid wicket. Steers that up to deep mid on where McCacken fields. 70 for 2, the Diamonds. Callis onto 2. Brings Winfield Hill back, and another plane is back. As Trussler comes in and bowls, and steered off the back foot to Adams. Doesn't pick it up cleanly. They'll take a single there as the ball just ricochets away from her. 71 for 2. Every time I've come up here, whether I've played or whether I've commentated, I forget just how busy this is, and it's very particularly busy today. Callis drives, but only as far as Charlotte Taylor and mid-off. Not a bad start from Trussler here. I'm sure he's a bit nervous.
No, from that first wide.
Yeah.
It's been good since then.
Yeah, good comeback as she comes in again. No real turn for her there, although that's another accurate delivery, and Callis again watchful in defence. And Trussler completes her first over for 4, 71 for 2.
I played against St Cross in the summer, and Finty was playing. Obviously, she didn't play all the time for them with her Hampshire and Viper Academies commitments, but she was playing in this game, and she came in sort of middle order, I think. And one of her younger players was on 48 when she came in, or she came in and her player got to 48, and she hit the ball. This young Hawkins, I think her name was. She hit the ball, and they ran a 2. So this girl's raising her bat for a 50. All her teammates are cheering. Umpire stood there tapping his shoulder. Finty ran 1 short. So she's on 49 as Adams comes in and bowls, and that's just pushed up to mid-on. They do take a single, beats the infield at mid-on, but picked up by the boundary fielder. So all of a sudden this young girl's now on 49, and Finty is feeling terrible that she's run 1 short, and it was about 4 overs before she managed to get that other run. And I know Finty was sweating it a little bit because she wanted her teammate to get that extra run. That's just played back to the bowler by Stir Callis. So yeah, we gave her a little bit of stick for that. She's a good girl. She's a good club player. That's really well swept. That just looked leg stumpish, not much wider than that. And Stir Callis gets down and sweeps that fine down to fine leg. Again, really timed, not overhit, didn't try and slog sweep it or anything. That just almost helped it on its way. And that's another 4 to the Diamonds, 4 to Callis. She moves on to 6.
So you can obviously bat as well, Finty.
Yeah, she's certainly at club level. She's a genuine all-rounder. Adams to Callis, and that's a better line. It's driven up to that long on for another single. So that's 6 off this over already when they require 4.25. Adams in. Winfield goes down the track to meet that, and again pushes that up to the same area for another single. That's Paige Schofield down there doing the fielding at long on.
They're doing exactly what they need to do here, the Diamonds. No more, no less.
And again, same area pushed up to Schofield at log on, and easy as you like single as they come through to complete the over. Diamonds are 78 for 2 off 15.
You just get that sense as well that they're doing it exactly right, because even just a single up to deep mid-on is applauded by those Diamonds contingent sitting just beyond the boundary down towards our left. You normally wouldn't congratulate a single down to deep mid-on, but it's more the overall situation and the way they're playing it. And it's just to signify really that's all you need to do. 148 needed for the Diamonds.
All right, Finty into her second over.
1 over for 4. No turn for her really, as she comes in with her leg spin and bowls. It's a low full toss, hammered away by Callis. Could be out in the deep, and it's taken. Paige Schofield takes it. Is it a no ball though? I think the umpires think that's okay. And Callis, I wouldn't say has quite hit it straight down Paige Schofield's throat, because she had to come in and take it very low down, but it was straight at her. It was a good catch, but mistake from Callis. Lucky from Trussler. It's her first wicket, not one that she'll probably remember with great affection, although your first wicket is your first wicket.
Absolutely, and how well timed was that catch? Like you say, it wasn't down her throat, it wasn't particularly high, so it's a flattish shot coming at you at not an ideal length, and she just timed the dive forward absolutely perfectly. And yeah, you're right, that's the first full toss we've seen from Finty, and she's got away with it on that time, but yeah, she's opened her wickets account for the Vipers in her debut. So excellent stuff from Finty, from the Winchester all-rounder.
Yeah, mistake from Callis, most definitely. She picked up, how many runs did she get there? She picked up 8 off 15 deliveries, so 79 for 3 here. A very dangerous Winfield Hill is still out there, and while she's still out there, the Diamonds you feel are in control, but 3 whittled out now. Lindsey Smith for 2, Holly Armitage for 24, Sturt Callis for 8. Big players gone. Still much work to do for the away side. Leah Dobson is the new batter then for the Northern Diamonds. Right-hander, 21 years of age, from Scarborough, lovely Scarborough. Here comes Finty Trussler and bowls. It's a length ball. It's driven all slightly uppishly. One bounce to extra cover. Just a little push shot there. Maybe just a nervous first ball there for Dobson.
It'll also be a case for these players that when you've got a debutante at this level,
Comes in and Dobson's forward. Plays that quietly back to the bowler.
when you've got a debutant, obviously there's one on each side today, but you don't have the same amount of footage for teams to look at. So
Yeah.
they are coming in as relatively unknowns to the opposition. So especially with a spinner, you've got to have a look.
Oh, as he's wrapped on the pad, that looks out, and it is, and that's a proper wicket there from Finty Trussler. And I think Dobson thinks she's got an inside edge through to the pad. She looks at her bat as she starts to make her way back past the umpire, past the Winfield Hill at the non-striker's end. But that's a genuine wicket indeed, of course, if it hasn't caught the inside edge. But I don't think Dobson's convinced. She goes a second ball duck, only a second innings in this competition this year. And the Diamonds now slip to 79 for 4.
Really crucial over this one. Seen off 2 of the Diamonds. Winfield Hill still at the other end, but 2 wickets tumbled in this over are not harming Vipers' campaign at all here. Really good ball that from Finty. Following that full toss, she bowled a couple of really good balls there, and that one just, well, what did you think of? I thought it looked a decent.
Well, yeah, if it
shout.
didn't hit the inside edge, that's
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
But we can't tell from here. But the minute it hit her, I thought that's out. I didn't turn. In fact, if anything, it's gone on with the arm. I mean, it just looked out. But
We were saying earlier she bowls a different kind of leg spin to Levick.
Yeah.
It is that top of the arm sort of delivery that comes out. It does slide on a little bit, and as I was just saying before that, they won't have seen a lot of Finty. They won't have seen a lot of footage and things like that they have access to the other players. So a little bit of the unknown, but not taking that away from Finty. That was a great ball.
well, probably the last of the big players for Northern Diamonds, I would say, Gemma. Bess Heath.
Bess Heath, yeah.
Yeah, the batters. 79 for 4. What a second over here for Trussler. Bowls, and Heath drives, and that's not exactly where she's aiming it as it goes out to extra cover. She was trying to aim that a little straighter. Good stuff here from Trussler, who was preferred from Nancy Harman. Nancy Harman earlier in the season, the leg spinner from Sussex. But Trussler here getting the nod, and it's worked in this over. That's driven a little bit more stoically there from Heath, and a round of applause there from the Vipers bench, although I can only see one of them just in front of us. There must be a few just behind us, and I can't quite see. 79 for 4, 16 gone. The Diamonds need 148.
Yeah, it's so nice to see it. I mean, obviously, I've said I've played cricket with Taylor in Windsor, but I've also seen Finty for many years, having played local league with her against her, and to see them come up and develop, and to know how much they've put into getting these opportunities. To be here to see it, and then also to see her taking wickets, you can't help but be proud of your local players. As Adams comes in, and that's full and just whipped to mid-wicket. Maya Boucher picks that up. Yeah, it's so great to sort of witness their journey. Adams in, and Winfield Hill tries to give himself a little bit of room to pull that to mid-wicket, but it's a bit straighter than she thought, and there's no run on offer there. Adams in, and she's pulled that, not quite timed, it's a little bit edgy, and it will just go down to backward square. Ella McCacken there does the fielding, keeps that down to a single.
Well, I don't think there's too much pressure on Winfield Hill at the moment, but you get the feeling that if she's not the next wicket to fall fairly soon, but it's Bess Heath, you would think the pressure just goes back on Winfield Hill a little bit.
And I love looking at teams in the field, their body language, and you can just see Vipers' tails up a little bit now as that's full and driven up to that long on region, that favoured long on region for a single. Paige Schofield patrolling that area.
The 6th innings for Bess Heath in this year's competition, already scored 143 today, so before today, so 144, averaging 35. So most definitely one to get out.
Absolutely, and that's also whipped to my Boucher there at short mid-wicket, who's doing a similar role there to what Lindsey Smith did at point. A lot of balls gone there, no runs. And that's a straighter ball, in fact that's down the leg side. She tried to glance that, play and miss, and it went through Chloe Hill as well, so it's 2 wides down the leg side there as Taylor comes in and mops up. Bess Heath on one as Adams comes in and bowls over the wicket, and that's driven. There's a little inside edge again to Bouchier there at short mid wicket for no run. That's the end of the 17th over. Northern Diamonds at 83 for 4 in pursuit of the 227 to win this game.
Well, the run rate's just dropped a fraction, hasn't it? It was over 5 not so long ago. It's dropped to below 5 now, and the required rate is over 4 1/4. It's not a lot, but there is just a slight change with those wickets that have fallen, and Adams and Trussler bowling a lot tighter in tandem. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Bowlers in tandem. We saw at the start Taylor went for runs, but Norris kept it tight, so in the end they just cancelled each other out. Now you've got 2 on that are starting to work well together. Trussler starting a third, 2 for 4. What a start for her in her debut game for the Vipers. Bowls, and that's a length ball, and Winfield Hill pushes that up to mid-off where Adams fields, and there's no run. At the other end, Georgia Adams 1 for 17 from 4. A little bit more expensive, but that run rate just ever so slightly beginning to drop as Trussler bowls. It's full and it's over the top, and just as you think, well, the Vipers might be squeezing things a little bit, Winfield Hill comes out with a lofted straight drive, although it's fairly wide of mid-off on this occasion, and that's a good shot, and she moves on to 44. All the time that she's out there, the Diamonds are in control.
There's a little bit of what we were talking about in the car yesterday. We talked about a lot of things because it's a long drive up here. But one of the things we talked about was that mental battle, wasn't it? Whether it's one-on-one or a team versus team. And you can't help think here, you know, Winfield Hill very much the senior player, England player, and that trying to get on top of a debutant, trying to, you know, settle into the game for the first time.
It comes in again. Trussler bowls, is on the back foot there. Winfield Hill finds the gap in the covers. Windsor comes quickly off the rope to our left.
And it was
Winfield Hill onto 45.
It was almost like with that shot, she was sort of saying, you know, this is what I am, this is who I am, this is what I do.
Yeah.
You know, just a sort of reminder of the sort of quality of players that these girls bowl to now.
Heath drives strongly up to mid-on, all on the ground. Ella McCacken will field that one, but that's okay. Get them driving straight. If it's in the air and it goes for 4, well, there's not much you can do, but get the batters driving straight. 2 to Bess Heath. Winfield Hill back on strike. 138 more needed by the Diamonds. They're 89 for 4 in the 18s. They were 79 for 2 as Trussler bowls. Heath just works that to extra cover. Nice looking shot, but finds, I think is that Schofield there? Extra cover? No, it's not. It's Elwes, Georgia Elwes there. Of course, Schofield's out at deep mid wicket, having taken that catch of Stir Callis. It's a good catch coming in quickly from deep mid wicket as Trussler bowls. It's full on leg stump, and that's driven in the gap up towards deep mid on, and Heath will keep the strike. She moves on to 3, I think that is. Scoreboard's got us 2, maybe it is 2. 90 for 4 then the Diamonds, but Trussler, what a start for her. 2 for 11 from 3.
Yeah, really tidy, really confident start from Finty Trussler. Just a wide and a full toss, one of which was very fruitful for the Vipers, but other than that, she's bowled really well first up, and Georgia Adams is going to continue from the other end. Like we say, they're bowling well in tandem at the minute, these two.
That's what they need, isn't it? Still Georgia Elwes to come. At the same stage, after 18 overs, the Vipers were 82 for 2.
Adams to Hill, and again, as we've seen many times so far, is just happy to push that up risk-free to Paige Schofield at long on and take the single that's there on offer. It does bring Bess Heath onto strike. Adams to Heath, and that's whipped away in front of square onto the leg side, and they come through for another single.
It's another important passage of play, this, isn't it? With new batter Heath.
Absolutely, yeah. One more partnership could destroy this for the Vipers, and that's pulled hard, but again, Maya Bouchier at short mid wicket, nothing gets through her.
Nothing.
Picks it up clean and nothing.
Nothing.
And once again steps back, gives herself room and pulls it onto the leg side. Times it nicely, but there is a fielder out there and does well to keep that down. That's Alice Monaghan, does well to keep that down to just the single. That's right on those strips, square of the wicket, where we've seen a
Yes.
few fumbles, and batter's able to come back for the second, but not to Monaghan, not today.
Didn't make any runs, unfortunately. Blob.
Full and straight and driven up to Paige Schofield at long on again for another single. So this over ticking along nicely for the Diamonds. That run rate is still under 4.5, the required run rate, I should say, under 4.5. So singles are absolutely fine from a Diamonds perspective, and that's full and straight, and attempt to just sort of block that, but there was a bit of an edge, and that trickles down to fine leg, but for no run. At the end of the 19th over, Northern Diamonds are 94 for 4, Winfield Hill on 48, and Bess Heath on 4.
Yeah, and the overall run rate is getting close to 5 again, isn't it, really? So it's been a couple of good overs or so for the Diamonds. Winfield Hill very much the key here to either of these sides, winning 48 or 54 for her. And we're just about to start over at number 19.
I'm just looking on the live stream, and they put all the initials up, and it's Bess Heath is Bam Heath. My favourite one of those is Dunkley. She's Sir Dunkley.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, I don't know what her middle names are, but she's Sir Dunkley when they put it all up in full.
Brilliant. Trussler bowls. Oh, she's wrapped on the pad. That looks very close indeed. Maybe just missing
Just
leg
going
side
down.
with Heath trying to work that away through mid-wicket, but definitely worth a shout. The ball just held its line a fraction. Dangerous there from Bess Heath, just playing slightly across that one. I think another millimetre or two straighter, and she was a goner as Trussler bowls. Almost yorked her on the leg stump this time, but she digs that one out to mid-wicket. Boucher fields. But yeah, you're right, just fractionally missing leg stump, but close. Here's Trussler again, settled into a nice delivery as that's pushed up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Nice rhythm, I should say, for her first game, the 19-year-old.
Yeah, it looks confident, doesn't she?
Yeah,
Looks
she
confident.
does.
Like you say, good rhythm getting through her over.
Yeah, I guess vying for the same place that we saw Nancy Harmon earlier in the season for Hampshire.
Yeah.
For the Vipers. That's full, and it's hit into the ground, but called through by Winfield Hill for a quick single. I'm not sure Bess Heath was ready for it. She was looking at a non-striking partner as to guidance, but Winfield Hill kept going.
Yeah, that was full and straight. That was a you miss, I hit situation, which is perfect for new batters. And Bess Heath didn't look that comfortable down the other end, facing Finty. She has got herself off strike now.
Winfield Hill on 48 then, 95 for 4. The Diamonds need another 132. As Trussler comes in and bowls on the outside leg stump, but she's wrapped on the pad there, Winfield Hill. Quickly round from behind the stumps, Chloe Hill, who made 8 in the Vipers innings. It's been in a good touch the last couple of innings, but not today. Trussler bowls. Down the wicket, and that's hit. Oh, it's going to be caught deep mid-off. Is she? Oh no, it's gone for 4 over the head of Georgia Elwis, and there was about 3 or 4 yards between her and the rope, and the ball bounced in between them. I think that's a mistake from Elwis.
Yeah, that is. The ball's if you're out on the boundary there and the ball's bouncing 1.5 yards inside, you've not positioned yourself right on a pitch this size.
Winfield Hill moves on to 52, gets a good round of applause from this crowd.
And that could be a big turning point.
Yeah, you wouldn't have expected that from Georgia Elwis. She was almost on the rope. I think in the end, Winfield has done well actually to get the ball over her and bounce in this side of, well, the other side of the rope to us. But I think you would back somebody like Georgia Elwis to normally
Judge that
better. But anyway, Winfield Hill's still there, 52 off 56.
Adams to continue. Always a bit of a mix-up in the running. There's a fumble in the field, so they do get through as she's cut that through the offside for a single. That's one to Bess Heath.
I think you could play that shot 100 times again and never get that ball to bounce between the fielder and the rope.
Winfield Hill just pushes that back to Adams, full and straight for no run. That's the 100 up for Northern Diamonds. I missed that. Sorry, I thought I looked at the board, it was 99, and it's just flicked over to 100. So 100 up for Northern Diamonds as Adams bowls full and straight again, and that is whipped to my Boucher at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. That's good captaincy to have one of your best fielders field most of the balls, isn't it? That's what you want in a tight run chase, and that is driven up too long on for another single. does bring Heath on strike. Georgia Adams, and that's cut away onto the offside. Adams into her 6th over here, as that's cleaned up by Emily Windsor. Not a great throw to the keeper. You don't need those. You don't need those on your toes as a keeper.
There's not another spin option for the Vipers, is there?
No. Not today. And that completes the over. Northern Diamonds are 102 for 4 off 21. Adams has now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 24. And I imagine we're going to have a continuation of Finty Trussler, who's bowling really nicely, 4 overs, 2 for 16 in her debut, including a maiden, which is a rare commodity.
Wickets of Stuart Callis and Leah Dobson. There's the other wicket takers, Tara Norris as well, and Georgia Adams. 4 down the Diamonds then, 102 for 4, 21 gone, potentially 29 left, but it's Bess Heath on strike. Trussler bowls a low full toss, so it's hit out on the onside by Heath, out towards deep mid-wicket. Paige Schofield comes in. Heath moves on to 8, 103 for 4. And what's going through Georgia Elwis's mind? I'm just wondering, where's the sun here? It's quite high.
We can't see it, so
no. So I'm just wondering.
Behind us.
Well, actually, you look at Georgia Elwis's shadow. It would suggest that she may have got a little bit of sun on the line of that ball. I don't know. Let's cut away out in the deep where Windsor Fields away to our left. Winfield Hill into 54, because the actual shadow of hers is behind her, just to the left. Now she's at deep mid off. I'm just wondering if maybe part of the ball did actually go up in the sun, even though we can't see it. Low full toss, which goes through Trussler's hands up to Elwis, who's come up on the circle. Must be, isn't it? Look at the line.
Yeah, if you crouch down, you can actually see the.
I'm just wondering if part of the ball
sun
may
there,
have just
so.
gone into the sun, which meant that she got it slightly wrong. That's hit hard by Heath up towards deep mid on. Ella McGacken gets her body behind that one, just a single.
You're digging her out of a hole.
Well, no, I'm
Trying
just
to help.
thinking. I mean, for me, it's very un-Georgia Elwis-like, and I think she may have just lost the flight partially because of that. 105 for 4. Winfield Hill back on strike and comes down the wicket and just pushes that into the gap between bowler and Boucher at mid-wicket. Comfortable single for Winfield Hill, who's looked fairly comfortable out there for all of her 55.
I think you're right, because it wasn't a drop in the sense of she dropped the catch. It was misjudged. That was the error, the judgment, and that could have only been a sort of blinding moment factor.
Down the wicket comes Heath, who just steers that away in the offside. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it, just waited for the ball to arrive, steered it into the gap. End of Trussler's over. She's done a really good job here for the Vipers on her debut, the 19-year-old. 2 for 21 from her 5. The Diamonds 107 for 4. Winfield Hill 55. Bess Heath is 10. They did another 120. Lindsey Smith, the batters out, or amongst the batters, out for 2. Holly Armitage for 24. Stuart Callis for 8. Leah Dobson for no score. Second ball.
Looks like there's a bit of discussion going on. Georgia Adams' cap is on her head, so I don't know if we're having a change in bowling. Yep, she's given the ball to Charlotte Taylor, who opened the bowling. Didn't bowl with the best discipline that we've ever seen from Taylor, but she's been given the ball now for a second spell from the Howard Stand end.
For me, she's got to bowl a slightly tighter line. First 3 overs went for 26.
Comes in and bowls, and that's not a tighter line. That's down the leg side and will be called a wide. It ricochets off Hill's pads. So yep, not the tidy start we're after, but start again maybe. She comes in. That's better. That's fuller, a little bit straighter. Still a little bit on leg stump. Allows her to flick it through mid wicket, and they do pick up another single. So yeah, a little bit off radar today, Taylor.
So I'm just thinking, the Diamonds had, what, 3 spinners in their bowling lineup, didn't they? Which I think was quite telling.
They had 4, didn't they?
Or was it 4?
4,
Sorry.
yeah. Taylor comes in, and that's cut and well fielded there on the ring by Georgia Adams.
And as you said, with that stat, they picked up, what, 7 of the 9 wickets, and one of those was a run out.
Yep. After the wicket in the first over from Lizzie Scott, there was no other wickets from seamers, and that's fuller and straighter. That's a better line, better length, and that's just pulled to mid-wicket, but not with really any great intent for a dot ball.
Yeah, you're right. Smith, Levitt, Kasparek and Armitage. Yeah, I think that makes a difference.
Well, I say it's been a key component to their campaign. Oh, there's a rare misfield there from Boucher. That's just nothing more than pushed to her at mid-wicket. We've seen her do some great stops. That was nothing more than a push, but a little misfield there allows them to come through for a single. Yeah, it was the Vipers. I mean, they're not missing a spinner as such. They're missing Charlie Dean, obviously, but they've got Finty, so they're not a spinner down, so to speak. And that's driven into the offside for another single as Emily Windsor comes in off the rope to clear that up. So yeah, they obviously, Vipers have had Bell and Kemp before, and they've been doing a job with the ball as sort of frontline seamers. But yeah, could do with a bit of spin here as Taylor comes in, and that's down the ground, and that is hit to Maya Boucher, and she does field that one cleanly, which is much more characteristic of her. And that's the end of the over. Northern Diamonds on 111 for 4 off 23. Winfield Hill still there from the start on 56, and Beth Heath, who looked a little bit scratchy, and especially against Finty, she was a little bit unsure there, had that LBW shout, but she's worked her way to 12 in support of Winfield Hill.
After 23 overs, the Vipers were 100 for 3. So just 11 runs in it, but with Winfield Hill going along nicely here, and now Bess Heath supporting her nicely. The Diamonds still in a very good position. 116 more needed. Here's Trussler, comes in and bowls. It's full outside the off stump, and it's through extra cover for 4. Slightly over pitched and wide there from Trussler. And Bess Heath puts that away nicely. She moves on to 16. It's 115 for 4. Southeast Stars, we said earlier, look like they're on their way to finishing second. They win their game against Lightning. Lightning 74 for 4 off 18, or into the 18th. I think that's the latest score, unless my computer's got stuck. No, 74 for 4 it is. There's a couple of bounces to Ella McGacken at deep mid-on from Bess Heath. Just, again, up in the ante here a little bit. The Diamonds, that run rate is a fraction over 4 and over now, which is fairly comfortable for the Diamonds. Square leg comes up, trying to keep things tight as Trussler bowls, and it's whipped away, and it's past the diving square leg. Not the ball. Finchie Trussler needed to bowl to Winfield Hill with the square leg having just come up, and that's flicked away with power. And Winfield Hill moves on to 60, 120 for 4, 107 needed. That run rate now goes to over 5, current run rate in this innings.
Yeah, the required run rate is dropping a little bit. It's just a couple of decimal places over 4 at the minute.
Trussler again comes in and bowls. That's a better ball, driven up to mid-on by Winfield Hill, who moves on to 61. 121 for 4. Mentioned Winfield Hill in good form in this competition. 74 in the last game against Western Storm, which they won convincingly down at Taunton. 61 in the win against Lightning at Durham in the last 2 games played, and that's hit high over mid-off. In fact, not timed by Heath, because McGacken runs round from deep mid-on. She's going for the second, sent back. That might have been a bit of a problem. McGacken was quickly across actually from deep mid-on. I thought the way she hit that was going all the way, but right off the toe of the bat. Heath onto 18 then, brings Winfield Hill back on strike. 122 for 4, 105 more needed as Trussler comes in with her leg breaks. And that's hit in the air quite deliberately over extra cover. Just opened the face of the bat, Winfield Hill. Went for placement rather than power. They'll pick up 2 as Elvis dives to her left, coming round from deep mid-off. It's a nice looking shot. Very stylish, isn't she, Lauren, Winfield Hill?
Yeah, very. Yes, we've said right from the start, she's looked the class she is. She's looked the international player. And not only has she held this innings together, but the shots she's played have all been so well timed, and aesthetic to watch.
If you're watching the live picture feed, there's a shot of the sky over the boxes away to our left. Plenty of clouds, but they're all fairly high. And I think probably for about the first time today over this ground, we haven't got any sunshine.
Charlotte Taylor to continue from the football stand end as she comes in over the wicket and bowls, and again that's down the leg side, and that will, I thought that was going to touch the pad of the batter, but no, it's been called a wide. So same start as her last over, just down the leg side. Needs to get this right from the off, Taylor. Bess Heath on 18 as Taylor comes in and bowls, and fuller and straighter and driven up to long on for a single. I feel like I've said that a lot today. Driven up to long on for a single.
Well, it's just good batting,
yeah.
isn't it? The more you say that, the more actually that the Diamonds are doing just what they need to do. It's superb batting, it really is.
Taylor to Hill, Winfield Hill, and again, say it once more, driven up to long on for a single, like you said, risk-free, no dramas, just getting the job done in a clinical fashion.
Yeah, it's annoying for a bowler, but what more can you do? You bring him mid on up, especially against Winfield Hill. She's going to go over the top, no problem.
Taylor to Heath, and that's driven up the ground on the other side, but the fielder is on the ring there, so there's no run there. I think that's Georgia Elwis at mid-off. Taylor, and again that's driven up the ground too long on. Paige Schofield for a single. So like you say, what can you do?
Well, you risk it and bring the mid on up, but I'm not sure I would really.
But do you not need to take risks at this stage? Can't let them do that for.
I'm not sure I would at the moment.
For the next 15 as Taylor bowls, and that's driven, that's beaten the infielder, diving to the right of Emily Windsor on the ring, but that's found its way all the way to the boundary for 4. That was well timed. That raced away. We've seen some time today that have sort of just made their way to the boundary, but that went.
I'm just thinking, you know, we're coming up to the 25th over, so theoretically the halfway stage, but no Georgia Elwis yet, and I think she's still suffering from last week back injury.
Yeah, you might be right. Taylor to Winfield Hill, and that's on her pads, and she flicks that to mid-wicket, where Maya Boucher's been all day, but that was Georgia Adams. And that's the end of the over, so another good over for the Diamonds. They got the 4 and a few singles to boot, so they are 132 for 4 off 25.
So the drinks come on. The batters can take a little refreshment, and they are in a very good position here, the Northern Diamonds. At the 25 over stage, the Vipers were, well, somewhere around the 107, 108 mark. So Northern Diamonds well ahead. Going along nicely here.
Talking of drinks breaks, I wanted to go and get a coffee, but you seem to think I've got a problem with coffee, so I'm a bit worried about my bean-based beverage addiction.
Go and get one. Go and get one. Go on, I can take a couple of those. Go and get one.
I need to cut down.
Do you?
Yeah, you've mentioned it.
Well, no, it's only because every time I see you, you have a coffee cup in your hand, or one of those. What are they? Ones you carry around with you. I mean, obviously, I don't see you that often, so it doesn't mean you literally have one every minute of the day. Here comes Paige Schofield, a little bit wide of off stump, and that slam to extra cover where Elwis gets a body in behind that. Schofield into her 4th over, none for 17. I think we can safely say that Georgia Elwis, although she made 61 with a bat of 95 balls, isn't really fit enough to bowl. She came off during her spell last week against the Thunder. Complaining of a back injury, and that's nicely played by Heath out on the offside. Windsor comes round to her right at deep cover. They want to, but Windsor gets it in, and the Diamonds move on to 133 for 4. This partnership now worth 54 between Bess Heath and Winfield Hill. 94 needed.
Yeah, we said Heath's the last, not recognised batsman, but the last batsman that's been scoring runs in this competition for Diamonds.
Yeah. Paige Schofield bowls, and that's driven away by Winfield Hill out into the deep on the onside. All the fielders apart from Charlotte Taylor on the 45 on the leg side, all out on the boundary, so a single there every time that it goes away out to our right. 134 for 4. He's back on strikes. He's on 21. 55 now, this partnership, as Paige Schofield comes in again. Length ball driven by Heath, but not timed out towards extra cover. No, was it a no ball called by the opponent? No. I think they were just flicking something in their right hand.
2 left,
Yeah.
signalling.
That's good. Just saw that right hand flick out, and I thought, oh dear, no ball, but it wasn't. Schofield again then. With the right arm medium paces. Oh, unless he drives that hard bus. Both the bowler and the fielder, Georgia Adams, and that's going for 4, just below us. That's a strong looking shot on the up. Boundary takes the Diamonds onto 138 for 4. One of as good a shot as Bess Heath has played in this innings.
Yeah, that was a quality shot. Hit hard, hit strong, well timed down the ground.
Was, wasn't it?
Beat two fielders.
Gives you an idea of how strong the shot was, and that's a nice punch shot up towards mid-off, and they'll come through for a single. Bess Heath now is starting to match Winfield Hill, and as she does so, the Vipers are slipping more and more behind in this game and staring a playoff game on Wednesday. 88 needed now by the Northern Diamonds after 26 overs. The scoreboard just showing us the difference. The Vipers were 112 for 3, the Diamonds 139 for 4. They are in the ascendancy.
Yeah, I think you need to book that ticket to Beckenham again. Back on it, put it back in your basket.
Yeah, I think it is. I think you're right.
But another wicket now, another 2 wickets now, and it might be one of those ends to this group game. One of those up and downs. But at the minute, I can't see Northern Diamonds having any problems if these two stay here for a little bit longer. They are playing risk-free cricket, and they're playing it very well. We've got another change of bowling, so Taylor just the 2 overs from that end, and they're now bringing on the opening bowler Tara Norris, who did start from that end first up. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19, and she's coming back now as the frontline seamer of the attack today. Left arm over.
Well, she'll need to bowl as accurately as she did in that first spell. Just, I think the last over or so just went for a few more, but the first 3 or 4 overs, very tight.
Yeah, she was, and she's bowling to Bess Heath. Chloe Hill is stood up with the gloves as she comes in and bowls full on leg stump, and again that's just pushed up to the long on region for a single.
I'd get Georgia Adams back on soon, actually, at some point. I don't know, just maybe mix it up a little bit. I thought the Northern Diamonds were very good at that, just mixing things up, and it always seemed to bring a wicket.
They had a few more bowlers to choose from, didn't they? We're a little bit light of options today if Elwes is unable to bowl, which does look like it is the case, as Norris comes in past the umpire, and that's full and straight, and again driven up to that favoured long on region for a comfortable single. Winfield Hill moves on to 70. Bess Heath on 27.
I'll tell you what, this year I think she looks as good a player as I've seen anybody this year.
Yeah, it's certainly been an almost flawless innings of not just the shots she's played, but the tempo and what she's needed to do to rebuild partnerships after wickets as Norris comes in and bowls, and again that's full and straightish, and once again just pushed up to that long on region, not trying to hit too hard, not trying to get a boundary down there, just pushing it up to the fielder and taking that easy single that's on offer. So that's 3 from 3 so far of singles up to long on for the first 3 balls of this over.
Yeah, I just like the way that she almost looks as though she knows she's a good player. She knows she's got the situation under control and playing it accordingly. I mean, I wouldn't like it if I was out there fielding, but I think when you're looking from a distance, you know, just have somebody that just looks as though they know what they're doing and going to guide the Diamonds home. I think it's pretty special. She plays some wonderful shots.
Vipers have decided to change the angle a little bit as Norris comes round the wicket to Winfield Hill, but that is still on that leg stump region, and she works that round to fine leg, and Fincy Trussler picks that up and rockets that into Chloe Hill for no run.
It's quite weird as well, isn't it, that you've got a 19-year-old making a debut, Fincy Trussler, but I'm not sure I would leave her too much longer to come back and bowl another spell.
No, I agree. Yeah, like you say, I think mixing it up is key. Taylor's not been on form today with the ball, so in comes Norris, and that's cut away in front of square. Emily Wins is there and keeps that to a single. Yeah, Charlotte Taylor's not found the rhythm today that we've become accustomed to. So in terms of the spin, it will be Finty and Georgia Adams that you would be turning to at the moment. Coming back over the wicket as Bess Heath's on strike after that single. Bowls, and again on that leg stump line and just whipped away to mid-wicket. There's another single on offer out there. It's the field set back. Yeah, a little bit leg stumpy for me. She had a packed offside ring, but didn't come into play as every ball I think was, well, apart from the one that was cut through there, was on leg stump. Diamonds are 144 for 4 off 27, cruising quite nicely to that 227 they desire for a place at Lord's.
And that required run rate is coming down again. Just over 3.5 required from here. That's shouldn't be too much of a problem, especially the way these two are batting. Been scoring overall in the innings at over 5.25. Never really looked in too much trouble. Partnership of 65 now for the 5th wicket as Schofield comes into Bess Heath. Full outside leg stump, almost where it is a full toss as it goes quickly out to Monaghan at deep mid-wicket as the sun comes out strong once more. Wasn't hidden behind the clouds for too long. 145 for 4, the Diamonds. Let's keep an eye on that Southeast Star score. It looks like they're very much going to win that one. 101 for 4, the Lightning need another 180 from 27, just over 27 overs. That looks as though the Southeast Stars are going to be in that Wednesday playoff. It's played out on the onside. That'll be a single. Winfield Hill moves on to 72. Just the one mistake from Winfield Hill. Went aerial again. She's been striking the ball nicely straight down the ground, but got slightly under one. And Georgia Elwis, who was pretty close to the boundary rope, just misjudged it, and somehow from only a few yards inside the rope, the ball went over her head but still bounced inside the ropes. That brought up her 50, but that's about the only mistake that Winfield Hill has made. Heath back on strike. She's on 30. Don't think she's made a mistake at all yet. Gemma giving great support. Absolutely ideal. That's cut away hard out to Windsor at deep cover. Heath moves on to 31. It's 147 for 4, and the requirement for the Diamonds now is 80.
Yeah, she hasn't given away any chances for sure. I thought she looked a little bit scratchy the first couple of overs, but it wasn't detrimental, and she certainly didn't give away any opportunities. So she got through that mini period, and she's looked settled ever since. Like you say, in great support to Winfield Hill.
It's taking the pressure off Winfield Hill, although she doesn't look as though she needs to worry about that, as that's turned away to mid-wicket. Now we've got a fielder up on the circle. That's Maya Boucher. In the last couple of overs or so, that would have been a single comfortably. Maybe the Vipers sensing now that they just have to take a little bit of a risk and get 1 or 2 fielders in positions where there'll be the odd dot ball. Schofield comes in again and bowls on the line of leg stump and just worked away down to fine leg by Winfield Hill, who moves on to 73. The Diamonds 148 for 4, closing in on that target of 227. Vipers trying to G themselves up in the field, probably just one last push here.
I can't see where a wicket's coming from at the minute.
No, well, I couldn't see that until Holly Armitage was out, but she chased a wide one there a little bit. You get the feeling that the Vipers are hanging on for that again, as that's just worked to mid-wicket. Boucher fields 148 for 4, 28 bowled, potentially 22 overs left in this game, but you feel like we're not going to do all of those. So we bring James Carr in after the end of the next over. Does he want to come in, Regional Director of Northern Diamonds? He's just given me the thumbs up. Yeah, don't worry, no, it's no problem. We quite understand. So 79 needed. This partnership worth 69 is guiding the Diamonds through until to the final a week on Sunday.
There's a bit of a discussion going on again from Captain George Adams and the bowler Tara Norris. There's a lot of pointing and fielders moving as they're doing all they can to ensure they stem these runs. But it's the wicket they need more than anything. Maya Boucher is back into that short mid-wicket position. And Tara Norris is going to continue round the wicket as she did to Winfield Hill in that last over, just to try and change that angle up a little bit. That was looking at a little bit easy for Winfield Hill just to push that up as she comes in and bowls round the wicket, and that's slid down leg side for a wide. We've said that too many times today as well. Chloe Hill does well there, stood up with the gloves, as Winfield Hill did in the first innings. The keepers have actually put in a shift today, both of them, definitely. So Norris to Winfield Hill, and that's outside the off stump, and she throws her hands at that and times it quite nicely, but only Windsor is out there patrolling that area, so it is just a single, brings Beth Heath on strike. And I wonder if Norris is going to stay round the wicket. No, she is coming back over the wicket to Bess Heath. Charging up to the crease, bowls, and that's pushed straight back. Well fielded off her own bowling there. That was hammered back at Norris. She fielded that well.
Just looking at the balls per 50 there on the scoreboard there. This third batch of 50 or 48 balls. That's the quickest of the innings.
Norris coming in over the wicket, bowls to Heath, and that's once again driven down to long on for a single. It's too easy, Kev. Too easy.
Well, it's a good wicket. That's the thing, isn't it? It's a nice wicket to play through the line. It's played pretty true, isn't it? A little bit of movement this morning, I guess. September, early morning, a little bit in the air. Surprising, the spinner's got a fraction. We've just got a few to bite, which caused one or two problems. But this afternoon, with the sun that's been out for most of the day, if not all the day, it's just become flat.
There's been a lot of balls. I know we've said there's been a lot of wides as Norris comes in and bowls round the wicket, and was that a sort of last-minute leave? I'll say for that. It's looked like a play and a miss, but I think it's a last-minute leave. Yeah, we've said there's a lot of wides, but even if you take those out, there's been a lot of balls on leg stump, almost like that's been a plan today as an attack in general from the Vipers. I don't know. I might be giving them benefit of the doubt, but it seemed to be a lot of balls on that middle and leg stump today.
Maybe in an effort not to give width.
Yeah.
Just overdone it.
Norris in and bowls, and again that's driven to long on for a single. One ball to come in Tara Norris's 7th over. She is playing today as the frontline seamer for the Vipers attack. Doesn't look like Elwes is going to take part with the ball. So in terms of seam, it is down to Norris and Schofield, and then the three spinners. Also, as Norris comes in over the wicket and bowls, and that's just cut to point. No run there to end the over. Northern Diamonds are 152 for 4. They're chasing 227 to win. Winfield Hill 75 not out, and Heath with her on 32.
Thanks, Gemma. Gemma's making way for James Carr, the Regional Director of Cricket in these parts for the Northern Diamonds. He'll be happy, I'm sure, watching his side in this situation, and you'd feel in these conditions that really, and with Winfield Hill especially going along so nicely, James, that really you've got 1 foot in the final.
Well, I hope so. Yeah, I'm much happier than I was feeling when these two came to the wicket together at 80 odd for 4.
Schofield bowls, and that's driven nicely and straight by Winfield Hill. Not quite all the way to the boundary because McGacken comes round again from deep mid on. There was a slight mix up there with the batters, but they've got home in the end. But I don't quite know what was going on there in the middle. We weren't quite sure with McGacken getting round as quickly as she did. But in the end, it's 2 runs. But I think there was just a moment's hesitation and a little bit of confusion with the calling. 154 for 4.
Yeah, Bessie's got a little bit of previous with that stuff, but very good rugby player as well, so she's very quick between the wickets.
75 these two have put on now as Winfield Hill works that away into the gap in front of square on the leg side. In comes Monaghan off the boundary. 155 for 4 now, 72 needed.
Yeah, vital partnership this, 76 now. It was very, very interesting at 89 for 4. The Vipers were very much amongst the Diamonds, but great recovery.
So 79 for 4 actually. Yeah, 2 wickets on 79, yeah. Well, I think it was, that's what I've written down. Hopefully I've got that right. That's pushed out into the covers and there's no run. Have I written that down wrong?
No, I just think I've looked, can't do maths, I've missed 10 off.
Well, hang on, so
I did 10 on.
76 partnership on top of 79, so that's yeah, that's right, 155, yeah. So.
Quick maths.
Well, I'm not very good normally on that. I got lucky. I just went for it. Here comes Schofield, length ball, driven back to her by Bess Heath. And there is no run. It's been, Winfield Hill has just been exceptional, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's looked silky all season, to be honest, but you know, watchful early doors, played very compactly, but you miss your length and it hits the middle of that bat, it flies to the ropes.
Very stylish player as a length ball. She's on the back foot, is Bess Heath. Works that to mid-wicket and there's no run.
And it's fantastic. I know Lauren's England career and opportunities and form hasn't been great in the last 18 months, but she comes back into domestic cricket and what she shows to the other professionals is this is the standard. Georgia Elwes has done it similar for the Vipers, hasn't she?
Yeah, I mean she looks a class above, doesn't her? As Schofield, I think, got a finger onto the stumps, but Bess Heath's got a bat behind the line. End of the over. 30 overs gone now, 155 for 4. I mean, you can see the class. I mean, she oozes class.
Yeah, absolutely, and such a professional. Trains very, very hard. Puts the time in the gym, in the indoor centre in the winter, and in the nets outdoors in the summer, and hits so many balls. Very meticulous, and it pays dividend in the middle as she goes past 50 for the 5th time this season, and hopefully heading towards a 3-figure score and a red ink.
Yeah, well, I guess she's just the sort of player that isn't going to dip out near the end. I want to see it off.
So Georgia Adams coming back on from the Howard stand end. Got the early wicket of Holly Armitage, bit of a scalp. It looked quite a wide ball from where I was sat, but she's back on now. Right arm over the wicket to Lauren Winfield Hill, who pushes that to mid-wicket. There's no run. Adams in once again. Bit shorter this time, and Winfield Hill will pounce on that, pulling it away, and mid-wicket will field on the boundary. It's just the one run, bringing Bess Heath on strike.
There's nothing worse than when there's no turn in the pitch now and no seam or swing movement when you're bowling against these batters. How are you going to get the ball past the outside edge?
Adams is in now, and he bunts that straight back at Adams, one bounce and into her hands cleanly. Yeah, the pitch and everything's just dried out, hasn't it? Adams in again, slightly shorter and cut away by Heath. They might look for 2 here. Heath turns, but Winfield Hill declines the second run. Well fielded out there by number 4. Who's number 4?
Emily Windsor.
Emily Windsor.
49 not out at the end of 61 balls. Another good innings from her.
Winfield Hill back on strike. Georgia Adams in, and Hill pushes up through mid-on, and the long on fielder will come in and field it. Another run to Winfield. Yeah, it's very easy this now, isn't it? You're looking for something to change the game, and it's all very samey. The conditions aren't particularly conducive for the Vipers. Adams is in again. This one's full and wide outside off stump, and Bess Heath climbs into that extra cover, just watches it go flying past them, and mid-off has to go and collect it from the stands.
A little bit more of an enthusiastic applause there from the Diamonds camp just to our left, and also the crowd up this end. I think it's just now it's starting to believe that this game is going to be won, and I think with these two in the middle there, they don't look like they're going to give it away. They look like they know exactly what they're doing from here on in, got it in control, just keep playing the way they do. The Vipers have got no chance here really. 83 this partnership now worth for the 5th wicket.
This is the problem, you know, just 226 on the board. You know, one partnership can, you know, make a dent into half the runs quite easily, and even at 79 for 4, like you say, just one partnership, and
that's it. Schofield starts a new over, and that's driven by Winfield Hill up to mid-on, where McGacken is still on that boundary, patrolling it. 163 for 4, then just 64 needed. As another plane goes over. I've lost count now. I was trying to count initially, but I've lost. Well, I didn't. Oh, actually, I wasn't. Just say lots. As there's a nice drive, but gone out to a point where Norris Fields got the measure of this, haven't they? These batters, they can play through the line. The ball's not deviating. Doesn't matter what length's being bowled at the moment, they can hit through it. If they find the gap, there's always runs, and they have done quite a few times. Schofield comes in again and bowls. And Heath goes aerial in the air. It's not going to quite reach McGacken. No, it's just to her left. It bounces just level with her. Awkward in the end, and it goes through her for 4.
yeah, Heath hit that gun barrel straight, so long on's had to come round to try and meet it and get there on the full. She almost didn't hit it well enough to be caught out. It's a long boundary straight there, even with the rope slightly in. It creates a bit of an optical illusion, but yeah, I think if she'd have timed that as well as she can, she probably would have been caught out.
Yeah. Moves on to 41 and moves the partnership up to 88. The Diamonds need 60 off 111 balls. Well within their reach as Schofield bowls and Heath drives, and that's a good diving stop by Elwes at extra cover. Protect that back, please, Georgia. We will need it on Wednesday. With that playoff tie, the way things are looking at the moment. South East Stars well on top in their game against Lightning. Not surprising. Here comes Schofield again. It's on the line of middle stump, and it's just pushed back to her by Heath, who's on 41.
Have we had a look at the scores around the grounds?
We've only really been looking at South East Stars, so you can look at more if you really want to, James, but that seems to be the only other one really we need to worry about, isn't it? The other teams are out of it, but feel free. Schofield bowls are slightly wide of off stump, and that's hammered to Elwes. I think that sort of hit her somewhere on the leg, but she's okay. 167 for 4 at the end of that over. 18 overs remain, 60 runs needed.
Yeah, well, the latest from the county ground at Leicester. Lightning currently 127 for 4 off 27.1. So requiring another 155 from 22.5 overs. Equation probably doesn't look too great for Lightning, but they're not completely out of it. Georgie Boyce 59 not out, so she's obviously seeing it well. If she can go through the gears, might make it a bit closer. And Ella Claridge is there established as well on 34, so the Stars aren't home and dry just yet. Georgia Adams to continue then. Right arm over the wicket. Very full that, and Winfield Hill just digs that one out. Ball in hand. Georgia Adams gets through these overs very quickly. She's in this time. Keeps low, but it's very leg side, and there's a very, very polite inquiry that's stifled straight away.
Going well down the leg side.
So Georgia Adams, right arm over the wicket, past the umpire now. Winfield Hill, little shuffle down the ground, pushes it to extra cover, can't find the gap, and there's no run.
I can't think of a ball that's beaten the outside edge now for, I don't think one has it? It's that sort of pitch.
Adams once again. Winfield Hill down the ground. Goes aerial, couple of bounces and long on off field. Gets Bess Heath on strike.
I think that's where you struggle as a bowler in these tight situations, although it is running away from the Vipers now. But if you're not actually getting the ball past the outside edge, you're thinking, well, where are the mistakes coming?
Adams in, and Heath tickles that into leg side, mid-wicket field. Once more, it's a dot ball. Yeah, I mean, our two seamers kind of pushed it into the right-handers, didn't they? So not much beating of the bat there, on the outside edge anyway. As Adams in, once again, Heath gives herself room and tries to cut that away, but that line of 3 fielders on the offside is like a wall there, trying to put a bit of pressure and create some dots for the Southern Vipers. Yeah, and then we're missing a lot of seam bowlers today, aren't we, on both sides? Jenny Gunn, Beth Langston, Lauren Bell, you know, from a Vipers point of view. I feel like I've missed somebody. Freya Kemp, of course.
Freya Kemp,
yeah, how can I forget that one? You know, but you know, more traditional medium fast bowlers that hurry batters up a bit more and can beat both sides of the bat. So it's been a bit of a spin fest, and seamers, wicket keepers stood up to the stumps. Very different kind of game. We've got a change, Kevin.
It looks like Finty Trussler's back with her debut game here. 2 for 34 from 6. I think she's bowled quite well, actually, 19-year-old. And I agree. I think you need to get her back, because she's got as good a chance as anybody to pick up a wicket, but not with a ball like that. Although Stur Callis was out with a full toss, and that's hammered out towards deep mid-wicket. That was the area where Callis hit Trussler to get out.
What did we make of that one? Was it above the waist?
Well, I said at the time, we'll wait to see what the umpire calls. It was borderline, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked. Yeah, it was definitely adjacent with the kind of waist area.
Trussler comes in and bowls to Bess Heath. That's outside the off stump. Chloe Hill doesn't take that cleanly. That's close to being a wide. They run through for a single anyway. It's called a bye. I mean, you know, and again, sort of, you know, look at the 4 wickets. They're all mistakes from the batters. You know, Lindsey Smith has swatted Norris up to mid-off. Holly Armitage has chased a wide one from Adams, got caught behind. Stur Callis that full toss down deep mid-wicket's throw. And Leah Dobson actually thought that she got an inside edge over the LBW. Oh, it's gone through Georgia Adams' hands at extra cover. It was high. It was a difficult one. And it was hit with power by Winfield Hill. Maybe a half chance, maybe. A bit more, maybe. 174 for 4. Winfield Hill goes on to 87, and 53 are needed. 99 balls. No need to go mad here. And they haven't done. Winfield Hill and Heath certainly haven't done. They've paced it nicely. 95 these two have put on. There's Trussler bowls, and that's worked up to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Elwes is fielding there now, which means Maya Boucher has moved somewhere else. She's at deep mid-off.
Adam's body language suggests that was more than a half chance. I think you've got to take those opportunities.
I think you have in these situations, don't you? It's driven along the ground to Adams. She's in behind that one. Yeah, in these situations they have to be taken to even have a half a chance from now on. 53 needed only. As Trussler bowls, Winfield Hill drives. Again, it's to Adams, who does well there, getting in behind that one. And that's the end of the over. 96 balls remain in the game, 53 needed, 174 for 4. Yeah, I don't know if you've had word from the dressing room as to whether Leah Dobson is a bit disappointed with that one. She certainly looked at her bat there as if to suggest there was a little inside edge.
Body language suggested it.
Yeah.
I looked at the replay. I'm not convinced personally.
Right,
It's my honest assessment. But I haven't spoke to Leah about it.
Right.
Not brave enough to go and speak to batters after they've just been dismissed.
No, that's very true. Actually, I think that's very wise.
Pick your battles and all that.
Now we've got a change of bowling here. Just wondering if Alice Monaghan is coming on. Now, I've certainly never seen Alice Monaghan bowl before, and I think this is an example of, well, A, the situation, but B, the fact that the Vipers have got a few bowling resources here. She was bowling a lot in the break. I don't know if you saw that, James. She was bowling a lot to the side of the wicket there with a few of the other Vipers bowlers, and it did look as though, if needed, she was going to be called upon. She bowls a bit of seamers.
Yeah, she's a genuine bowling option.
Yeah.
And she's been deployed, so let's see what happens. Monaghan's on her way now, up past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, back of a length there, and it's forward cut away by Bess Heath. Oh, it's been misfielded at mid-off, my apologies, and it's gone for 4.
Georgia Adams. Thought she was across it.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of bounce. It's kicked on. Bess hits the ball hard, but it seemed an elementary piece of fielding.
.78 for 4, 49 needed.
Monaghan in now. Too straight this time, down the leg side. Good stop by the wicketkeeper, but umpire signals wide. In the other game, as elementary as it is, Central Sparks made 260 for 9. Emily Arlett top scoring there with 63. And that clap there is for the 100 partnership off 116 balls. Pretty even split from a contributory point of view. 48 to Winfield Hill, 45 from Heath. Monaghan in now, right arm over the wicket. Heath again, ball back of a length, and it's forward cut to mid-off again, and misfielded another single and called a no ball by umpire Harris. So not the ideal start for Monaghan here. And in pursuit of 260, the Sunrisers are 110 for 9 with just shy of 23 overs to go. So merely academic, but the Sparks are going to finish with a win at the Sunrisers. Kent Spitfires have posted 306 for 6 in the Royal London Cup. Lancashire are currently 67 for 1 off 10 in pursuit of that target. As Monaghan's in once again, and Winfield Hill looks to ramp that, and she does that immaculately. Couple of bounces and off to the boundary for 4, making use of that free hit. Fine leg was up inside the circle. Very low risk shot actually when it's a free hit to play like that, picking out where the high value areas of the ground are, and Winfield Hill proves all the class there.
Using the extra bit of pace. She's quite skiddy, isn't she, Alice Monaghan? Ideal sort of pace to be playing that sort of shot.
Monaghan on away once again. Winfield Hill pushes this one to extra cover for no run. Winfield Hill into the 90s now. 91 not out. Off 98 balls. Heath on 46 off 56 balls. It's Winfield Hill on strike. Monaghan in, full and straight once again. Winfield Hill compact, pushes it up the ground, and Monaghan fields off her own bowling.
Well, at this stage, I'd like to say thank you very much for consigning me to an early morning trip to Beckenham Wednesday.
Sorry, not sorry, I think is the stock answer for that one, I'm afraid. Monaghan in once again, and carved away by Winfield Hill through just forward of point, and extra cover on the boundary, runs round but is unable to stop that, and that's, as you can tell by the applause, it's another 4 for Winfield Hill, taking it to 95. It's not quite worked out for Monaghan here in her first over. 15 off it so far, the no ball, the free hit, and there's still a ball to come. A couple of misfields don't help matters. Under 40 to win now for the Diamonds, 38 with still 91 balls to come. Monaghan to complete her over, right arm over the wicket, and drags this one down. It's cut away again, and that's going to fly away to the boundary for another 4 in front of the party stand. The Western Terrace, the Diamonds 193 for 4, Heath 46, Winfield 99.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that over was a disaster, because I think, it wasn't. I don't think it's totally changed the course of this game, but it's not helped, is it really? It just accelerates the end result that we all think is going to happen. I don't think that will help with the morale out there in the middle or on the pitch anyway for the Vipers. But anyway, they still have to keep going, and you just never know. But there's just an air of inevitability here, especially when these two are batting 114 partnership, and they have never looked in trouble.
No, it's been a pleasure to watch.
Yes.
Great batting conditions, and proving why one's an international cricketer and one's an aspiring international cricketer.
So Finty Trussler then with her leg spin. That's a low full toss. That's hit away, not timed completely by Bess Heath, but she'll move on to 47 as it goes out deep. 193 for 4 and 33. So 194 for 4. The score was just ticked over. 33 runs needed from 89 balls. This is going to be a pretty comprehensive victory here with Winfield Hill just playing a little bit too early on that one. It was in the air. It just bounced in front of Georgia Adams at extra cover, but just pushed at that one, which isn't something we've seen from her in this innings. Maybe getting a little excited about the prospect of getting 3 figures. She cuts that away, not that time. So it goes straight to Tara Norris at point. Do you want to do this over? Because she looks like she's going to get 3 figures. Do you want to do it?
That's very nice of you.
Yeah,
could go on the BBC archives, this, couldn't it?
Well, that's what I was hoping. I can send you the clip.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Trussler to continue. Right arm over the wicket to Winfield Hill. Down the track, and easy single to mid-on. 100 for Lauren Winfield Hill. Subdued celebration, acknowledging there's still a little bit of work to be done, but pure class from the Yorkshire lady. The second Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy 100. The previous one coming on game 1 of last year against the Central Sparks. What an innings.
Superb. Absolutely superb. That's driven up to mid-on. It'll be a single. 13 fours in that innings. And I was saying to Gemma earlier, I just think she's probably one of the more classy players I've seen.
Absolutely. I know she's not frequently in the England side at the moment.
Facing Trussler, drives, a little bit of a bottom hand into that one as it goes out on the onside, but yeah, a class 100 from a class player.
Well, this is the benchmark, isn't it? She's not getting the England team, and she's the leading run score. Well, she's pushing on leading run score in the competition. She's had 2 scores of 90 in the T20 comp this year, a couple of scores of 70, and now 100. If that's not the yardstick for everybody else, I'm not sure what is. And with international tours coming up, and you know, future tours programme in international cricket just getting bigger and bigger and better for women's cricket, it's certainly not going to do Lauren Winfield Hill any harm whatsoever.
She played in the Ashes Test, didn't she, in the winter, but didn't play the Test at Taunton against South Africa. Still a good player, still a very, very good player.
Adams to continue then from the Howard stand end. Cut away by Bess Heath and well fielded at square, more of a squarish point. Adams gets through her overs quick, she's in again. Full and straight this time, worked into the leg side, beautifully up the ground by Heath for a single as mid-on comes up to field. Bit of shade at that bottom end now. We had some trouble there last year with the shade, and it's very boggy, but got the drainage done last winter, and it's well, and the weather's certainly helped this year, hasn't it? It's been a stunning surface to host cricket on as Adams is in once again, and similar result, different batter, but this time mid-wicket fields.
Yeah, I was just trying to think, was it the Essex 4-day game here that there wasn't a ball bowled?
That's right, yeah. As Adams comes in and drags this one down, and Winfield Hill will pull this one into the leg side for a single. Yeah, there was a couple of games, Essex was it, and Lancashire.
Was it Kent? Kent was another one, I can't remember. Certainly Essex I seem to remember, I don't know why.
The ground, because of the thatch, and it just held like a sponge. It was, yeah, the water just wouldn't drain anywhere as Adams is in once again and cut away by Heath. Well stopped by extra cover, but they can still get through for the single. Heath goes to 50. A polite raise to the bat from Bess. She's an unassuming character as well, and they know they're not quite over the line yet, but 2 milestones in a couple of overs for the Northern Diamonds batters.
Third half century for Bess Heath this year in this competition.
Adams once again. Hill hits that one hard into the leg side, and I think that's a drop catch.
Yep.
She hit that incredibly hard. Mid-wicket had to dive to the left-hand side of it. It looks like it's, is that Boucher there?
Yeah, it is, yeah. She'll be disappointed with that. She prides herself on being one of the better fielders. It was a difficult one, though.
It was. That concludes another Georgia Adams over. 200 up for the Diamonds, 200 for 4. Hill on to Heath on to 50. Winfield Hill on to 102. 27 required.
Yeah, it shouldn't be long now. Yeah, it's just been a couple of moments. I don't think that's going to be a game changer, that drop catch. There was that time when Winfield Hill, to get to 50, hit it just over Elwes at deep mid-off. We thought maybe the sun may just have played a bit of a part on it, because Elwes was only a few yards inside the boundary, and somehow the ball went over her head, but still went for 4. Here's that Trussler, then comes in, and she's not had a bad day with the ball, as that's driven past her by Winfield Hill up towards deep mid-off. She moves on to 103, 201 for 4. The Diamonds need 26 here from 77.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, that. It looked like it was going to fall short, then it wasn't going to fall short, and ultimately.
Now she goes aerial here, does Heath, into the gap between deep cover and deep mid-off, quite deliberate. They'll come back for 2. Heath has been not frightened to play that shot a few times.
No, and I think if Elwes had just stayed where she was, she probably would have caught the ball, but it's easy from here.
Yeah.
And like you say, the elements of the sun and
May just have played a little part. I don't know. Elwes is a very good fielder, and that's why she was there. You just think, well, there must be another reason. Trying to look for reasons maybe that aren't there. That's cut away to Windsor in the deep, away to our left, and Heath moves on to 53. 125 this partnership has put on now. 2 wickets fell on 79. Callis and Dobson, hope for the Vipers there, but these two have extinguished that comfortably. 23 needed as Trussler comes in and bowls and goes aerial, but quite deliberate there from Winfield Hill. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just goes to Bouchier's right at deep mid-off. Winfield Hill onto 104, 205 for 4. 22 needed from 74 deliveries. Here's Trussler bowls. It's a low full toss, hit out on the leg side. Paige Schofield on the boundary there. Heath moves on to 54. This has all been so predictable for quite a while, which is a great credit to these two players out there in the middle.
The partnership is 127, over half the runs from this partnership.
It's one of the better partnerships I've seen from two players that have just looked as though there's never been a problem as it's driven up to mid-off, and Bouchier fields, and that'll be the end of the over. 72 balls left, 207 for 4. It's a real lesson, isn't it? And how to chase, all right, maybe not the most challenging of totals, but actually how to chase a total and just kill the game, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you put the extra 25, 35 runs on the score now, and you know you're needing 50 off 72 balls. You're not completely out the game. Vipers will be disappointed that they've not posted at least 250. I think actually 275 would have been a great game of cricket.
Yeah.
Adams is going to continue from the Howard stand end. Winfield Hill on strike, whipped into the leg side. That high mid wicket fielder of Maya Bouchier fields, and there's no run. Adams in once again. Winfield Hill hits this one straighter, and she'll pick up an easy single to mid on. I'm actually, as great as Lauren is, I expect nothing less of the class of Lauren. You know, it's the maturity of Bess's innings actually.
Oh really?
You know, we know what Bess can do. She can hit bombs, she can score at a serious rate, but it's been a very mature innings from Heath, and she's on strike now. Plays this one off the back foot, an extra cover fields for no run. Yeah, she can get 150 balls, but this has been a very mature innings. Just knocked it around, picked it off. Heath clips this one onto the leg side, short fine leg will field, and there's no run.
And she's only 21.
Yes, it's exciting. It's real exciting. She's had opportunity to go and play some England A stuff already. Georgia Adams to Bess Heath. Straight again, worked onto leg side, fielded by Boucher at mid wicket for no run. Adams has bowled okay. You know,
Yes, she has. Yeah, steady. Yeah, very, very steady.
Adams once again, full toss this time, and Heath is going to hole out to cow corner, hits the low full toss, straight down the throat, and after talking her up so much there, she has to depart for a well-made 54 nevertheless. 68 balls, 5 fours. The Diamonds are now 208 for 5.
Yeah, 5th wicket too late, I'm afraid, for the Vipers. 208 for 5. That partnership of 129 runs broken. I would say the only, and she's only 21, so we have to remember that. She'll get a warm round of applause. Listen to that. The only thing I'd be slightly disappointed with, and I don't want to make a big thing of it, it'd be nice to see us finish it off, but at 21 years of age, to play that innings supporting Winfield Hill, sure, I mean Winfield Hill will give her a big pat on the back at the end of the game. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure you're happy as well with that. I mean, that is a superb innings.
Absolutely mature, the way she's understood the role today, and that she doesn't need to be the blaster today, and has worked the ball around and gone at just shy of a runner ball 50. Get Lauren back on strike, and yeah, really mature innings. And last week was a little bit different. She came to the crease batting first and blasted a 70 not out, and just an innings of a different manner, but reading the situation and the scenario incredibly well. And Lee Kasperick is the new bat at 7. joining Winfield Hill. That was over as well, so.
Yeah, 19 needed, so not no alarms, even though a wicket has fallen. Should be okay. 66 balls still to do as Trussler comes in and bowls. It's played back to her off the back foot by Winfield Hill. Adams has bowled out now, 2 for 37 from her 10. And Trussler's into her last over. She's gone for 49, but still, again, I think there's a positive there from her. Bowled with good control, as that's driven up towards mid-wicket, and bowled all her overs, you have to remember, virtually all her overs at Heath and Winfield Hill. There'll be easier times to bowl.
There will. You do have to pick out the small wins, and that is it's more than a small win, actually.
Yeah, I like the look of her, I have to say. There's a lovely shot into out, wide of mid-off. Boucher's not getting there. That's Winfield Hill at her best. Just opened the body out a little bit, knew exactly what she was doing. Superb shot, moves on to 110, 15 needed.
Yeah, and that's not easy to do against the leg spin. A ball turning away from you, the flight and the drift, but incredible control. And
brilliant. Why is she not even playing for England? T12 for fun, must be some great players playing for them at the moment.
There's quite a few from your region.
Well, yeah, I suppose they're not bad. Here comes Trussler bowls, and that's slapped away. Fairly cross-batted shot there from Winfield Hill as it goes up to Boucher. That's deep mid-off, 213 for 5, 14 needed, 62 balls, forget that really. It's just when the 14 are scored. Now the field comes up for the new batter, Kasparek, which is not surprising. Just trying to squeeze her, trying to do something anyway. There's Trussler, 2 more balls left of her spell. Bowls, Kasparek on the back foot, steers that up to mid-off. Boucher's up, there's no single. Last ball for Trussler today in her first game for the Vipers. Bowls, and it's down the leg side. There'll be a wide, it won't be a last ball. Chloe Hill got her pads in behind that at the very least, so she'll have another ball. 13 needed now. A few more now on the Northern Diamonds seats and aerobic mats now, just getting close, I guess, to celebrate the success as Kasparek's on the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers, and she'll keep the strike. End of Trussler's spell, 2 for 55, definitely a plus from her.
Yeah, on debut to leg spinners, a difficult art, go under a runner ball in the context of a debut and take 2 wickets. I think that's a really good return for the youngster, and on another day that would be even better return. You know, if you were defending a 300, that would be a great return. You've got other bowlers who can be a bit more contained, and it allows the leg spinner to be a bit more attacking. So, as I say, you've got to celebrate the small wins and the positives, and just proves that production line at the Southern Vipers is doing its job.
Still there. Won't feel like it at the end of this game, but it is still there.
From the Howard stand, Tara Norris.
So Tara Norris to come back from the Howard stand end. I think this is a little bit too late. I know she had a burst a short while ago. It looks like she's going to come round the wicket, which I think is a good ploy. Attack the stumps, try and cramp the batters up. It's the new batter in Kasparek on strike. Just 4 on the offside. That's probably to combat the angle coming in with the left arm. There's no one behind square on the offside. Oh yes, there is. Ignore me. She's in now anyway, and full and straight, and looks like it hits Kasparek on the boot.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, she slightly crossed that, wouldn't it? That's a good delivery first up.
I couldn't quite see because that open window that there actually is a third man in position, which I thought would have been odd to have left vacant. I still think the ploy from Norris will be to kind of angle the ball in at the stumps, try and get one through the gate. Keeper's stood up. That line of 3 on the drive, on the offside. Norris in now, around the wicket, full and straight again, and quite a elegant shot from Kasparek there as she hits extra cover for no run. Kasparek she batted 11 and 10 for the White Ferns of New Zealand, but has batted as high as number 3 in domestic cricket in New Zealand, and is absolutely no mug with the bat once she gets going. It's Norris with the ball now though, left arm round the wicket and full and straight at Kasparek, and she's solid in defence there on the front foot.
That's interesting, isn't it? such a wide-ranging position in the orders. It doesn't help, is it, when you bat 11 and you know you can play?
Yeah, we've got depth in the diamonds set up, and she's batted as low as 9 or 10 for us. But
wow.
she, like I said, I remember her batting number 3 for the Otago Sparks when I worked and coached in New Zealand.
Yeah.
She can certainly play with the bat. She's looking to get the diamonds over the line today. 12 required. Tara Norris, left arm round the wicket, full and straight, and once again Kasparek pushes the ball to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, just play, doesn't it? You don't have to do anything silly, even if it's just a maiden over. This, it's not the end of the world. Winfield was going along nicely. 12 needed off 56. You can block your way to winning this now.
You can indeed, although not for too long.
No.
Norris on her way up past the umpire, round the wicket, darting it in, and Kasparek's solid once again, this time a bit straighter, and mid-off will have to field, but it's no run. Norris now gesturing to push the fielders out. Square leg goes back to the boundary. That cover fielder now going out to the western terrace on the boundary on those practice strips. Everybody else on the circle with the exception of extra cover, who's a bit straighter. Norris in, and Kasparek tickles this one into the leg side and up the ground, and there's no run, and that's the end of a maiden over from Tara Norris. The Diamonds are 2 on 5 for 5.
Yeah, well, you can do no more at this stage, I guess, than bowl a maiden over. The ball doesn't, again, it just doesn't look as though it's going to do anything that's going to create any problems for the Northern Diamonds. I mean, again, all 5 wickets, I mentioned all 4 wickets earlier, but yeah, again, Bess Heath has smacked it out to deep mid-wicket. So there's nothing really that you can get your teeth into as a bowler. You're almost waiting for the batters to make a mistake, and just about every wicket that's fallen has been a mistake. But the one person out there that has not made any, Winfield Hill, is winning it for her side. A nice way to end the season, knowing that you're going to Lords.
It's, yeah, we're not there yet, but yeah.
No, well,
I'm trying to play it down because we're not there yet, but we should be.
Paige Schofield, back into the attack. 7 overs, none for 36. Has bowled steady, but no more, and probably wouldn't have expected any more in this situation on this pitch. Oh, he's actually induced a play and a miss there outside the off stump. First one, I think, for an awful long time.
Yeah, Winfield Hill almost yorking herself there with that wide full delivery.
12 runs needed then. Schofield into her 8th over. Bowls, and that's full, and that's gone aerial. It's over. Georgia Adams just, and that is 4 runs. Adams just outside the circle, probably went about a foot, maybe 6 inches over her outstretched hand. Again, on another day, it might have just plopped to the fielder, but not today.
Small margins, aren't they, in cricket?
Yeah. Probably the first time, I think, apart from the one that she hit out to get the half century when Georgia Adams slightly misjudged it. But the only other time I got excited thinking that Lauren Winfield Hill was going to get out, and she's got 115, so hasn't been too much to get excited about. She's gone aerial again, but it's fallen short of deep mid wicket, fallen short of Boucher. Looks like Winfield Hill's decided that she doesn't really want to hang around too much now. 7 runs needed by the Diamonds, 220 for 5. Winfield Hill on 116. Is this a top score for you now? Because you said you got 100 first game last year.
I'd have to check.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I'd have to check that score.
As Schofield bowls, length ball to Kasparek. She doesn't look as though she's going to do anything silly. Quite happy just to play out whatever comes. Sorry, James. I don't like that done to me sometimes. I think, gosh, that's going to be a few minutes of me scrambling around. So
we'll find
apologies
out.
for that.
We'll find out. Don't worry.
She's at the non-striker's end, Winfield Hill, watching the next delivery, bowled to Kasparek on the line of middle and leg. She's put that in the gap. Boucher fields. Throw comes into Chloe Hill. Winfield Hill is home.
This score surpasses her 110 against the Central Sparks on round 1 last year.
There you go. So a top score for Northern Diamonds. Holly Armitage got her first 100 for you guys, didn't she, last game?
She did 131.
Yeah. You've got batters in form.
It's a nice feeling, is that?
Here's Schofield. Bowls. Winfield Hill works out on the onside. All the fielders are out on the boundary. And the Diamonds need 4 runs here. At the end of that Schofield over, we're just about home and hosed. Diamonds 222 for 5. James, I'm going to let you take it from here on in.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's just the 5 required. Still 8 overs to go. That proves that nearer 300 was probably a par score today. Maybe the Diamonds got the rub of the green with little, I wouldn't say juicy, but a little bit of moisture. Very, I think it was well and truly dried up, that tackiness from probably 11 o'clock to just the 30 minutes. But I think 275 to 300 would have been a very interesting run chase. The Vipers will be disappointed to have found themselves 24 for 2. And then after that good partnership from Elwis and Adams to not capitalise like what Winfield Hill and Heath have managed to do. It's a bit of conflab with Captain Adams and bowler Tara Norris. She's going to come over the wicket. So she's going to come over the wicket to Winfield Hill. Pretty regulation field. She's on her way now past the umpire. Left arm over the wicket. Bangs that one in almost like a slow ball bouncer. It's stuck in the pitch and Winfield Hill swats that down to deep square leg for 1 run, bringing Lee Kasprick back on strike. 4 required for the Diamonds.
Yeah, that was bizarre. That's one ball you don't really bowl here, do you? You know, the bouncer. I know it's a slower ball bouncer and it's sort of, can be a legitimate tactic in one-day cricket, but I've always thought bowling a bouncer on this ground, even with a red ball, is almost a waste of time.
Norris in, left arm round the wicket to Kasprick, and she's full and straight. Different ploy to the Kiwi. The Celtic Kiwi, the Scottish Kiwi, however you want to describe it.
She's still playing, isn't she, for New Zealand?
Yeah, recently lost her contract. Been a bit of shake-up like there is in lots of these teams now with the depth of domestic cricketers, but don't know what holds for a future in that regard, as Norris is in and full of length once again, and Kasprick just pushes that into the offside for no run. There's no dramas here for Kasprick. Just play each ball as it comes and take what's on offer when it's there.
She's more than happy just to hang around. No, it doesn't even look like wanting to do anything. And I suppose, well, I mean, her wicket goes, it's still all over, but it looks like she's determined to be there at the end.
4 required. Norris is on her way past the umpire, and Kasprick will tuck this one into the leg side, and there's a quick single. It's good running and communication by the Diamonds pair, and they get through, bringing Winfield Hill on strike. Lauren will want to finish this with a bit of pizzazz, I think.
I'll just get this in now before the end, but I just think the Vipers play on Wednesday. They're going to be even more depleted because I can't see Maya Boucher being released midweek unless she's literally no chance of playing in the final 11. So the Vipers might even be further.
There's a couple of school of thoughts in the take availability and that variability out for a second, but playing on Wednesday is at least it's game time. It can get you into Nick going into a final. Rather than, it's not a full week off for the Diamonds, of course, because we play, a week tomorrow. But there are some pros and cons to it. Do you play games or do you rest? Norris is in then, left arm round the wicket this time to Winfield Hill, who whips this into the leg side. She'll only get 1. No, they're going to come back for 2 as the deep mid-wicket fielder has thrown that in and giving it out. Well, that took us both by surprise. That it seemed very close to me, but the umpire wasn't hesitant in giving Lee Kasprick out, and she's run out for the 2nd time in 2 games.
Alice Monaghan with the throw from the deep.
I thought that was very much whipped into the leg side, deep mid-wicket field, throws it in. They turn for 2, decide not to. But they came back for the 2, and rather casual, wasn't it, the run out?
Yeah, that was surprising. So there'll be one actually added to that total, won't there? Because that's the second,
correct,
so
yeah.
that'd be 225 for 5, wouldn't it? 6, sorry.
Yeah, Lee was out last week running a 2 first ball, so she was out for 1 off 1 ball. trying to post a good total at that point at the stage of the game. So
Run out for 3. 13 balls. Yeah, I mean, obviously the running was a lot more taking chances than her batting, isn't it? It's a big round of applause for the new batter.
yeah,
Is that Lizzie Scott?
Lizzie Scott, yeah, just a second appearance. Might not be required to. There's just been a few awes in the crowd, because look at that picture of Lizzie Scott. It looks like a very old picture of her as a young teenager in the indoor school at either South Northumberland Cricket Club or Durham County Cricket Clubs. A few like, oh,
Yeah, in those indoor nets. Somebody's taking it with a Polaroid by the looks of it. Other makes, of course, available.
2 megapixel camera. Norris is in to Winfield Hill, who whacks that high and handsome for 6 over long on. That completes the victory for the Northern Diamonds. Winfield Hill carrying a bat. 125 not out. The Northern Diamonds winning by 4 wickets. And I'm going to hand back over to Kevin James.
Thank you very much, James. Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Hopefully, we'll be there and we'll meet up again.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully.
But convincing victory. Convincing victory for you guys. You got, I mean, you know, again, in your position, regional director, you know, there's not a lot wrong there, is there?
No, listen, we're very pleased. The senior players are performing, the younger academy players are coming through. It's a very exciting time, and you know, I mean it domestically. It's exciting across all the regions. I know the Vipers and the Diamonds have gone kind of toe to toe so far, and it's been the Vipers dynasty, but it's really encouraging the competition for places in the England team. I mean, we're doing something right across the country, but we're delighted to get to Lords, and I don't know if I do hope to see you at Lords on Sunday in one respect. Oh no, you guys again, but the best teams will be there, won't they? And then it'll play out on the day. So thanks for inviting me in today, and best wishes on the road, whether it's at Beckenham or...
I think it's Beckenham.
Will it be
Well,
Beckenham?
assuming South East Stars win, they'll go above us then. I think, no, is that right? So does South East Stars go above Vipers?
Yeah, they will do, yeah.
South East Stars 21 points. Yes, they will. They've gone to 25. Yeah, so we're at Beckenham. Nice early start. Can't wait. Thank you very much, James.
You're welcome. Best wishes and safe travels, and might
do.
see you at Lords.
For
Take
sure.
care.
So convincing from the Northern Diamonds. About as convincing as one of these games gets. Start of the 44th over. The Diamonds passing that total of 226 for 9, 231 for 6 they are. And Lauren Winfield Hill, what an innings from her. As long as she was at the crease, it was never, ever in doubt. So a little bit of revenge then for the Diamonds from the 2 previous finals, where the Vipers have beaten them. And I think that's just about it then. Just to say thank you very much for watching and also listening. And for the Diamonds, of course, they're back in action a week on Sunday. For the Vipers, probably against the South East Stars, there'll be action on Wednesday. Thank you very much. From myself, Kevin James, James Carr, you just heard from, and also Gemma Green, former Hampshire player.